Jazz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall. Bob drops. Kidney shot on Bledso. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows down. The kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top three.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Hello everyone, today is EU Cup number 4, the last AWC Cup of the season, and then the top teams will be moving on to face them in that Circuit Cup later in the year. Hello everyone, my name is Aya. I am joined by Venruki, Zico, and Stupities. We'll be starting off the morning with ABC versus Bergen boys, but before we get into that, let's talk about last Cups games from this region. If we take a look at the standings, Stupities, anything about last week we want to mention before we go into today's games?
Diabolis is a real contender now. It seemed like they were struggling and they were slow to get things going, but their substitution of Acro for Mercedes paid off a lot. They had a great run last week, and they're already having an excellent showing this week by being able to beat Method Black 3-2 in the open bracket round. That's why if we eventually get to the bracket, you'll see that Method Black are actually down in the lower side, and they're playing a composition that Wildcard was also playing that had success in a Method Black, which has been doing almost seemingly randomly really well. That was a lot of R's. But Fire Mage, Elemental Shaman, Mistweaver or Holy Paladin in particular has kind of stepped up a lot in terms of the spell cleaves. It seems like the Mage Locks struggle with it in Europe. Like, to me, I would love to see like a Wildcard Gaming Fire Ellie versus Cloud9 Mage Lock to sort of determine which Wizard Cleave is the best, because in Europe, Mage Lock isn't necessarily the king at the moment.
They certainly aren't. And here we can see EU standings in your screen here. We've got those top 4 teams, Wildcard Gaming up there at the top with 340 points, Method Black with 300, and Light with 180. And then we can see the rest of those teams here for EU standings. And, one of those matches we do want to take a look at today, you guys want to be on your radar, is that Go Next versus Method Black series. That match is going to determine who will be moving on into the circuit, so definitely one to keep an eye on there, Venruki. Let's look at the bracket also. Ven, any games you're looking forward to today? We're starting off, of course, with Bergen Boys versus ABC. Any others you want to mention?
Coffin Dance is a really interesting team to me. This is the team of, I believe, Joe Fernandez and Tren. They actually picked up Rezus. So Rezus, a phenomenal Windwalker monk in the European region. Obviously, they've made it quite far in the upper bracket, and I'm curious to see if they can kind of go toe-to-toe with Wildcard and what composition they're going to decide to lock in there. And then, like you said, the Go Next versus Method Black and kind of determining what our top 8 is going to be. I think that matchup, more so than any, has the most on the line, which it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, really excited for that one. All these teams, of course, they did play in the offline games earlier this week, and then these are the top ones that we have today. You can even see some of those results there on the far left of your bracket. Zico, we're moving into the ABC versus Bergen Boys series first. What do you think about these two teams? What can we expect to see in this incoming series?
Well, ABC's been one of those teams that, they are really strong historically, but they've kind of struggled a little bit finding their footing. But in the last, I think, 2 tournaments, they've had, some of their best showings. So, I don't know. I think ABC is kind of on the come up a little bit. I would say Bergen Boys, though, is kind of on the opposite side of that spectrum. They started strong, and then they kind of started falling off a little bit. And that could be just that the other teams got better, or, that they're limited because of their comps a little bit. And people are starting to figure out how. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think Bergen Boys also has made a roster swap. Was Infernion? No, Infernion swapped to that roster
a while ago.
Enigma, right?
Yeah, a while ago.
It was Infernion on Enigma.
Cup 2, they swapped it.
Okay, and then Rezus swapped recent. Coffin there. So those players on Enigma are kind of scattering around to the other top squads.
Can you guys hear my
Makes
cat?
sense. No, I haven't heard it yet.
He's meowing a whole lot, and I just want to apologize ahead of time. There's nothing I can do about it, so if you hear any weird noises, that I apologize. But just, let's talk about those PvP changes that we saw. Then what can we expect to see? Sort of how those will take place in today's games.
Well, what we saw basically in the previous cups is rogues falling off a little bit. With some issues with the spike trinket, in addition to pretty much everyone using conflict and strife and really heavy versatility, it was super difficult for rogues or any people that could stun and conflict and strife with trigger to kind of burst through in those stun moments. So I think in this tournament, this weekend, we're going to see a lot more rogues than we have in the last couple of weeks. So this could be the rise of Rogue Mage once again, and I think that's going to be the big story for me. How many times we see Spike Trinket utilized? In addition to that, how many players maybe opt off versatility, as the versatile corruption did receive a little bit of a PvP nerf. So maybe we see some more gushing wounds. Since it did get nerfed, people kind of opted just for versatile, but now that versatile is also, reduced in PvP, I think we could see the rise of gushing wounds once again. And I think in general, it should be a little bit faster games this weekend than last weekend.
Well, excited to see those changes take place in today's games, but the wait is over. It is ABC versus Bergen boys, game 1 of Cup number 4 for the EU bracket.
All right, game number 1, ABC looking to step up their performance, starting the season off a little bit slow, but they've sort of hit their stride now, running that Mage, Warlock, Mistweaver, the composition that we see Cloud9 dominating the North American region. However, Life Cocoon also received some changes. It's not going to be so readily available. There's going to be an extra 20 seconds every time between the cycle of that cooldown for Bergen boys to find an opportunity for a kill. And right now you can see that the Bergen boys are playing very aggressively onto Walrix, using that Gladiator Spite Trinket, trying to overload his corruption. This was a strategy against Destruction Warlocks in the past. Last week we saw it fall off due to Spite not working correctly, but now that Spite is back, you can see that the Bergen boys are ready to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and it's a pretty interesting thing to see. Alec is actually playing the Fire Mage right now. Typically, we saw him opt for the Frost Mage, but it's interesting to see that he's kind of choosing to play both of those specializations depending on that matchup. I think we're seeing a thing from beyond spawn there. I'm pretty sure Warwick's actually used his cloak right there, and another Spite is gonna fade there finally. Alec looking for some polys here onto Burley. Double leg sweep coming out from Asgrath. Alec still not able to find it just yet. Now finally gonna get it. I think they're going after the Windwalker here. If you can get a greater Pyroblast, Combustion comes out. Touch of Karma is used here by Monkarn. Re-poly here from Alec, but I don't think they're gonna be able to find a Fear. Alec now blinking on that Death Grip. And Monkarn is also using that N'Zoth tank trinket. So for now, I think the Windwalker DK are about to do another setup here on the Warlock man.
Oh, this is big. So another thing we didn't really talk about, another huge change and kind of the ramifications it has on the meta, is the fact that Reaping Flames got changed. So you can no longer Reaping Flames pets and get the added bonus, the added kill bonus of doubling its damage and reducing its cooldown. So I think on Holy Death Knights, with the rise of gushing wounds and the fact that people can't basically abuse Reaping Flames on their pets, that's going to make the Unholy Death Knight a lot more powerful here. You can see Alec just channeling out Greater Power Blast. It's going to be their job to shut it down. But Walrix, he is getting overwhelmed right now. And I got a chance to look at Monkarn and Joel's gear, and both of them are running all in gushing wounds. So it's going to be a lot of damage coming in from that gushing wounds, which is definitely going to help against that Destruction Warlock and how much armor he really has available.
What do you think of Alex still running the Breath of Dying? Maybe Lucid Dreams isn't the greatest pick because Anti-Magic Zone will always line up with it, but he's still running the Breath even though he's not getting the benefit of that increased damage from killing the pets.
I think it's still a good choice. It's still a good burst. I mean, the Breath of the Dying with the Greater Power Blast can be, a big heavy hit, and there's not too much more you can get value from. Like you said, the Memory of Lucid Dreams can be strong because basically you use your Combustion to bait out Anti-Magic Zone, and then you can use Dark Soul, right? So you have basically 2 heavy hitting cooldowns and you split them up, and that way he won't have Anti-Magic Zone for one of them. So it's not too terrible, but I can understand why he went Breath.
Looks like we got like a little bit of a one side is running all versatility and defense, that's ABC, and then the Bergen boys are running all gushing wounds and offense. So we're going to have a battle of the unstoppable force versus the immovable object kind of in game number 1, and this could be a real field test for which corruption is going to end up being the best, since versatile was nerfed and gushing wounds had been nerfed prior to that. At the moment there have been moments for the Bergen boys onto Walrix, but Asgrath, I don't even believe he's activated a life cocoon one time. It's finally going to be able to get the life cocoon on this push. In the meantime, Alex slips through and finds a polymorph on Burley, setting up damage on Joel, but before dampening, I would say it's very unlikely that the Death Knight is going to be taking a substantial amount of damage. The only way I see the Death Knight dying in this situation is if there's 2 greater Pyroblasts with a combustion and he doesn't have anti-magic shield, and there's a polymorph on Burley. If literally that is like the perfect storm situation happens, there's potential for Joel to go down. So before dampening, it's going to be Walrix that is pressured the most due to this Gladiator Spite trinket that you can see, the purple circles on the ground. If Walrix stands in this purple circle too long, his corruption stacks up and he starts to have a lot of negative effects applied to him. He'll take more damage, he'll spawn things from beyond which do damage to him. And before dampening, he's going to be stressed the most. And then as we get into dampening, then Joel, when his Death Strike is less effective, and then Munkarn, when his reverse harm is less effective, they will be more susceptible to going down. It's really the Bergen boys that are on a clock in dampening here. And so far, I would say things are going well. Asgrath's mana is incredibly taxed, already below 50%, and we've consistently seen pressure on Walrix.
This setup is just going great here for Bergen boys. They might actually get the unending resolve right now. No life cocoon for a couple of seconds. There it is. It's going to be boosted there by the Ford Brute as well. Going to make it even beefier. I think about 20% more absorb on that one. Joel still has all of his defense, so even if he drops kind of low, it doesn't really matter too much. Warwick's swapped over to Succubus, so he's going to be able to land some crowd control, and I think that's a clever play here by Warwick, because Alec has no problems finding these polys, because Burley is just playing out in the open a lot, trying to stay with his team, trying to make sure that everybody has an earthen wall and things like that. Tank Trinket going to activate here for Joel. Should still be okay, still holding on to that anti-magic shell. He might have to use it instead. He's actually going to use the Icebound Fortitude, which is a 3-minute cooldown there, really just banking on holding on to it. But now finally Vitality Conduit coming through from Burley should keep everyone alive, and they are staggering these spites. Another spite's going to land. Here's the leg sweep as well. Anti-magic zone is just going to allow them to tank some of these greater Pyroblasts. Alec now going for a polymorph. They have the damage here onto Monkarn. It could be big. Another interrupt on Alex Greater Pyroblast right there. And Asgrath does have a little bit of mana still to work with, but I would say Bergen boys are in a commanding position right now, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, Bergen boys are looking great. They got big offense thanks to the Gushing Wounds. The Spike Trinket is looking really good. It seems really difficult right now for Walrix to deal with this. Asgrath having to expend a lot of mana to keep him alive. Looking for a drink potentially now, but Joel, he should be able to shut that down. The Death and Decay keeps Asgrath in combat and will prevent him from drinking, but they need to make sure they continue the pressure. They cannot allow Asgrath to drink. If he can recover his mana, it's going to be a nightmare here for the Bergen boys. So as long as they can shut him down, I mean, this game, like you said, Zico, looking heavily in favor of the Bergen boys. Alec going to have to find some sort of miracle swap-opportunity here, because Walrix is slowly but surely getting eaten alive here.
That Breath of the Dying change is actually probably the most substantial in this matchup in particular, because as the Unholy Death Knight, you can run a talent called Epidemic, and you can activate it to basically put Asgrath in combat. It will flare up your disease, and when he gets hit by it, he'll stop drinking. And Unholy Death Knight is one of the best specs, if not the best spec, to stop a drink. At the moment, set up over onto Burley, but Vitality Conduit, Burley's going to be A-okay with that. It's Walrus who's actually falling very far behind. He's interrupted Asgrath trinkets, but Life Cocoon is still 13 seconds away, 12 seconds away. They're trying to push for the kill. 9 more seconds. Alec popping Combustion, trying to go for a solo kill on Burley. I really think that's unlikely. Maybe if he was running Lucid, but not without it. Burley's going to line of sight and Ghost Wolf begin to recover. Walrix is still on the back foot. And as long as they can keep using that Epidemic to stop Asgrath from drinking, they should be able to take this. Huge pressure. Joel is also running the Dark Sim. He can steal a Greater Pyroblast and throw that over onto Walrus when they overcorrupt him, or steal a Polymorph. This composition is looking great for the Bergen boys in Game 1.
It is a little bit tricky to Dark Sim a Greater Pyro, though, because typically the mages use Fire Blast to get a Pyroblast as well. So you might steal a Fire Blast, which is why a lot of these DKs don't go for that play. But if you can get it, we've seen some DKs like Mez, for example, be able to do it, and it's a huge swing of momentum. But Asgrath in a paralyzed now, no trinket, no life cocoon for about 40 seconds here. Warwick might have to use his unending resolve here finally. Burley in big trouble here, but nice pre-vitality conduit and anti-magic zone there by Joel. He's gonna keep him nice and safe for now. They need to get aggressive here. They need to try to shut down some of these greater pyroblasts. They need to have some cross kicks. There it is. Nice death grip there by Joel. He needs to use his pet interrupt on Alec on these greater pyroblasts, but Warwick's now still taking massive damage. This has got Burley misses the spirit link right there. I'm not sure what happened, but still Warwick's gonna be taking a lot of damage here. Burley full poly on Asgrath. It gets stolen, no trinket out. Warwick's gonna use his unending resolve on 1%, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Cocoon when he comes out, it's 1 second left. He gets it off in the nick of time. That was so close for the Bergen boys, but still a massive win in terms of cooldown and in terms of mana here, Van.
That was super nice. I mean, look at Asgrath. He's got no mana left. The damage from the Bergen boys is completely overwhelming. The gushing wounds pushing through that heavy armor of the Destruction Warlock. Alec trying desperately to throw out polymorphs and look for, an opportunity in this match, but Bergen boys, they still have so much defense. Alex looking for a greater pyroblast. Can he find one? Monkarn uses that lingering psychic shell, and I really like this play from Joel. As well as Monkarn. I mean, right now they're forced to run, but you play really aggressive with your corruption, and then you play the lingering psychic shell, that extra defensive cooldown you can rotate through, so you have great consistent damage, and then you have those big cooldowns you can use when you are in a little bit of trouble, and maybe one or two many greater pyroblasts do sneak through. Asgrath actually did recover quite a bit of mana there, so he was able to sit down for a drink. Nicely done there by ABC with enough pressure, allowing Asgrath to actually go recover his mana, and that's going to be huge for ABC as we march forward into dampening.
Burley's mana is still just sitting maxed out here. I don't think that's going to be a win condition for ABC. It's just going to be an absolute blowout with a Dark Solar Combustion. But that's 20 seconds away, and Walrix is in trouble. Asgrath is trying to drink and regenerate some mana. Monkarn rolls over to deny the drink, and they force Life Cocoon. I like that pairing with the Fort Brew from Asgrath, as Life Cocoon's absorption is based on the monk's health. Fort Brew increases his health, therefore increasing the absorb on Walrix this deep into dampening. It becomes a necessity for Asgrath to use personal cooldowns to stabilize his Warlock, but Walrix is currently trying to get out of these Gladiator spites. I would actually like to see them save the spites and swap over to Burley. The one-hit wonder. Are they going for the KO? Anti-Magic Zone is down. Will it deny the kills? Chaos Bolt slip through, and it won't. A healer swap right when they were on the brink of defeat will net ABC Game 1 victory.
Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, wow, indeed. Burley going down there at the end, putting ABC versus Bergen boys. That was a 1-0. We'll see if Bergen boys can turn it around, Zico, but how are they able to get Burley down at the end?
Well, Burley didn't have his trinket, and they were able to set up a nice swap there, get that Chaos Bolt and that Greater Pyroblast. I think they stopped the Chaos Bolt, but they had, enough lockdown, and also Burley was kind of low. When he got coiled there by Warwick, he was already around like 70% from Alex soloing him, and they had the leg sweep to follow it up. It was pretty good setup there by ABC, I would say, but also felt like Bergen boys were in the driver's seat, pretty much all the game up until that point.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Wally almost go down Supatees, but then they got that last minute life cocoon, and I don't know. Like you were saying, do you think they were in the driver's seat the whole time there, or was ABC going to win that whole time, Supatees? What do you think?
I feel like ABC were showing that they wanted to go after Burley. I mean, Alec, the past 3 combustions were used to attack Burley, I think. So they were showing that they wanted to do that. And then Burley with no Gladiator's Medallion. I'm just trying to watch the end of the game to see if he really could have done anything about it. He got Mortal Coiled into Infernal Stun. Asgrath moved up and leg swept out of it. It was just a really good crowd control chain. And even with the anti-magic zone, it just wasn't enough defense. So at that point in the game, what could it be? Maybe just staying out of line of sight? Did he need to be? It seemed like Walrick kind of just snuck up on him and found the Mortal Coil, and they just chained it one after the other, and he couldn't get out of it in time.
So it's Bergen boys map pick. They went to Hook Point. Now ABC is going to choose their comp. What do we think their options are here for on the side of Bergen boys here, Ben? Do you think they're going to try that comp again with Windwalker DK?
I think they should. Honestly, it looks like a matchup they should win. I think if that setup for ABC just went a little bit worse, or Bergen boys responded a little bit better. I mean, to be honest, they dropped the anti-magic zone. They probably felt, okay, we're safe, we're fine. But if we had a paralyze on Alec or a leg sweep on Alec or literally anything to just slow down the damage. So we saw, Burley have just a moment to breathe to stay alive, I think Bergen Boys was going to win that game. So if this series keeps playing out, these exact same compositions, I do feel like Bergen Boys, I mean, they looked favored on the Grand Arena with their strategy. So it might be up to ABC to switch it up, but maybe they're feeling confident they can keep making these healer swaps and try to make something happen, because it seemed like the only time we saw ABC with any real pressure was when they actually were going after Burley. So I'd like to see them try to set that up more, but if it kind of just plays out standard, it seems like the Bergen Boys, they could win on mana, they can win on just outright pressure, enough things from beyond spawn. Like, there's a lot of win conditions for them, whereas for ABC, I think it looks a lot more difficult.
Mm-hmm. And this is a rematch from last Cup as well. We did see ABC face off of Bergen Boys last weekend. They won 3-1, and they played that mage lock composition the entire time as well. Now we're seeing ABC lock in that comp. They're going to switch to Fire Mage Rogue, Asgroth on a Holy Paladin. Soup Teas, what do you think about this comp?
On a small map, I think it makes sense. The Mage Warlock change, the changes obviously benefit Bergen Boys the most, so in a map advantage situation, I would think that Windwalker Death Knight Shaman is almost maybe not guaranteed to win, but the likelihood has maybe doubled since the last time these compositions went head to head. So I think it makes a lot of sense for ABC. They can also now utilize the Spite if they so choose with the Rogue Mage composition. That was sort of the main one that was benefiting from it, but I guess at the same time it was also nerfed. You can no longer do a blind into sap during Spite because Spite keeps you in combat. It has to be blind into polymorph, but from when I watched the open bracket, it seemed like most teams were doing blind into stun into try and kill the target. They weren't even trying to wait the extra 8 seconds that you might get with a polymorph. And Paladins were also playing Blinding Light. They were doing Blinding Light Spite into stun, and they would get 2 setups with that crowd control. I anticipate Burley to be a main target in this matchup, and it's kind of, I've got reminiscence of Legion a little bit with the essences, the way they're working along the same lines as Vim. If you remember Vim for healers in Legion, it was when you're above 80% health, you got 20% more healing. And then you also had what was it called? When you were below 50%, you had haste. I can't remember the name of it. But basically, if you joined a game and the healer had Vim, you attacked the healer. And if you joined the game and they didn't have Vim, you attacked the DPS. Now it's, does the healer have Vitality Conduit? Try and kill the healer. If the healer's running Conflict, don't kill the healer, is what I'm noticing as a trend.
Wasn't it Vim and Defender?
Defender, yeah. Defender was the other option that you ran.
Didn't Vanguards have a team
I feel like
something? Am I just like completely blanking here? Alright, well anyways, it's game 2 of ABC versus Bergen Boys. Let's see if Bergen Boys can tie it up, or is ABC going to take it to match point?
This is a really smart pick by ABC, I think. On this map, this is exactly what you want to be doing. You don't want to run no Spell Cleave here. You barely got the win on Nagrant. Instead, you play the Rogue Mage Pally here, and you're going to have a massive advantage because Alec's going to have an easy time landing. Paul is. Asgraf is going to have a small, distance to cross to try to get those Hammer of Justice. And, you're going to have that Blessing of Protection, maybe a Blinding Light as well from Asgraf to help secure those kills.
I'm kind of curious. I don't know if I'm sold on that Alec's going to have a really easy time getting polymorphs. We'll see, though. I mean, if Bergen Boys can generate a lot of pressure or ABC can get a lot of spites off, I think that's going to kind of determine the match. Tap on Burley early on with an early combustion. Monkarn, he's just going to be sitting in the anti-magic zone with the lingering Psychic Shell. Hopefully, for him, that's enough to survive. Nice polymorph on Joel, full blind on Burley. Is he going to trinket? Monkarn is just sitting through everything, and Burley decides he has to trade out the trinket, and now is very susceptible to a swap from ABC, and I think that's something we're going to see. I mean, if they can get a polymorph on Burley, they triple spite him if they are running it. I'm just going to quickly double check. Doesn't look like they actually are running it. So they don't have the spite. Maybe just going to go after Monkarn, but I think Bergen Boys, their trades there were perfectly fine.
Yeah, everybody on the side of Bergen Boys is Conflict and Strife to try and get that kidney shot damage reduction, but Burley is counterspelled. He can't heal. Joel is polymorph. Monkarn barely karmas. He can bop the karma. He does, and immediately wins the game. Right. Excellent execution by ABC, bringing out a lot of aggression. So, from my point of view so far, who benefited the most from the changes? Unholy Death Knights and Rogues. Rogues definitely. They're having fun with their kidney shot again there in game number 2. That ended a lot faster than
that wasn't even a minute. All right. Well, now they're up 2-0. They switched it up a little bit on the side of Bergen Boys. They went with that Frost Mage instead of the Unholy. What do they even do next year, Ben? What like, is it Windwalker DK that's not working, or is it something else?
It's.
I feel like it's a couple different things here. I think
They stole
ABC is
the
having
map.
smart picks depending on the map, and I think that's what we're going to see. I mean, if Bergen Boys goes to a big map, ABC will play Warlock Mage. Actually, they could just play Rogue Mage Paladin the entire time. To be honest with you, it seems like a very reasonable matchup. I do think the Bergen Boys could have played maybe a bit better defensively. Like I think they may have under-responded or waited a little too long to use their defensive cooldowns. But still, when you're playing against a Rogue Mage Paladin of this caliber, that can happen at any moment. It's something you have to seriously consider. I don't really know. What other compositions do they have? They have a Destro Warlock,
Yeah, they
right?
played Windwalker Lock
they have
last time
Windwalker
against ABC.
I don't know if that's...
I think they should have picked big map, actually. Bergen Boys should have picked big map, baited Mage Lock, and then played Destro
You'd rather fight Mage
Windwalker.
Lock.
Well, I think as a Windwalker on that small map, like, you've nowhere to go. So if they lock Rogue Mage Paladin on the big map, you still can play Windwalker DK, I think. I don't know. It's actually such a tough choice now because they can't only play Mage Lock. The Rogue Mage is an option for them.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think necessarily even these losses have been because of composition. I feel like game number 1, Burley linked Air, and that allowed Asgraf to drink to 50% mana. And I think if he didn't do that, they could have just stayed in longer, and he was like 10% when that on mana. They would have just won on mana. And in the last game, Asgraf, Burley got counterspelled into a Hammer of Justice after he trinketed the blind. So. I mean, it's sure you can say like don't get counterspelled, but I feel like.
But don't get
person
counterspelled.
No, but it's true though. Don't get counterspelled. Like the person faking has the advantage.
Just
in
heal
that
me.
case. Just heal. Just like you're a shaman. Like, why are you casting? Just press Riptide and Earth Shield. You know.
So.
Yeah, I mean it's
Or
fair
cast
point.
or like press grounding and then cast a heal, or earthen wall and then cast a heal. Like if you get kicked, that's what people do. If you're a monk, you press cocoon, you get kicked. Unlucky. It doesn't matter if you don't get kicked. It still doesn't matter, you know. That's why I think it favors the healer, and it's small mistakes like that really matter in my opinion.
I think they probably could have rotated their defensives a bit better as well. Monkarn had to trade quite a bit. I mean, he was just sitting in the anti-magic zone, but I think the push from Alec, Nixie, and Asgrath initially was too much. They needed to stop the re-polymorph or the re-ring of frost or something. But Monkarn was completely unable to do so, and as a result, I mean, they just got so many defensives from the team of the Bergen Boys. So, I don't know. I do think that if we see either one of these matchups again, the Windwalker Death Knight Shaman has a fair shot. So I don't think they're out of it. I don't think it's just composition like Zico said. There's definitely room for improvement.
Mm-hmm. And it's definitely not possible for them, or it's definitely possible, for them to turn it around at this point. You know, it is a best of 5 series. We've certainly seen reverse sweeps in the past from situations like this. ABC locking in that Fire Mage Rogue composition once again. Now it's Bergen's choice to pick their comp. So the question is, are they going to continue with that Windwalker DK? Maybe go to that Windwalker Lock that we saw from them from last week. But it seems like you guys don't really know if there is a best option for Bergen Boys other than just really cleaning up their gameplay, Super T's.
Burley, I just feel like Bergen Boys thought that they were going to play Spite and they were going to kill Burley, looking at the way that Burley built his character, because he's running the Spirit Wolf, Spectre Recovery. He didn't go for his Aura Mastery casts, so he'd be immune to interrupts. He went Conflict Major. He went full Turtle Shaman. Like, he was expecting to be the target, and then they didn't hit him. So he loses a lot of efficiency and the ability to avoid being interrupted, to heal his partners. I think he should go for a halfway point on his build. Like, maybe run Vitality Conduit Major, and then take no Aura Mastery. Then you can just use Vitality Conduit to heal, and then you've got all this Ghost Wolf builds, the Ghost Wolf build to heal yourself when you're the target. I just really think that ABC got the correct strategy, like, right off the bat. Like, whether or not they acknowledged that Burley was running that build or not, I'm not sure, but the strat they ran really punished Burley for going for such a personally defensive build.
I actually don't like this at all from Bergen Boys. I think so. They locked in Windwalker Death Knight again, but Frost Death Knight.
They did that last game.
Yeah, Frost Ignite was what they played last game.
I didn't like it either. I was going to say it
Holy
too.
better, a lot better.
I feel like Frost Mage is really hard, or Frost DK is hard to pull off against Ineffable Truth Holy Paladin because they get so many freedoms that the mage is still moving even though he's able to blink. And it's really hard to get Rogue Mage Paladin all stacked together for Leg Sweep and Chill Streak. And if you don't get stacked up Chill Streak, the Frost Death Knight may as well not be in the game. I really don't like the pick.
All right, well, Bergen boys locking in that Frost Death Knight once again. Game is going to be starting here soon. This is an elimination series. Loser of this series will be knocked out of the tournament. It is ABC versus Bergen boys here on game number 3. First match of the day, 2-0 for ABC versus Bergen boys.
I really think that, you know, the previous losses, they come down to, you know, some of the mistakes we mentioned. I think in this game, if we see a similar opener where ABC goes in and they get the early blind onto Burley and they do, you know, that CC chain that we saw with like the Sap into Hammer of Justice into Ring Blind, see something similar like that come out, I want to see Monkarn just use his Touch of Karma right away. If they bop it, run away. Because that way you traded your Karma for a bop and you're going to hold on to, you know, your Diffuse Magic and your Tank Trinket and your Fort Brew and anything like that. And if Burley ever needs you to use something, you're still going to have a couple of things that you can press. Because if you're in a sticky situation and the only thing you have is Touch of Karma, I don't think it's that reliable. So if you throw it out early and you make that trade, I think that's the best situation for the Windwalker DK here.
Alright, big setup on Monkarn once again. Anti-Magic Zone a little late. The double blinding Sleet. Monkarn trades out the Karma early like you wanted, and now it's a much more difficult decision, but they used the Blessing of Protection anyways. Monkarn portals away. A nice Ring of Peace, might be able to self-sustain. Sap on Burley's Trinket, but out of line of sight, this is looking okay. Monkarn was able to hold on to his Lingering Psychic Shell, as well as his Fused Magic and the Fortifying Brew. So, Bergen boys not in the worst position here, but still, Monkarn has to be a little bit careful.
Alright, Joel is trying to get some pressure here on Alec, but Nixie's making the smart move and attacking Burley. He's not standing next to his mage, so they're not stacked up, and that leg sweep basically got no value. Alec was able to escape and avoid the chill streak. Monkarn's damage is going to have to carry the team here in between the chill streak attempts. They're going to switch to Nixie, try and force him off of Burley. The only thing is, if they do decide to stay to Burley, he's built his character to be as durable as possible. It will be very difficult to kill Burley in that double stun. And if he didn't build his character like that, maybe he just died right there. So that personal defensive build worked out here in game 2. Now they got pressure on Alec. They've already triggered Cauterize, looking to get more cooldowns as well, but that sprint effect from the Cauterize making it difficult to connect. They drop the ride to win. Nixie, he's still staying on Burley. I'm not a big fan of this. Touch of Death, are they going to use Blessing of Protection to remove the damaging effect of this? They ring Alec against the wall. Burley stunned up, but Alec cannot get in line of sight. It's just Nixie. It's just Asgarath. He's in Ghost Wolf. He avoids the spell steal with this good positioning. Monkarn ports back to assist him, but the whole team is just dying at the moment. He has Ascendance. That's going to be basically an immediate top for him. Going for these big chain heals, trying to get himself stabilized. And it looks like he's going to be able to recover here. His whole team pulled back into the fight, and Bergen boys are in a solid position in game 3.
Yeah, it looks like they could go here and get a big push. Ooh, nice CC here, though, from ABC. 3-on-1 situation here onto Monkarn. He's going to use his Touch of Karma, gets immediately bopped, and now he's using that Lingering Psychic Shell. I want to see a teleport, though, here. He's just sitting in the open, tanking everything. Still not using his Diffuse Magic, trying to hold on to it. Burley in a Dragon's Breath, which is going to put the blind on the R of Nixie. So they're not going to be able to blind in this setup and also get Burley's Trinket. So Monkarn should be able to recover here if Burley can fake cast some of those interrupts. No counterspell, no kick available. The Bergen boys hold on. The next setup, I assume, is going to be a blind from Nixie and a kidney shot onto Monkarn. You can see Nixie's already in position. There's the kidney. Where is the blind? Hammer of Justice. Alec cannot find a poly just yet. Nice interrupts here. And Nixie cannot follow it up with a blind either because of that blinding sleep. There's the blind now from Nixie.
Oh!
And he gets trinketed by Burley. Big hit there from that Drestigath. Alec, no Cauterize. Honestly, complete luck to even get that ice block off then, rookie.
Yeah, I mean, at least he got it off, right? Alec is going to be able to survive against the freedom. He's going to continue to kite, and I mean, it's been difficult for him to make space. I mean, that's the big thing. They want to do a coordinated assault on Burley, but with Joel and Munkarn just sitting on top of Alec, he hasn't really had the freedom to push in and get that damage rolling. It's just really good positioning coming in from the Bergen boys. Alec looking to reset his combustion, and he has done it, so there's no combustion available. I'm thinking a big all-in onto Burley. They could definitely pull it off. They get crowd control on Joel. There it is, double Dragon's Breath. Alec's going to be looking to blink in with the big combustion. Where is the damage to follow it up, though? Burley caught in a Hammer of Justice. Can he get the Spirit Link down? He just needs a second. Gets out of the stun. The Spirit Link totem drops, and Bergen boys hold on. But this is great pressure coming in from ABC. In the meantime, though, the Bergen boys looking to reverse it with a touch of death. Ultimate Sacrifice is going to trade from Asgarath, and that's going to keep Alec alive, but that's a big defensive cooldown that ABC is rotating through.
The teams have been making good trades. It's almost too close to call who's ahead in this position. Burley with basically nothing. A swap over to Munkarn, trying to catch him off guard, but a double Blinding Sleep into a leg sweep. There's no leg sweep available. Defensive Blinding Sleep to pause the match for Burley to try and recover. Nixie is splitting back over onto the Shaman. Love the positioning. Definitely don't want to stack up against a Frost Death Knight. Alec can just avoid Joel and Munkarn, polymorph them, Nova them, and then swap over to the Shaman. Beautiful Kleptomania on the Ghost Wolf. I don't think there's any way he survives this if they get the Hammer of Justice. They go for a Vanished Cheap Shot. Maledict is stacking up. Burley activating the Fire Blood to get the Maledict off, barely surviving at 10%. Beautiful timing there. That Ring of Peace, really the only reason Burley's alive here. Asgarath is trying to finish him off, but not able to find enough damage. It's now Alec on the back foot. Asgarath has to bubble out of crowd control. Bomb in some big heals. Bergen boys on match point, facing elimination. Playing out of their minds to stay in this fight. Nixie is low. Munkarn's in trouble. Who's going to fall first? Munkarn gets the Karma. They bop the Karma. They're going all in for the kill. Munkarn diffuse magics afterwards. They don't want to overlap the trinket on the blind with how many cooldowns Munkarn has committed, but sitting a blind and sitting a Ring of Frost, 16 seconds of crowd control. Munkarn has to stay alive by himself for 16 seconds. So far, he has managed to, but now it's been up to 20 seconds, 21 seconds of crowd control. Burley finally out, trying to get some heals with the Earthen Wall Totem down. And Bergen boys pull off another miracle. Can they keep it up and execute for the kill? They've only got a 45-second window where Alec doesn't have a cooldown to survive.
If the Bergen boys are going to win this game, it needs to happen right now. They have about 12 seconds before that Hand of Sacrifice comes up, and Alec is going to have his cauterizer rotating back up. This has to be the setup. Nice double Dragon's Breath by Alec. Should deny that setup, and now they are wide open here. Burley could go down. Munkarn could go down. Alec should be able to survive here. That Hand of Sacrifice, Asgarath should be able to keep him up here with those wings as well. If there's not a swap onto Asgarath, I don't think Bergen boys can win this anymore, and Burley could just go down in the swap here. Girl comes out, and that is going to be the game here for ABC. And this was a much better fought series, I think, from Bergen boys. We started to see them get a bit more comfortable in the matchup, and you could tell like they almost won the game at two different situations there because of it. But at the end of the day, ABC too strong takes the series 3-0.
Yeah, and that is gonna go ahead.
I was going to say, this is so typical for ABC. They always start off so slow in the season, not even making it to top 8, kind of struggling. And then, the last cup, they look really, really good. And this one, it looks even better for them. So ABC really heating up. I mean, that was a great performance by them. I could see them actually making a really deep run through the lower bracket, maybe even making it to the grand finals. The compositions they have are absolutely top tier. And I think if they keep playing it that well, I mean, they're looking great.
Oh, for sure. And to go off of what you're saying, ABC is one of those teams that they kind of, like you were saying, they sort of start off a little bit slow. If we remember the season that they, or the year that they won BlizzCon, like in the beginning of those seasons, nobody was talking about ABC as one of those top teams, and they were certainly the underdog, and then they ended up winning BlizzCon as ABC as a team. And, now we're seeing them 3-0 with that Mage Law composition, which we've seen absolutely dominate over these past couple of weeks. So I think it's certainly something they could do in that lower bracket, Zico.
Yeah, and we just gotta take a second here to appreciate that Rogue Mage is back. It was about a week there of Rogue Mage not being viable, but now we're back, and you can see it kind of here on this clip. Beautiful triple CC here being set up by ABC. Forcing out a lot of cooldowns. They get the Hammer, and they get the Sheep on the DK, they get the Ring on the Shaman, big damage on the Windwalker, forcing out CDs. And these are the plays, you have a Shaman who's constantly worrying about dying because he doesn't have his trinket for the blind, and then he also has to worry about the Windwalker, that 2-point pressure that we always talk about makes it extremely difficult to heal against some of these teams.
And And Super T is, you know, Rogue Mage is one of those compositions we are always seeing at the top. We didn't quite see it that much last week. Why are we seeing it dominate once again?
I mean, the versatility nerfs is the major contributing factor. Conflict and Strife not making you take 100% less damage in a stun when you play a class that has to kill someone in a stun, I think was probably the biggest difference. So the Conflict and Strife on top of the versatility and corruptions being reduced have definitely opened up rogues to have their time in the sun back again. It was they had a 1 week break, you know. They had to feel what
Everybody
it was like to not be rogue mage for a week, and then they're back. So it's not the end of the world for them.
You're triggering so many people in chat right now. I can already see it.
It's fine.
Was that it? Was that the end of your point?
I think so.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't cutting you off on anything at the end there. But well done by ABC. They will be moving forward in the lower bracket. So we'll see later if they can fight their way through up to that grand finals, that spot that everybody wants to see themselves in. And now it's going to be Go Next versus Method Black. We talked about this series before we started off the games today. This is a series that's going to determine who's in that circuit that we'll see later on in the year. So definitely looking forward to this one, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is pretty much the only game that's gonna be, you know, still deciding some of these standings. If the team of Go Next can win, I believe, against Method Black and also against ABC, they will be able to snag on to that last spot for the circuit. So if Method Black wins this, we're pretty much gonna have our top 8 locked in here for Europe. I don't know which teams are gonna be qualified for that event. And, you know, actually, I played with Waz last night, so obviously today I'm going to be gassing him up and you know, reminding everyone how great of a player he is. But also he told me that, you know, with some of the changes to the meta, he expected the games today to be a lot quicker than last week, and he said that they could definitely lose to these guys. They're not going to underestimate them, and they're going to you know, show respect in this matchup.
All right, well, we'll see that series next up. After this break, we're going to come to Go Next versus Method Black. We'll be right back.
Seconds away from CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw the first match of this cup today. It was ABC versus Bergen boys. ABC was able to pull that off with a 3-0. Now we're moving on to Go Next versus Method Black. This is still a lower bracket game, you guys. And I don't know about you, Supertees, but I'm a little surprised when we're seeing Method Black in the lower bracket. Excuse me.
Yeah, they struggled with Diabolis in the earlier rounds of the open bracket. But now in the lower side, I feel bad almost in a way for Go Next because they're potentially not going to qualify to the circuit stage, and the first team that they have to beat in an attempt to qualify is Method Black. I mean, I feel a little bit sorry for them. At the same time, they do play a phenomenal Rogue Mage, and Rogue Mage is good right now. It could also be that Method Black have not faced a Rogue Mage Priest in some time, so maybe they're not warmed up to that matchup. It could be an opportunity for Go Next to find victory. My anticipation is that this is going to be a Rogue Mage Mirror, Paladin for Method Black, and Priest for Go Next, and it should be very entertaining.
Oh, it certainly should be. This is another elimination series. Loser of the series will get knocked out of the tournament, as we saw earlier with that ABC versus Bergen boys game. If we look at the bracket here, we're in the lower bracket right now. After this series, we're going to bump up to the top bracket. For the upper quarters, we have Wildcard Gaming versus Coffin Dance, and then Diabolis versus Enlight. And some really good games lined up today. I'm certainly excited for the rest of this day here. But Go Next versus Method Black starting up soon here. This is the blind pick. Then how important is it to win this blind pick game, the first map of every series?
Well, I would say that it is very. Oh, this is the best day ever. This is actually the
best. Forget my question.
Wow.
Let's talk about what we're seeing here.
We're not. Okay, so this is the best day ever. So I was gonna say I'll quickly answer your question. For Go Next, they are not very flexible, so they need to win the blind pick because Method Black will surely just counter them. So if Method Black wins, I think the series over. Go Next, though, there's a massive opportunity here. This is actually going to be unbelievable. I'm so excited. We got a Rogue Mage Priest Mirror. We got a Rogue Mage Priest Mirror. Go Next versus Method Black. Straight mirror. And it's going to be whoever plays better is going to win this matchup on the blind pick, which it's going to be nice to see.
I mean, Method Black did that on purpose, right? Like, they don't usually play this with a priest lately.
Yeah.
They're practicing for their mirror against ABC.
Oh, okay. All right, well, the doors are open. It is Go Next versus Method Black in a RMP mirror.
Ratapai gets to play his main discipline priest and go head-to-head with Chaz. I would imagine Go Next are pretty happy about this situation, but both priests in crowd control. Raikou pulls the trigger first. Big motorcycle out from Waz on a Fried Kitty, but Temporal Shield absorbed the hit, healing him, and they're actually going after Chaz with the Gladiator Spites, trying to overload his corruption. A risky strategy to go after the healer in a Rogue Mage Mirror, and it's going to cost them their ice block for that strategy choice and put them very far behind.
Yeah, this...
Get decent help there from Raikou. Raikou also able to secure a CC there onto Ratapai. It's going to allow Method Black to get ahead in this mage race. Ratapai trinketing now out of a polymorph. He did already use blind on the side of Waz with Chaz, taking so much damage here using that pain suppression. Could still be in a lot of trouble. Fried Kitty on the flip side though also going down here, Sid.
Ooh, half polymorph on Ratapai. Cauterize is about to trigger. Fried Kitty has nothing here. Blind half duration. Method Black close it out. Go Next tried to bring a surprise, going after the healer with the Gladiator Spites and trying to get an overly corrupted strategy going, but it didn't work. It backfired, and Method Black were quick to respond.
And like you guys were saying before this game, Go Next are not really that flexible. They don't have a lot of comps besides what we just saw there. So my question, it makes me wonder how this series is going to go here against Method Black then.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. That looked extremely one-sided. There was one moment in the game where Chaz was a little bit scared, but it just seemed like Method Black, they had a better game plan, a better opener, a better middle game, a better end game. Like, everything was looking better for Method Black. So if I was Method Black, I would just lock in Rogue Mage Priest. And I don't think, at this point, there's really anything Go Next can do about it except try to mirror them. And, I mean, that's obviously not an easy thing to do. Method Black, when they're looking this good on the Rogue Mage Priest, or just Rogue Mage in general, it is not easy to go toe-to-toe with them. So I think Go Next are going to have to seriously reconsider their game plan and figure out something, you know, a different strategy, just maybe go back to the traditional Mage race, and I think that should look a lot better for them.
Well, what do you think, Zico? Assuming that they're going to play, assuming that Go Next is going to play that RMP again, what do you think that they should do in terms of gameplay to maybe try and hold out a little bit longer against Method Black in hopes that they can maybe turn it around here?
Just play the Mage race and may the better team win. Like, I like what they're doing with the Sab Spite attempt onto Chaz. They're trying to punish that Relentless pick, but unless you have crowd control onto Waz when that happens, that's not gonna Waz immediately just went back, cheap shot at the enemy rogue, got his pressure on the mage, they force ice block. If you're doing that as the rogue, as soon as you've sapped the healer, you need to go over to the enemy rogue, cheap shot him, try to get a Garrote maybe onto Raikou, and then make your way back to the priest and blind him, because that way you're setting up your team for that triple crowd control, and you're going to have that big spite go. But if you don't do that, then Waz is just going to run circles around you.
Could they play anything with Shadow Priest?
Shadow Mage, Shadow Rogue.
I was wondering why they picked Tolveron.
Yeah, they just locked in Tolveron.
I thought Tiger's Peak would have been safer. It makes me wonder if they're trying to bait Method Black to change, and Go Next doesn't want to mirror. Like, they want to get the Rogue Mage into a Wizard matchup. Like, they're really hoping to get that and try and win with Spite on the lock. I feel like if I'm Method Black, I just play the same thing though until it stops working. But they're taking the time. They're going to switch to the Wizard Cleave. So Go Next, get the Wizards. And now, are they going to regret that? I mean, if they had picked a smaller map, Method Black wouldn't pick Mage Lock. So they picked this wanting Mage Lock. I hope they don't end up regretting it.
Okay.
I mean, you usually do. You're usually full of regrets when you're behind the pillar, and Mage Lock is just, completely owning you. But I mean, there is an opportunity here, like we talked about. There's been some significant changes that could favor Go Next in this matchup if they do decide to go with the Rogue Mage. I mean, Conflict and Strife isn't as strong. Mistweaver Monks, Life Cocoon was nerfed a little bit. Versatility in general isn't as powerful, so we could see Go Next go for, a Gushing Wounds play to try to push Method Black over. So I don't think Go Next is really out of it, and they had to kind of expect this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if they didn't expect this, I would be absolutely baffled with their decision making.
All right, well, we're seeing Go Next respond to that Method Black Mage Lock composition, and Go Next is going to play Fire Mage Rogue. Now we're seeing Fried Kitty play that Fire Mage. What do we think the advantages of that are, Zico?
Well, the Frost Mage is going to have more control, more snares. Basically, the Frost Mage, in short, wants to, try to extend the game and then win, later on. Whereas the Fire Mage wants to try to set up, a one-shot or force people back with how much pressure you have. And then, if you have a Warlock or something on your team, then that Warlock can kind of help keeping them there and make sure that you slowly win. So, in short, Fire, more burst, Frost, more control, more survivability.
Is this wise, do you think, against the Mage Lock on Tolveron?
Yeah, I think when you're playing against the Priest, you have an automatic win condition, which is, at some point, the Priest is going to have to start healing with Shadow Mans, and it's going to really tax his mana. Even if Ratapai goes full, mana per 5 build, and he goes double, mana regen trinkets and everything, at some point, on 5-10% dampening, he's going to have to just spam out inefficient healing to just keep his teammates alive. So I think it's smart because the Frost Mage is going to make it a little bit more annoying for Go Next to get their setups, to get out in the open. And also, if they ever have to go back behind the pillar, the Frost Mage has an advantage there as well because you have better poke damage and also AoE slows.
What about Fire Mage though for Go Next, Ben? What do we think about that over Frost?
Well, it's just more burst oriented, right? So, I mean, Fried Kitty is going to have a lot more burst damage at his disposal, and I think that's how Go Next is going to win. It's not going to be about consistent damage. It's going to be all about a big one-shot with either spike trinkets or crowd control on Chaz, and they have to win with as much damage as possible and as short of window as possible. And I think that's something that Fire Mage excels at, so it kind of makes a lot of sense that Fried Kitty is going to be going with that as an option. I think as the Frost Mage against Raikou and Swapsy on the Mage and Warlock, you'd probably just get bullied way too much, wouldn't have that same sort of burst, and I just don't think it would work out nearly as well. And I think that's one of the reasons why we see Fire Mages so prevalent with the Rogue Mage right now.
All right, well, the game is going to be starting pretty soon here. Go Next certainly feeling the pressure. They're one game away from being knocked out of this tournament. Method Black up 2-0, really showing these guys why they deserve to be back up in that upper bracket position. But Go Next, this is a team full of veterans. You know, Radapai, Valet, Fried Kitty, and Ashley, all super, super good players in their own rights, of course. And we've seen success with all of these players on a team before. So certainly wouldn't count them out of the running yet. It is Go Next versus Method Black. Are they going to be able to turn it around here on Tolvaron?
I think the strategy is going to be kind of predetermined based on the essence selection. If Chaz is running Conflict and Strife, I don't want to see him as the target. But if he is running Vitality Conduit, I think swapping to Chaz is a great choice. The standard strat, I think, for the Rogue Mage here would be to just sit on the Destruction Warlock, use Gladiator's Spite as much as possible, try and overload him, and then move into Crowd Control Chaz. But again, if Chaz is not running Conflict and Strife, I would love to see swaps to the Mistweaver Monk. To me, the one weakness of Mistweaver, if there was a weakness to Mistweaver, is when you're being targeted and you have to move and deal with multiple interrupts at the same time. And if you don't have the Conflict and Strife to bolster yourself up when you're stunned, it becomes that much more difficult.
All right, let's see. Raikou in the midfield. What is he going to be looking to do? Throwing in a Frozen Orb on Radapai, just trying to slow him down, and that's going to be Raikou's job. Swapsy is going to be in a lot of trouble, and we have to see Raikou try to defuse that. Let's see if he can do it. Swapsy getting low very early on. It is going to be the Unending Resolve, and this is the big one-shot I'm talking about. And Chaz actually hit a full polymorph, might just win in the opener. Swapsy gets 5% health and taken down. That is the risk when you go against the Rogue Mage Priest, and that is what I was talking about. I mean, this could definitely backfire for Method Black. I don't think they were expecting that, and
pressed every button.
It's crazy.
That was Life Cocoon, Vitality Conduit, Unending Resolve, Dwarf Ratio. They pressed every button.
It's spite, man. What can you do?
I've never seen Mage Lock end before 50% damage. What just happened?
I told you, man. I actually, you know what's really funny is I've been playing a bit of Mage Lock. I've been playing a little bit of Mage Lock on live. I think you were actually watching my stream while I was doing it, and we were getting owned by Rogue Mage every game. I was playing with Azale. So I was looking for this game as like, what can we improve on, you know? Like, how is Method Black going to win this one? And it turns out it looks about the same as when Azale and I were playing it. I can, yeah. Method Black should not lock in Mage Lock. They looked amazing with the Rogue Mage Priest. Just play Rogue Mage Priest, play the mirror, stop trying to get an advantage, just outplay them like you did in game number 1. And I mean, I feel like if they try to get too fancy, Go Next is going to be able to capitalize on that. I mean, look at that game. That was an absolute blowout. Method Black got completely owned, and now Go Next, they've managed to tie up the series. So I would expect we go to kind of a neutral map, and Method Black is going to be looking to just play RMP into RMP, because I don't know if Mage Lock is going to work against Rogue Mage Priest, especially one that can play this aggressive. I think we all do.
People don't like my voice, but like that's why I was making the voice.
Dude,
like,
I was
they
so
pressed
confused.
every button at a really high health. Like,
I'm
yeah,
gonna be honest,
okay,
man, I was
Spidey's down and versatility got nerfed. Okay, they pressed every defensive cooldown at full health.
I'm gonna be
died
honest.
through
I
it.
was trying to cast the last few moments of that game, and I wasn't sure if you were having a medical emergency. Like, I was like, what is happening? Like, should we double check on Sid? But yeah, definitely I can understand that. After some of the games we saw last week and how long they were going into dampening, yeah, seeing a Warlock get obliterated like that, yeah, it's interesting to see for sure. And I mean, that's what some of these changes can really do. And I think it's going to be risky for Method Black to play the Lock Mage again, and they are going to be going with just a straight up mirror. Zico, what do we want to see from Go Next in this one? Yeah, maybe there's a reason why they want to take some risky strategies, but I think Go Next. I mean, this is a team Ratipai when he plays the Rogue Mage Priest, and I mean Fried Katie and Ashley, obviously they're great Rogue Mage. Ratipai at this point, I mean he's just been so consistent.
Wait,
He's been
Zico's
so
gone
consistent
too. Okay.
on the Rogue Mage Priest. You're just. Okay, everyone's muted. At this point, this is just a two-person show. It's just going to be super.
See, they messed up. They tried to mute me because I was too annoying with my high-pitched voice, but it just... They can't. I'm too strong.
Can somebody just say that it's not on my end? Because I feel like this is going to give me like,
either.
oh, Zico muted. Zico muted, but I'm not muted. Like, it's not on my end. So that
Diabolis is writing their tweet right now,
Oh
Zico.
my God.
Zico and I just can't stop muting their mics is what I just heard.
Come
but yeah.
on.
All right, here we
Okay,
go.
I think
that-
think we've been freed,
That was a low
Zico.
blow.
I think they can hear us now.
We're back.
Good. You
Are
can,
we back?
I just want to take this moment to throw the production under the bus. That was not mine or I's fault. I'm just kidding. Don't write no mean
Now you're going to get a lower third. You asked for it.
we're gonna come out of this game. We're gonna
As
have
soon
a
as I
mean,
forget
a
to
mean
mute.
lower. I didn't say anything. That is all Zico, man.
As
all
soon
right.
as I forget to mute one time, it's gonna happen.
Hook point, small map, Rogue Mage Priest Mirror. Zico, you want to see just a standard mage race coming in from Go Next, and it's like we kind of talked about. I mean, for Go Next, there's so much on the line. Method Black, they're very comfortable. They could lose this series. Obviously, they don't want to lose. Method Black is looking to assert absolute dominance in Europe, but if they did lose for Method Black, it's really no big deal. For Go Next, there's literally everything on the line, qualifying to the next round, so they need to win this series, and I think this is a great opportunity. You're not getting counter-comped. At worst, you go into a mirror matchup. Like, your destiny really is in your own hands, and I mean, on some level, if you're not going to win the Rogue Mage Priest mirror, then you have no one to blame but yourself, right? So I think for Go Next, this is a tremendous opportunity they have against Method Black, and I
in a lower bracket elimination round, you're mirroring somebody like Method Black. I mean, what is the or on the side of Method Black? You know, they just had a really quick game end right there from Go Next. What is the pressure like for these guys? What is the mental aspect in a game like this?
I feel like if you're Go Next, you're pretty happy. Like, you only play Disc Priest, really, and you get a Disc Priest mirror.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like Ratipai should be really happy about getting this matchup, as opposed to last week where it would have been a Mistweaver dampen fest where he wouldn't be able to keep up. So I think that if you're Ratipai, you're pretty happy about it. Method Black, I feel like, should be more stressed, even though they're not risking their qualifications. It would not be very good for them overall. The tournament seemed to be eliminated so quickly from Europe. We're seeing a lot of the top teams struggling. I think Method Orange didn't make it to top 8 in Europe. Method Black, they're obviously not out of it. And this Rogue Mage Mirror looked heavily in their favor. But at the same time, I think Go Next tried a cheese strategy with the Spite. And now having seen it, they're like, maybe we shouldn't do it in the next time. So this is a standard game where both teams aren't running Spite. This is going to be the real test of whose Rogue Mage Priest is better.
All right, well, we'll find out soon enough. 1-1 versus Go Next versus Method Black in this mirror. Starting here.
All right, well, here it is. Go Next, Method Black, 1-1. And this is going to be on hook point. Let's see if Method Black can assert the same sort of dominance we did see in game number 1, or if Go Next is going to find a little bit more control of the matchup, because what we saw in game number 1 is they tried to go after the Priest, and that definitely can work. If you can get 3 Spites on the Priest, you can really overwhelm and all in him, but I mean, Method Black expertly diffused that situation. I don't think that kind of cheese tactic is going to work against a team like Method Black.
Oh, they're doing it again.
Match.
They're doing it again. They're still running the Spite strategy. Is Chaz going to be overwhelmed here in game number 3? Go Next are committed to the Spite strategy. Even having lost game 1 trying to utilize it, they're sticking to their guns. And now the paint suppression trades, but Fried Kitty is absolutely being obliterated. Seconds within the match. Mass Dispel on the ice block. This is it. KO. This strat's not going to work. Method Black are too good for this cheese. Go Next need to go back to the drawing board.
Go Next, they're throwing away the series. I really don't like what they're doing. Method Black is just perfectly diffusing. You know, we're even seeing Waz just save his kidney shot, put a kidney shot on Ashley, and then that's a really difficult spot for Ashley to be in. If he trinkets, you just get full blinded if Chaz is in trouble. And yeah, I mean, I can't help but feel like Go Next, they're trying to just cheese, but it's not working at all. And unfortunately, they've thrown away 2 games and maybe thrown away this entire series.
Trinket out of the blind, whereas Chaz, he wants to sit through the CC chain, and then after that he doesn't have to worry about things like a Dragon's Breath poly that much, and just in general he's going to be sitting shorter CCs. So they want to punish that, of course, by trying to do a setup with those Gladiator Spites, but I feel like they're not holding him in place long enough. I mean, last time they didn't even commit the blind on Chaz, which is the entire advantage of him playing Relentless if you're going to go for that line of play. Not only did they mess that up completely, but once again, they're just giving up way too much freedom to Waz and Raikou when they're going for that Priest strategy, and that's putting them too far behind. Go for the Mage Race, and if you lose during the Mage Race, at least you got outplayed. Now they're just going for a strategy that just doesn't seem to work, unless Chaz makes like a huge error, or if they get really lucky with, 5 things from beyond spawning or something.
All right, well, Go Next. They've locked in Ashmane's Fall. Now it's Method Black's comp choice. Do you think they're trying again, Supatese, to...
Debating it again. If they lock Mage Lock again, I would be really
surprised. There's no way.
Yeah.
If Method Black locked Mage Lock,
I would laugh at them.
I would actually be like, okay, what is happening?
You guys are safe. Don't worry. They locked in Rogue Mage again.
Yeah, good. All right, here it is.
Swapsy's so sad.
All right.
And I'm telling you, I'm going to be even, what would even annoy me more is if Go Next played Rogue Mage Priest and tried to all-in the Priest with Spite. I would actually just throw my heads up in the air. And
just mute yourself for the rest of the broadcast.
Yeah, that would be hilarious. If Method Black did it and it worked, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, I think that's what they should do. They'd be like, oh, is that what you guys trying to do?
This is how you do it.
Well, why don't you just do it like this? This is how it's done, guys.
Okay, so Go Next. Let's just give a TLDR. How do you win this game if they do that same comp again that we've seen them play for this whole series? Like, what exactly do they need to change if they want to try and win against Method Black here and maybe turn it around?
Well, they need to just change their strategy. They're trying to go for a cheese with the Spite trinket, the Gladiator Spite, and overwhelm Chaz with corruption and basically just all in him. But Waz knows exactly what to do, Raikou knows exactly what to do, and without the help of Ashley kind of shutting down Raikou and Waz are just keeping Rattapie in crowd control. They're bursting through, all of Fried Kitty's defenses quite easily and basically tossing Go Next aside. So what we want to see from Go Next is they need more control on Raikou. We want to see Ashley go after Raikou so he's getting garroted and he's getting kicked and kidney shot, and they can actually slow down the game a little bit, get crowd control on Chaz, and then maybe push through and take Raikou down. So we basically want to see Go Next do what Method Black is doing, and they have to do it better if they want to win this. And if they don't, then the series and their chance of qualifying, it's over, unfortunately for them.
Well, either way, what a great series this has been. It's really not often I feel like we get to see Method Black in a mirror, Subatees. Why is that, do you think? I think we've talked about it before. They really are they just trying to maximize the risk that they're taking? Like, if you play a mirror, it's kind of a riskier strategy.
You then said before, I think in the last tournament, that Swapsy says if he can play a matchup where he can play badly and still win, that's the situation that they want. So in a Rogue Mage mirror, you can't play badly and still win because it's a mirror. If you play badly, you're gonna lose. So it's more of just trying to get a strat and a comp advantage. But now you're seeing the Rogue Mage mirror a lot more because the Gladiator Spite is back. I think that was a big factor. Conflict and Strife not applying to Kidney Shot, massive factor there. Versatility as a whole going down, massive factor there. Life Cocoon being a longer cooldown as well, contributing to it. So Discipline Priest looks to be a lot more, a lot better overall in the meta. I think that's also why we see teams like Unitas in North America, as I'm imagining they played Priest in their matchup against Method Orange. The Rogue Mage Priest that they were just owning with at the start is going to be back. So the Rogue Mage Priest here, it could be a good opportunity for Rattapie. I mean, they need to win this series. I think they need to win one more and then beat ABC, and they could qualify potentially to the circuit. So they've got a mirror. Stop throwing it away with the cheese. Just play the standard Rogue Mage strategy. You've got a meta that's now built for your team, and you've got a mirror. So there's really no excuses here. If they don't manage to pull it off, then they're not hitting the cutoff, and they'll have to come back next time stronger and better.
There's a dumb joke in there somewhere about Rattapie and cheese. It's a rat.
Oh.
I'm not gonna go for it though. Okay. I don't think. Well, it's a method.
You kind of did, yeah.
I kind of in an indirect way, but it's Method Black versus Go next. Pressure is really on for these guys. Can they turn it around, tie it up 2-2, or is Method Black going to send them out of the tournament?
All right, here we go. Waz going to be moving in. He gets the sap on Rattapie, and they're going to do it. They're bad men. They're going for the all-in. Chaz gets caught into a blind, and it looks like a complete role reversal here for these two teams. Rattapie's in some trouble. He did Trinket out. The barrier will drop as well, and let's see if Gonex can punish it as well as Method Black did. Raikou now with his combustion doing some damage onto Rattapie. He's getting overwhelmed. He's traded out everything. Trinket, Rapture, Pain Suppression, Power Word Barrier. I don't know how much longer Rattapie is going to be able to survive. I think if they can get one more setup or maybe just outright kill Rattapie, this would be absolutely, completely unbelievable.
He's dead. I think he's just dead here. Chaz is in a poly. Rattapie is going to get KO'd with the same strategy. He's at 10% with Desperate Prey to kick the penance instantly. Is there a counterspell? There isn't, but it doesn't matter. Method Black take the cheese strategy and say, here's how you do it. Win the game in less than a minute with the same strategy that Go Next were getting stomped with. That was BM almost. That was like...
That's what we literally said before the game started. We're like, yeah, it would actually be kind of funny if Method Black now did that strat and killed Rattapie with it. And they did.
That's feels bad. We're going next. Like, they gotta be like, okay.
Okay.
Well,
F's in the chat, boys. Definitely.
Definitely.
An unfortunate series, not the way we want to see any team go, but Method Black will be advancing to the lower finals. But let's talk about that setup, Zico. Explain what you guys are talking about for those watching at home about sort of duplicating the strat from Rattapie's team.
Well, essentially, what Rattapie's team is trying to do is they want to sap the priest and then blind him, and then the gladiator spite him. And while he's in that sap, that trinket is going to stack up Rattapie's corruption, and Nizov is going to start spawning things that are making Rattapie take a lot of extra damage. The thing is, Method Black actually did it way better because they didn't allow the rogue and the mage to just farm, Raikou when they went for the setup. Instead, they made sure that they get the sap, they start setting up CC, and that Raikou is going to be a bit free during that setup. They force out the trinket, they force out the pain suppression, they force out pretty much every cooldown on the first kidney, and on the second kidney, they get him super low, and then they have good, interrupts with the kick on the penance and the Dragon's Breath. Gentlemen, able to take the game. They actually, even if they didn't kill him there, as soon as Spite was ready again, which would have been in about 20 seconds, they would have just blinded Rattapie and spited him. Blind sheeped him or blind ringed him.
All right, well done once again by Method Black. Moving on in the lower bracket here, and you got to give credit to Go Next. I mean, it's certainly no easy task to face off against Method Black, especially in a mirror composition. So we've eliminated 2 teams already today. Now we're going to be hopping up to the upper bracket. It's Wildcard Gaming versus Coffin Dance. And I think, Elliot, it was you that mentioned you were excited about this series.
I definitely am. I mean, for Coffin Dance, they picked up Rezus on their roster, so that gives them a lot more flexibility. They can play stuff like the Demon Hunter Windwalker, even the Warrior Windwalker Monk, which we've seen teams like Space Station Gaming play. So we'll see if Coffin Dance does that. But Wildcard Gaming, they've been looking extremely dominant in this region. But I think this could be a difficult test for them. I think Coffin Dance, they've got some solid answers. And if anyone has a chance to send Wildcard down to the lower bracket, I think Coffin Dance, they got a good shot.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen Wildcard Gaming play some super clean matches as we saw them dominate the bracket last week. So we'll see that series coming up soon with Coffin Dance. We'll see if that roster change will help them against Wildcard Gaming. So stick around, we'll go to a break, and it'll be Wildcard Gaming versus Coffin Dance coming up next.
crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadow Stone, the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Welcome back, everyone. We've already seen 2 teams eliminated out of the tournament. Only 6 remain. Now we're jumping up to the upper bracket. We have that Wildcard Gaming versus Coffin Dance series. Wildcard Gaming, absolute powerhouse of a team, Stupid Teas. I feel like this is going to be a difficult matchup for Coffin Dance.
But at the same time, I feel like there's no other team in Europe that plays a Demon Hunter Warrior at the same level as Coffin Dance. So they have that going for themselves. As sort of an X factor. Wildcard Gaming, it's unlikely that they have Rogue Mage, so that's not going to be an option. Coffin Dance, we're struggling a lot with the Mage Warlocks, but I don't know if it will be as much of a struggle. This is a series where I'm not entirely sure what the blind pick is going to be looking like. If I'm Wildcard, I say, all right, Coffin Dance is a Warrior Demon Hunter team, so we should play Frost Death Knight and play maybe Windwalker Death Knight. And look for they could even run a Spite strategy. They could do double Monk, Frost Death Knight. And then Coffin Dance need to be like, okay, they think we're going to play Warrior Demon Hunter, but we're going to play Windwalker Demon Hunter, and then we're going to race and kill their healer instead. So it's like a little bit of a mind game between them in the blind pick, and depending on how that goes, could determine the entire series, really. But Wildcard Gaming could be tested because these are compositions that really no other team brings going head-to-head with them.
That is true. Coffin Dance, some different compositions that we haven't quite seen yet, especially with that Warrior Demon Hunter, like you mentioned, Supatis. Zico, do you have any idea maybe what we could be seeing Wildcard Gaming face off against Coffin Dance in this blind pick?
They could go... Actually, let's take a look at the meta first. What healer do you guys think we're going to see? Because Mistweavers did get nerfed. We might still see Looney on that Mistweaver. But I feel like comps that kind of relied on the Mistweaver healing, like Warrior Fire Mage Mistweaver, I feel like that comp, for example, which is the main comp of Wildcard, or one of them, I think that comp is not going to be as good in this patch. So I doubt that we will see them run that. I could see them running something like Ellie Mage though, because that looked super scary yesterday. They could also do some kind of they could run TSG or like a melee cleave, maybe with a Frost DK if they want to get the head that way as well. Or they could do Boomkin Ellie with a Holy Paladin. Looks pretty good too.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Wildcard Gaming. Here it is, Ellie Boomkin, Paladin. This is kind of a pocket pick for them against Cleaves. So, I mean, I could definitely see this working out. They've had great success with it in the past. For Coffin Dance, though, this composition, I think this is nice. So we're going to finally see Rezus and Tren together in this matchup. The Windwalker Demon Hunter. And let's see if they can pull it off. I mean, both the Windwalker and the Demon Hunter are going to be able to provide a lot of magic damage. So, the inherent tankiness of Zipa and Maro with that really heavy armor. And we could see Rezus and Tren actually just penetrate through and really cause some pressure here on the Wildcard Gaming.
I feel like with the versatility reductions, Bouncer and Elemental Shaman are going to be a lot easier to kill. Also the leg sweep, basically Rezus' damage during leg sweep got increased by 50% because Conflict is no longer fully being applied to it. I'm interested to see how they play this matchup. They're running the Mana Rift strategy, so they're looking to burn out Looney's mana pool for a late game kill just on pressure. Early game, it looks like they're focusing on Zipai in terms of damage, stunning him up. But with Thorns activated, they could take a lot of damage choosing to attack into it onto Zipai. Rezus is trying to switch targets, doesn't want to attack into the Thorns, trying to get after Maro, but he's making it difficult, bouncing his way over to the outskirts of the map. Tren jumping over for another Mana Rift. Looney breaking out of that one once again to dodge the purple circle on the ground and avoid having his mana shredded away. if Tren and Rezus don't start taking some burst damage soon, I feel like their comp is going to win the late game. Here, finally, Lightning Lasso with a Cyclone. Good setup, and that gets them Gladiator's Medallion from Tren.
Ooh, Tren definitely going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Looney getting caught into a stun. They're really putting on the pressure. And Rezus is going to be playing full versatility, so just super tanky in this matchup. He's got the lingering Psychic Shell as well, but there's been good pressure for both sides. Lone Tar mana is doing quite well. Looney actually a little bit behind, a minute in, already burning through about 20% of his mana, and that could be, a serious consideration here for Coffin Dance, getting these mana rifts consistently onto Looney. I could see Coffin Dance pull ahead and just mana, and potentially actually close out the game with Looney being completely
It's so weird. I thought that the Boomkin and the Ellie would be wearing Verse gear, but they're wearing Gushing Wounds. It's doing a ton of pressure here. 2 targets low, a full Cyclone. This could be it. Spirit Link misses. Lone Tar whiffing the Spirit Link totem, a very important defensive cooldown, blown out of the way from the lineup of Coffin Dance, and these solar beams every minute are going to be devastating if they cross crowd control Rezus with that Hammer of Justice. This is looking good for Wildcard Gaming. A full Hex slips through, unfortunately breaking early. That could have been the end of Tren here and now if it had not broken out. Coffin Dance looking to try and get their composure. They are running full versatility. The builds are almost flipped the way that I would have thought they would be. I would imagine the Wizard Cleave wants to be full versatility, drag the game on, but no, Coffin Dance want to be as durable as possible and land these mana rifts and try and win by running Looney out of mana. I would like to see Tren run away right now, literally right now, before they engage crowd control. 3 seconds until that solar beam is up. Tren uses Metamorphosis to jump on Looney. He needs to be careful. They're getting ready to set up here. Solar beam available. Looney gets imprisoned for a moment. Pressure on Z-Pi. Some signs of life here from Coffin Dance, but that solar beam is still a threat. 7 seconds away from Incarnation. Mara waits to line that up. Looney rolls in for a stun, gets intercepted though by Tren. Everyone on Wildcard Gaming stunned up moments before they're going to make their push. They're trying to recover. Looney is struggling. Lightning Lasso, Hammer of Justice, but not fast enough. They stop the Lightning Lasso. If Looney is in trouble, he gets reversed on his Hammer of Justice, and things are starting to fall apart for Wildcard Gaming. Their entire health pool's down at half, the mana at 30%, and suddenly the lead that they were building has been lost.
Yeah, Rezus under a little bit of pressure with the lingering Psychic Shell. He's actually pushing forward with the Touch of Death. They're going after Looney, looking for that Blessing of Protection. They might be able to just take him down here if he's not careful. Double stun coming in. Looney getting some big off heals there. Looks like he will be able to survive. He actually gets purged and interrupted. Do they have the burst damage? Just outright take him down during the silence. They do not. But Looney is burning through his mana quickly. In the meantime, though, Rezus getting attacked. He's under fire. Retreats to the pillar. Going to be able to completely recover. But now, we need to see Tren and Rezus actually make an offensive push here onto Looney. Not allow him to drink. Keep landing the mana risk. Because Looney, once that Avenging Wrath is gone, I have to say, it looks like he's going to be in a lot of trouble here, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the end of the game. Gladiator's Medallions are available for Tren and Lone Tar. They're going to have to make a swap to Rezus, maybe an all-in with a Blessing of Protection. I could see that as an option for them, but because Rezus and Tren are switching targets so frequently, it's really difficult for Morrow to anticipate where he needs to allocate his thorns, and he wants to be maximizing the value from that. He's had it available for some time now. He's going to get his proc on that Incarnation, but gets wind sheared. He's not really able to maximize too much damage. Cyclone Rezus, swap over to Lone Tar, catching him out in midfield. Love that mid-game adaptation by Wildcard Gaming. Lone Tar looks unfazed, though, from the swap, making it back to the pillar and now recovering. Tren, when he gets out of this Cyclone, likely to use that Metamorphosis, playing Conflict and Strife to reduce the cooldown, to get some extra mobility, get around the map, and look for some mana rifts. Solar Beam onto Rezus, Lightning Lasso on Rezus to prevent the Tiger's Lust. Good cross there. Rezus going to use Lingering Psychic Shell, duck for cover, while Tren goes for more mana rifts. Doesn't look like Looney. Oh, he's going to use the Divine Shield to break the stun and avoid the mana rift, using his cooldowns to avoid mana rift rather than stay alive in the fight. That does open him up as a target later on, but it secures his team maybe an extra minute in the fight. Lone Tar gets stunned up. They're going after Rezus. There's the Karma. Where's the Bop? Are they going to go all in with the Bop? They do go all in. Rezus anticipates it, activates Diffuse Magic instantaneously, ports behind the pillar. Lone Tar looks to recover. Now they swap back over to Tren with the Lightning Lasso. Out of range of Rezus. He tries to use Ring of Peace, but knockbacks don't interrupt it. Able to disrupt it in those final moments. Coffin Dance don't panic. They hold on to those Gladiator's Medallions. They just need a couple more minutes of Tren's mana rifts, and they could close this game out. But Looney's sitting for a drink while Coffin Dance look to recover. Rezus immediately realizing that, charges in and denies it. Lontar's in a Cyclone. He can't save the team. Trending in to save himself with that lingering Psychic Shell. Hide around the corner. I love the bobbing and weaving from Coffin Dance, going in and out between offense and defense, splitting their targeting, really making it difficult for Wildcard Gaming to drink and also stay alive in the fight. They just need to keep it up a bit longer.
Ooh, one thing I really want to point out here is the inevitable truth for Looney. He used his Divine Shield, a 5-minute cooldown, at 5 minutes in the game. Here we are, about 1 minute and 10 seconds later, and he has only 1:45 left on the Divine Shield. So it's already shaved off around 2 minutes, and that could continue to, go down and be lowered. But we could see Looney with basically a 2-minute Divine Shield in this match if he gets lucky with the inevitable truth procs. Definitely curious to see when that is going to be off cooldown once again. We see Rezus in a little bit of trouble, but he's just pushing. It will be the Vitality Conduit from Lontar, allowing him to keep playing aggressive here onto Looney. The Divine Favor will top him off. Unfortunately, no Purge from Tren, no Purge from Lontar. And it looks like Looney will be able to survive, but, I mean, it's the mana rifts, which are so scary. Mara right now doing some good damage with Zeepai. The Lightning Lasso onto Tren, a full Cyclone onto Lontar. Tren with his Metamorphosis, with his Blur, looks like he will be able to basically self-sustain, even with the crowd control laid down. And, I mean, as this game plays out, I mean, Looney, he's been able to kind of manage his mana. There's been good pressure for both sides. I think this one is much too close to call at this point.
I love the Cyclones on Tren, trying to disrupt the mana rifts as much as possible. It's going to be a major contributing factor if Wildcard Gaming are able to pull this off. Lontar's dogpiling on top of Looney. They're trying to go for a kill on the Holy Paladin, punish that Divine Shield. It's 6 seconds away. Another mana rift slipping through. A Lightning Lasso over to Lontar. Both teams switching onto the healers, really mixing it up. But Lontar has the benefit of that Pack Spirit Ghost Wolf healing, whereas Looney doesn't. He's going to have to cast his heals. He can be interrupted. It will be very difficult for him to recover. He's so low. He wants to save Divine Shield to avoid a mana rift, but he might need to use it to just stay alive in the fight. They're just constantly chasing Looney straight down at this point. Rezus getting Cyclone on his cooldowns. Good Cyclones from Morrow. Root Solar Beam onto Lontar. No Tiger's Lust for a moment. Now sprinted out of it, but sprinted into a full Hex. Good punish by Zeepai. They're not able to crack through the lingering Psychic Shells, though. Looney does manage to at least use his Divine Shield to avoid a mana rift and hold on to that sliver of mana that he's held on to for the better part of 3 minutes at this point. Lontar's mana isn't looking too good anymore, and Dampening is a double-edged sword. It could backfire on Coffin Dance.
Absolutely. Like I said, Looney's been able to maintain his mana very nicely at this point of the game. Actually going to be crossing the map right now, just consistently threatening those drinks. And now it's Rezus once again, forced to run away, and it will be the Lightning Lasso that forces out the Trinket, the Touch of Karma, and things are slowly but surely falling apart here for Coffin Dance, but they're pushing forward. Zeepai uses the Astral Shift. I mean, Coffin Dance, it looks scary for them, but they are really pressuring Wildcard Gaming here at 22% dampening. Nice Cyclone by Morrow, slowing down Rezus just a little bit, but still, Rezus extremely vulnerable in this situation. You can see he's got no defensive cooldowns whatsoever, has to be very careful, but with Lontar there, looks like he will be confident enough to push in and just stop the drinks from Looney. They have to stop the drinks from Looney. If Looney ever recovers his mana, the game is over, but it could just be over right now. Full Cyclone on Lontar, Tren into the Lightning Lasso, but the Trinket Spirit Link from Lontar is more than enough to keep him alive.
That was super clutch. Rezus used his Fort Brew to get more health so that it would split with Tren and give him a little bit of extra survivability. At this point, what do? You're deep in dampening. Lontar gets stunned up in midfield. He's being blasted down by the Balanced Druid Elemental Shaman, surviving the stun and looking to try and duck for cover, but Zeepai's right on top of him. They shred off the Gladiator Safeguard with a Purge. Lontar line of sights the Wind Shear, catches a couple heals, pulls himself back to about half health, dropping the Earth Elemental on Zeepai, trying to get just as much damage as possible here, deep into dampening to end the game. Rezus now out in midfield, gets the Vitality Conduit, along with that lingering Psychic Shell. He should begin to recover. Morrow looking to try and get in position, gets Ring of Peace away. Zeepai running for the hills at the moment. Looney has basically no mana. Zeepai just needs to avoid damage and let Morrow do the heavy work in terms of the damage, and he is doing a lot of work getting Tren's Blur out of the way 12 seconds before his Incarnation. That Incarnation with the Lightning Lasso will KO this game in about 5 seconds if they set up a good crowd control chain. Cyclone on Rezus, Solar Beam on Lontar, Lightning Lasso on Tren. That utilization of those 3 crowd controls will instantly obliterate Tren. Maybe they don't even need the crowd control this deep into dampening. They're just going for the Incarnation, trying to power through. They drop the Darkness to negate the damage, but the Solar Beam has landed. It's in the darkness. Lontar can't stay in its cover. Now Lightning Lasso on Tren, but it's into the darkness. It's not going to do any damage there. They're switching over to Morrow, stunning him up, popping the bark skin to try and stay alive. Looney gets stunned up again, looking for mana rest, but Morrow's very far on the back foot. Looney goes for a big Divine Favor, gets purged on it. Not able to connect as big of a heal this deep into dampening, but look at the mana. It's totally tied up. Lontar's caught again out in midfield. Zeepai and Morrow tearing in. Star Surge, Lava Burst, Star Surge. Astral Shift trades for Lontar at 20%. He drops the Earthen Wall Totem, but they can't stay inside of its defense and chase Morrow. They have to give up the defensive position of the Earthen Wall. They're all at half health. They're rotting down to the dots of Morrow and Zeepai. Those gushing wounds really sinking in. They drop down the Thorns to try and get even additional counter pressure. Rezus redirects it with Karma back onto Morrow. Looney's sitting with that Hand of Sacrifice. He has it as an option, finally trading it out. Hex Lightning Lasso, but Rezus rolls over to interrupt it. Beautiful disruption by Rezus. Lontar dogpiling on top of the team. They need as many interrupts as possible to close this game out. It's do or die. The mana is absolutely taxed on both sides at 40% dampening.
Yeah, Looney, he really doesn't have any tools left to work with after this Avenging Wrath. He needs to keep Morrow alive so they can continue this push. Rezus with Diffuse Magic just continues to push forward with Tren. Morrow just tanking him, though, in bear form, just going to be moving around, trying to avoid damage, basically allowing Zeepai to completely carry the game. Rezus forced to use the Transcendence to get behind the pillar, but he recovers. Both healers completely out of mana at this point in the game. Lontar getting solar beamed into a root. Very nice Tigers left there by Rezus. Will free him, but still, there's just no healing left for Lontar. The last line of defense really is going to be that Spirit Link Totem, but that might be enough for him to feel confident to continue this push on tomorrow. Getting caught in cat form into a full leg sweep, now into bear form. Morrow just trying to survive, trying to allow Thorns to basically redirect and deal all his damage. It looks like he will be okay. Looney with great healing. I mean, still, this is anyone's game.
How are these teams still alive? These healers are experts, both Looney and Lontar. Dragging this game on at 50% dampening. No mana remains for either side. Looney's imprisoned. Morrow's in trouble. There's not much defense. He's on the run. He goes for the Incarnation to try and counter pressure. Lontar ducks for cover around the corner. Morrow is being overwhelmed, but Tren really doesn't have anything. Who's going to fall first? Here. Barkskin on 1%. Barkskin on 1%. Morrow just holding on to dear life in bear form. They're bombing in the heals to try and stabilize, but it's not enough. Lontar could still go down if Zeepai can stay on target. He's stunned up. Choosing not to trinket, sitting the stun, trying to take them down by himself, but at this point, I don't think he's going to be able to pull it off. Rezus ports back. Coffin Dance trying to recover at the pillar. Tren closes the game out by killing Zeepai, and Coffin Dance have defeated Wildcard Gaming.
Now they are up 1-0, and, you know, Windwalker, a Demon Hunter, it's not really something we see very often, Zika. What is it about that comp that we saw in that last game that was working?
Well, the Windwalker Demon Hunter, you have two melees who are going to be, hybrids, very mobile if they're facing off against casters. The good thing about it is that you're going to have that mana rift, so you can still, compete in terms of mana and maybe even win on mana. But the other thing is as well that you're going to be very mobile to, kind of duck and go back in. You can teleport behind a pillar as a Windwalker, and then you can just Flying Serpent kick, and you're going to be back on your target. Kind of similar for the Demon Hunter with all the dashes. And, they played a good game, honestly, both of these teams. A lot of close calls, a lot of good swaps onto Lontar, close calls on Looney, close calls on Morrow. I think both teams played a good game, but I think ultimately what it comes down to is I think the Versa was a little bit strong here for Coffin Dance. They were able to get a lot of extra uptime because of that Versa.
It is now Wildcard Gaming's map choice. Supatees, what do you think their move is here? Are they going to try and get him to swap off of that comp, or could they maybe try at it again to with the same strategy that they had going into game one, maybe the same comp?
Well, I like that they did Holy Paladin. I think Mistweaver would have just died outright to the Windwalker Demon Hunter, so I think the Holy Paladin was right in terms of the matchup. The Balancer and Elemental was showing potential. I think their setups could have been better, especially because there's no Gnome Racial for Lontar to get out. He needs the Tiger's Lust. So getting crowd control on Rezus with Cyclone or Hammer of Justice, Solar Beam on Lontar, and then Lightning Lasso on Tren. I feel like if they repeated this, or Lightning Lasso on Rezus, they could go on Rezus and do it the opposite way. But they have to crowd control all three players, so Tiger's Lust doesn't remove the Solar Beam, so Reverse Magic doesn't remove the Solar Beam. But they have the ability to execute crowd control on three players. If they do that, I think they can win before dampening and before Lontar's totally out of mana. And if they just have better execution with that strategy overall, it's a way for them to win. They could do a comp change. They could bring Morrow on the Fire Mage. It would be basically the same thing effectively as the Balanced Druid, but They're going to have a bit more instant cast damage with the I think the combustion is a lot more threatening. But they lose out on the dots and the dampening. I feel like the Boomkin Elemental could still win this matchup. They just need to crowd control better. The timings need to be better.
All right, well, Wildcard Gaming locking in Tolvaron Arena here. Now it's Coffin Dance's comp choice here. Ven, do you think that if they do decide to go with that Windwalker DK once again, is that going to be a comp that's viable here on Tolvaron?
I think so. I mean, both the Windwalker and the Demon Hunter are exceptionally mobile in this matchup. It seems like they're kind of okay to be in the open for a long period of time. Lone Star has been able to back them up quite nicely on that Restoration Shaman, with clutch Spiritling totems, as well as, trading out that Vitality Conduit to keep them nice and aggressive in the match. And they're not afraid, if they need to run behind the pillar, kind of recover their mana. I think the one thing that's nice about Tolvaron Arena is the fact that Looney's just going to be able to create a lot more space. I think a main win condition for Coffin Dance was the fact that they were able to go after Looney a lot. They were able to get those mana rifts consistently. I think just because of the nature of Tolvaron being not only a larger map, but also having really big pillars that Looney can utilize and implement, it's going to be easier for him to actually sit down, recover his mana. So even if we see the exact same matchup, I think the map just plays into the favor of Wildcard Gaming.
All right, well, 40 seconds left for Coffin Dance to pick their composition. I'm curious, though, we've only seen one game, I guess, with Coffin Dance with their new roster on that composition here, Supatees. Do you think, though, this is something that would do well against other teams as well if they chose to run this?
The Windwalker Demon Hunter? I think it's an incredibly underrated comp. I mean, I played it a bit on the ladder, but I'm a Resto Druid. It's not as good if you run it with another healer other than a Druid, but I think it is really underrated.
You think it's better with
It's got mana rift potential. Whether or not, I think it was better than Unholy when you could Reaping Flames the Unholy pet, but now I think a lot of teams are still playing Frost Death Knight when they don't need to in the matchups where it's hard. They were playing it because they just got Reaping Flamed as Unholy. So whether or not it's actually better, I think is up for debate. I think it's still pretty sturdy overall. It's really good into the Boomkin team because they can switch targets. They don't have to just attack into Thorns. So whereas the Death Knight's not going to be able to switch targets nearly as much. It's just a bit more a flexible version of the Windwalker Death Knight. I wouldn't say that it's distinctly better or worse. But I think it is good on these big maps because you have super high mobility, whereas the Death Knight and Dampening gets stuck out in the middle and can't go anywhere. So it's an X Factor comp. I think it's an underrated one. Whether or not it's actually better than Windwalker DK, I wouldn't want to say. I feel like it is still competitive, though.
What do you think about that, Ven? Do you think there's a reason we're not seeing a lot of Windwalker Demon Hunter when we compare it to Windwalker DK, or?
I'm not sure. I mean, both the comps have different strengths and weaknesses. I would say the Unholy Death Knight, it synergizes more with the goes with the Windwalker. So you obviously you have grip where you can bring people in and you can get the double stun setups. You have stuff like Dark Simulacrum, so you can steal crowd control against casters. Things like Polymorph or Cyclone, and you could try to win in that way. I would say Windwalker DK in general is a lot more go-oriented, whereas the Demon Hunter Windwalker, it's mostly just you make great individual plays. Of course, you can converge on the same target and put out a lot of burst, but it's more kind of withering the mana bar down, and that's the main strength of that Demon Hunter. Is it does have mana rift, and slowly but surely, if you're not able to drink, when those mana rifts land, you will eventually be going out of mana, and that's where that pressure starts really adding up for the Windwalker Demon Hunter. So really durable, really mobile composition that they have, a lot of consistent damage, but more so than anything else, it's that mana rift that makes it so deadly.
All right, well, both comps have been chosen. Wildcard Gaming, once again, going with that balance. Ellie, Looney on the Holy Paladin into Coffin Dance, who we just saw them win that first game. Zico, what do you think about this? Is this kind of what Wildcard was sort of hoping this match would be, and they wanted a rematch against this composition?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they set themselves up for the best map, so they were definitely going with some kind of wizard cleave. Maybe they were, because they took a while to lock in, maybe they just needed to go to the bathroom, or maybe they were thinking about, maybe we go Frost Mage Ellie and try to, use the map that way, or maybe we go Fire Mage Ellie, or maybe we just play Moonkin Ellie and go Versa gear instead of Gushing. I'm sure that there's going to be some kind of changes in terms of how they approach the matchup, whether that's with, how they make their gear, or that's with how they actually play the game. Maybe they swap targets a bit less and try to go for more, CC and just kill the DPS. We'll really see. I think they're gonna probably swap out some of their gear. I would guess that maybe Maro would go a bit more Versa, or he might go a bit more Versa. I feel like Zipai is gonna go full gushing no matter what, because Zipai, he likes to do damage. So we'll see what Maro and Looney end up doing in that.
Oh, you know what's actually interesting is Looney went Divine Vision to reduce Gushing Wounds damage by 15%, and Rezus and Tren didn't play Gushing Wounds. So he just didn't have an honor talent, basically. Like, there's no value from it outside of that.
Yeah.
Wait, he can go Shadow Aura as well.
He did play Shadow Aura, but Rezus and Tren aren't playing Gushing. So this honor talent is doing nothing. He could have played Avenging Light, got more damage.
The one he has now?
It's like it's a mind game right now, kind of.
Yeah. It's the same for mages. You can go Dampen Magic and reduce Gushing by 20%. But if there's no Gushing and there's no Shadow damage, then
Completely worthless, yeah.
it's a worthless talent, and you could have gone for, something like Netherwind Armor maybe.
All right, well, the game is starting soon here. Wildcard Gaming versus Coffin Dance. Coffin Dance winning that first game, as we just saw. Both comps are being played again by both teams here. We'll see if Wildcard Gaming has something figured out to try and beat this Windwalker Demon Hunter comp, or is Coffin Dance going to put 2 games against Wildcard Gaming?
I feel like it was really close game 1.
It was.
I think Wildcard Gaming can definitely take this. I like the swaps to Lone Tar when it's good, and then in between that, I just want to see them get triple crowd control, drag Rezus and Trend into bad spots. If they're going Maro, then Zipai tries to Hex Lone Tar as crowd control. If they're going Zipai, then Maro uses Root Solar Beam instead. I think if they flex between who is looking for crowd control and who's focusing on damage, that they should be able to pull this matchup off.
Yeah, definitely possible here. They got a lot of tools at their disposal, lots of crowd control, lots of bursts. If they're playing Gushing Wounds, it's a lot of damage as well. But, Coffin Dance, it's like I kind of said, these guys are expert cleavers. Tren, Rezus, you also have Joe, don't forget, on this roster. It gives them a lot of options, and Lone Tar has really been able to support them remarkably well on that Restoration Shaman. It's been looking really good for the Coffin Dance, and so far they're up 1-0 against Wildcard Gaming, which I would say most people probably didn't expect. Wildcard Gaming, they've been very dominant. They're going to be looking to battle it back here on Tolvaron, but I can't help but feel if they can't win on Tolvaron with this matchup, I think Coffin Dance is going to be walking away with this one.
That swap to Lone Tar almost clutched out a kill. Trend ducks over with the reverse magic, saving Lone Tar. And yeah, Looney actually changed the talent. He's not running the Shadow Resistance or the Divine Vision. He went Avenging Light. So every Holy Light he casts, 30% of the healing is converted into damage around the target. It's a lot more pressure, especially when you're playing a damage spell cleave like the Balance Druid and the Elemental Shaman. The pressure for Wildcard Gaming in Game 2 should be a lot higher than it was in Game 1 as a result of this decision. You can see it in the health bars. Rezus and Trend are not sitting at 100% health like they were at this point in game number 1. Lone Tar, I love the Zipai potentially should go out into the open field corner. Right now they're kiting between the 2 pillars, and Lone Tar can just go pillar to pillar. If they maybe play out in even the starting room or just out in the far corner, they could get Lone Tar in a good position for a swap. They're playing Bash this game instead of the instant cast Root. This makes me think Wildcard Gaming want to just kill the whole team. They don't even want to try and win with crowd control. They just want to have dots on everybody, have Looney drink, do Avenging Light damage on Holy Light, and just blow up the whole team. I think that's going to be their game plan. It could work.
Well, I feel like Root Beam wasn't getting them any value. Tren has Reverse Magic for the Root. Rezus also has Tiger's Lust, so they have to get triple cross crowd control to get utilization of that. And that big pressure you were talking about is starting to really add up. Tren and Rezus both do around 50% health. Lone Tar finally able to connect some heals. But, Wildcard Gaming, they're looking good. Just way more damage overall. I think this is a better strategy. And I think Lone Tar could really struggle with this pressure as the game goes on. But Tren and Rezus, they're going to be looking for a little bit of a split strategy here. Rezus going now after Zipai. Good damage. Looney sneaks away, recovers his mana. And this is something I said in the pregame is, Looney, if he can maintain his mana, I don't know if Coffin Dance is going to be able to win this one, and I think it's just going to be too difficult for Tren to push forward and actually get those mana rifts consistently. Nice Hammer of Justice coming in from Looney as well. It's going to be slowing down the team, and you can see Wildcard Gaming, they're happy to just hit anyone in this match.
Yeah, it's going to work. They've built the characters for a strategy to just destroy 3 targets at the same time. Looney is running double mana regeneration trinket, realizing he really only lost because he was out of mana. So this is a good strategy adaptation by Wildcard. And how do Coffin end this game before dampening overwhelms them? They're not running Looney out of mana. They're running the mana rift, but they haven't really even been able to find one. Lontar is just dying to Zeepai around the corner. He's trying to recover, but there's a Solar Beam available. He gets stunned up by Zeepai. Morrow going for the kill. Solar Wrath after Solar Wrath. Lontar runs around to the other side. Looney looks like he wants to move in as well to close this game out. This map selection and strategy adaptation for Wildcard Gaming looks solid in game number 2. They stun up Trend. They're going after Lontar. Now switching back over to Trend with the remainder of the bash. Pressure onto Rezus as well. No karma for him. He could be susceptible to a Lightning Lasso. Morrow now being pushed back a bit. Do remember, if Morrow's running that Gushing Wounds, he doesn't have that added versatility to be durable. It could backfire on him. He's stunned up. Looney's trying to bomb in some heals. Popping that Metamorphosis. Trend really digging in here on this push, trying to get a sacrifice forced from Looney, but with Avenging Wrath, they're not going to find it. And now the Holy Lights with Avenging Wrath increasing their healing are going to do a lot of damage to both Rezus and Trend if they're hitting the same target. They're both currently hitting Zeepai, so these Holy Lights from Looney are going to actually hurt them. They're switching off the Holy Light cast, but Rezus gets caught out in midfield. He pre-lingerings, he pre-Fort Brews, he ports back after the stun. They swap over to Lontar for a moment. If Wildcard Gaming set up drinks and keep up this pressure, I'm worried for Coffin Dance.
Yeah, me too. I mean, they're just rotting down. They haven't been able to recover. Things are looking great here for Wildcard Gaming. Rezus low trades out that Diffuse Magic, but now no karma. Diffuse Magic's going to be on cooldown. He gets Wind Sheared. Lontar's struggling. He's been able to maintain his mana. They have been holding on in this match, now actually recovering as well. I mean, Coffin Dance definitely not out of it yet, but those scary situations are when Wildcard Gaming, they really start snowballing, and Coffin Dance is going to have to pull back, give Lontar a moment to breathe in the matchup, because this is like one of the worst things that can happen when Trent or Rezus runs away and the other one stays in the open. That's when we see pressure points all over the place for Wildcard Gaming. They're able to capitalize on any of the melee that are overextended, so I really want to see Coffin Dance kind of work as a unit here. I just feel like there's going to be this constant threat of whatever melee is left in the open being taken down.
They're trying to stay on Morrow, but Zeepai is tearing in here. Big Stormkeeper. Earthen Wall soaks the hit by Lontar. Lontar trying to reposition. Gets caught out in midfield. They purge off the Ghost, so if they're going for the kill, Reverse Magic stabilizes Lontar. They also remove all the dots as well. Perfectly timed Reverse Magic by Tren. Zeepai, Lightning Lasso's up. Trend to try and keep him on the back foot. Lontar slowly but surely recovering. It will be difficult for Lontar to drink. Morrow with that Starfall around the corner. And Lontar's just dead. He's just outright dead. Morrow absolutely snipes him from left field. The full Gushing Wounds, Avenging Light, Balanced Druid, Elemental Shaman, Holy Paladin is absolutely owning game number 2.
All right, Wildcard Gaming tying it up against Coffin Dance. Now they're 1-1. We saw Lontar go down there super quickly at the end. Zico, what exactly was their different approach here going into the game? How are they able to secure that victory?
Definitely the map. I mean, right there at the end, they definitely got the kill because of the map, I would say. I mean, it was a little bit lucky to have exactly enough damage there with that Star Surge, but definitely wouldn't even have been possible, right, if it wasn't for the fact that Lontar needed to cross all the way to the other side behind that pillar, and that just gives, basically the map makes it so people have to stay in the open longer. So whenever you're in a situation where you get swapped to and you're forced to run away, getting to safety is going to take you a lot longer time, and that's always going to be in favor of the casters. So I think they did pretty similar strategy actually to game number 1. They were going, for the DPS, and then when Lontar comes out, they hardged him and try to swap to him. And this time it worked. It worked for them. Game number 1 was super close, so I like it.
Yeah, game number 1 was super close. We did see Wildcard Gaming go down, though. Now they've tied it up 1-1 here, Supatees. Do you think, though, that they've kind of figured out this Windwalker Demon Hunter composition? Like, is this a reliable strategy that they can carry out the rest of the series with?
I think a smaller map, it'll be a lot harder to avoid being mana rifted. And then, like Zico just said, it's a lot easier for Lontar to be able to just be on a pillar for most of the game. I don't think it would be worth... There's a talent Cleansing Waters for Shaman to remove dots. on Chain Heal and Healing Rain. I just don't think you're going to get value out of it. I was trying to think if there's something he could run to try and counter the dots, because when we saw the Elemental Shaman Shadow Priest in North America, running a Vision of Perfection Mistweaver was a really good counter. Running a Mistweaver in general could be an option, so they could do double Monk Demon Hunter instead of Lone Tar on the Shaman if they really want to get some extra value. There's still some counters though, because they can purge the Renewing Mist, but they do have the option to switch him.
I feel like Lontar is gonna get untapped if he goes on that Monk.
On a small map?
Destroyed.
Especially on a small map. On a big map, he can kind of just stay back and channel Renewing Mist and take no risks. I could see it work there, but on a small map, I feel like I'm not gonna have the best time.
All right, well, Coffin Dance on their composition choice. We'll see soon here what they lock in. If they go with that Demon Hunter Windwalker again, Zico, what can they do? They're now on hook point. How do you think this comp will do on this map here? We were talking about how a smaller comp might be a little bit more difficult for Wildcard. How can we expect this game to play out?
A lot more aggression if Wildcard doesn't just do a classic Wildcard here, where they just flip the map on its head. I could see something like, you know, Blizzo being tagged in on his Warriors, Zeepai coming on a Frost DK.
Nope.
Nope. They're just gonna go for the same thing. And honestly, I think it's pretty smart. You play same composition here, and you have a pretty good chance of winning. It's a swing match as well, and if you're able to win it, you take it to Asha mains later on, and kind of secure the series there. If you're wild card for Coffin Dance, they're gonna have less time to get back to the pillar. They're going to be able to, go in and out much more and have setups going much quicker. No healer will be able to drink here, which I think should favor Lontar. But I don't think it's going to come to that. I think it's going to come down to, either Lontar dying in like a Hammer of Justice Lightning Lasso, or perhaps Tren dying with like a Cyclone on Lontar or Solar Beam or something like that.
All right, wild card, locking in balance. Ellie again. Coffin Dance responding with the Windwalker Demon Hunter once again. Ellie, what do you think? We've got the same compositions here. Coffin Dance is picking that same comp that we saw. It's 1-to-1. I feel like it's anyone's game here at this point.
Picks, right? I mean, Coffin Dance, it's going to be to their advantage on hook point. Much more difficult for Looney to sneak away, get out of combat, drink, recover his mana. Much more difficult on a small map like Hook Point, and that's kind of what we saw in the Grand Arena, and that's when slowly but surely Coffin Dance did develop a lead. That being said, Wildcard Gaming, I think their strategy is just a lot better in general. I mean, they don't need to go for setups, just do damage, survive as much as you can. When Lone Tar peeks into the open, if Rezus and Tren overextend, then poke Lone Tar, force him back to the pillar, force him away from the fight, don't allow him to be in range of Wind Shear and Grounding Totem and Purges, and if you do that, you hurt the offense of Coffin Dance, and not only that, Lone Tar opens himself up as kind of a vulnerability in the match, and I think Wildcard Gaming, they're going to be looking to exploit that. I think getting away from the Root Beam and going for the bash and just all-out damage is a much better strategy for Wildcard Gaming. They're going to find more reliable wins, but I mean, Coffin Dance on the small map, theoretically, this map should give them the edge, but I'm just not sure. I have to see it play out with Wildcard Gaming's new strategy.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before with Wildcard Gaming. They're put in those high pressure situations where they encounter something that maybe they didn't immediately have an answer to, but we see it with this team where they sort of figure something out. We see it progress throughout the series, and now Coffin Dance, to me, it seems like they're going to have a difficult time here. Subati is catching up.
I mean, the other thing, too, is they could wear Gushing Wounds, Rezus and Tren. That's where the mind game comes in. Like, if Looney doesn't have Divine Vision to reduce the damage of Gushing Wounds, and Rezus and Tren both put that on, I mean, it could flip in their favor. I'm actually a bit worried with them defensively, though, if they don't run the Verse. I'm not sure if they'll survive a stun if they're not running versatility with the full conflict. It feels like they almost have to. So Looney shouldn't really be in a mind game situation. He should just play Avenging Light every game. And then if they do play Gushing, they're probably just going to die. The pressure seems really high right now from this composition, in particular with the Holy Paladin. But it is a good map. Looney won't be able to drink. It'll be easier for Tren to get over to land mana rifts. Lone Tar won't have to cross out into center field nearly as much. So this should play out better for them overall. 10 seconds away. Coffin Dance bringing in a unique composition. The Windwalker Demon Hunter. They have Joe on the bench as well, but I think it's unlikely we see a Warrior into these Elemental Shaman teams. I feel like they're just going to get absolutely smacked. So Joe's not going to be much help for the team here in this series. It's going to be up to Rezus, Tren, and Lontar.
Yeah, and let's see if they can pull it off. Rezus and Tren going to be moving forward. I do expect this game, I mean, of course it can end at any moment, but it feels like dampening is kind of required if both teams are making good trades at this point in the game. Tren and Rezus, they're just going to be going after basically the closest wizard. So Maro and Zipai, whatever one is closest in the match, they're going to attack them to basically reduce the threat that they can really go after Lontar and not overextend themselves in the match. Tren lands 1 mana rifts, and it's these mana rifts that are going to be really scary, but another big setup here on the Lontar. Rezus backing him up with a few Vivifies of his own, keep him alive during that stun lock, and Lontar already trading out Ascendance, trying to recover through the initial burst of Wildcard Gaming.
I mean, they're still not. Ascendance is up. The biggest team healing cooldown probably in the game. He can't even get his team back to full health. He's fully hexed now. Lingering Psychic Shell from both Rezus and Tren to trade throughout that hex. And they manage to stay alive. They go for the Touch of Death. They're trying to push Zipai over, but Looney's in a solid spot right now where he can just bomb and heals. I mean, Zipai's not even getting tickled by that Touch of Death. Rezus now getting stunned up. Zipai Maro moving in. Incarnation up. They could swap to Lontar. They need to purge off that Ghost Wolf that he's in. They're just attacking into it. He should be able to recover through that. Now they're going to switch their damage back over onto Rezus. Tren jumping in, looking for a stun mana rift, but I'm not even sure the mana rifts will work. Looney's build with the double mana trinket, the Fangs of Intertwined Essence, and the Forbidden Obsidian Claw. I feel like as long as he's using these claws on the monk images, because there's so many ways to remove it, he's going to guarantee that mana regeneration and be able to keep this game going for some time. And I mean, we're not even 2 minutes in, and Lontar's already burned through Ascendance, Healing Tide Totem. His team is never getting back to full health. I'm worried for Coffin Dance.
So am I at this point. There's just been such good setups coming in from Wildcard Gaming. Tren is getting low as well. Could just get taken down, but it's going to be the Lingering Psychic Shell, that defensive tank trinket, to keep him alive. And I mean, Rezus and Tren both getting a lot of value out of that trinket in this matchup. Maro really looking to make an offensive push here. But he does, of course, going to have that big Incarn up in around 18 seconds. Tren caught into a Hammer of Justice. Do they have the damage? Is that a line of sight? Unfortunately, not going to be able to really capitalize on too much damage here. Looney with the Divine Favor tops everyone off, and Wildcard Gaming does recover, but you can start seeing the rot pressure. I mean, Lontar, from the beginning of this game to right now, I mean, as long as it's been going on, he has been struggling to keep his team alive. Maro and Zipai have been putting out a ton of damage.
Yeah, Maro's dropped the defensive trinket,
and
that's just it. He's going to get KO'd. The Spear Link doesn't come out in time. Wildcard Gaming close out the small map even faster than the large map. It might not even be the case that the large map is better for them. It might just be any map is good.
It seems like to me, Wildcard Gaming, they found the strategy. Just do damage, get your stuns out, and the pressure just seems really overwhelming. I mean, from Coffin Dance, they are absolutely struggling to, be out in the open, stay on one target as long as they need to start really developing momentum. And there's such a big problem where you have to swap between the Moonkin and the Elemental Shaman because they're both very durable, and they also have extremely low cooldowns, defensive cooldowns they can rotate through. So, if you go after the Moonkin and you get his Bark Skin, and then you're forced to go after the Elemental Shaman to get Astral Shift, and then you have to go back to the Boomkin, he has Bark Skin back up, and it's just really hard to develop momentum in the matchup.
Especially without Maledict. I had to squeeze it in, you know it. Well, it kind of reminds me of that final, I think that final that Wildcard had versus Enlight that went all 7 games. I feel like that one is a great example of why Wildcard are so annoying. Like, okay, you beat our Mage Warrior. All right, now you have to beat our Malaclave. All right, now you have to beat our Mage Ellie. Now you have to beat this. And like, if one thing works, good luck. Like, they're so good at so many different types of comps. You know, melee cleaves, melee caster, double caster, different versions of double caster as well. And they're also, you know, individually, I think they're some of the best players on their class. You know, for the most part, everyone on that roster is like, I would say top 2 on their class for sure. And then you can make some arguments, but I think that combined with the deep pool roster, combined with the fact that they're very smart with picking, they know that, okay, they're going for a small map, maybe we should lock in this other comp that we have, which is good into everything they have, and it's going to be favored on the small maps. Just things like that just makes them, that's why they're winning so many tournaments, you know?
No?
Oh, I
the
like
same,
the vest!
I'm wearing the same thing all day. I've been wearing the same thing
He's
all
been
day.
wearing it the whole time.
Chad said something nice about me? Wow, I might have to read it more now. Oh, you were muted for that whole thing. Damn.
Are
Wow.
you still muted or are you good?
Was that on
Okay.
you or?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back here. My name is Rich W. Campbell, and today we got some exciting games here for you all. And Rookie, what do you think here in game number 3? What are we going to see?
I think we're going to see the same matchup, to be honest, and it will be. It's going to be Dalaran Sewers, another small map, Coffin Dance. It seems like this is their best option. It kind of makes sense. I mean, Rezus and Tren, they have a lot of defensive cooldowns they can rotate through. They've got Mana Rift, they've got great mobility, which is what you want against, you know, Zipai and Maro on those 2 casters. So Coffin Dance, the composition makes sense. I don't really think that, you know, bringing in a warrior coming in from Joe would really, you know, give them a better chance in this matchup. I just think they have to play it better. They have to look out for those one-shots, but it just seems like at this point, Wildcard Gaming kind of has their number, and they have the winning comp/strategy.
Yep, they have their number and they have them on speed dial. Dalaran Sewers here, Sid. What do you think about this map? Is it going to be enough here for Coffin Dance to play their song?
I mean, I
I'm
might have to break
embracing
out
the
their
full
song.
Rich right
I'm
now.
gonna have to play their song for them, I think. What are their options? I mean, you chase Looney around, you're going to die to Gushing Wound, Ellie Boomkin 100%.
This would actually be... I was going to say, this would be the one time I want you to play your flute. I'm going to be honest.
You want me
Oh,
to play
can
it?
you? Do you
you
know,
know
how
the
to
song?
play the song?
Let me get the sheet music.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, well, you do
I'm
that.
going to
I
have to
mean,
alter it a bit, you know, DMCA, I'm going to alter it.
Yeah.
So-
Remix. DJ Sydney.
I
Right.
love that. That's actually the one time I got a big thumbs up there. Very nicely done. All right, for Coffin Dance, their time is now. If they can't do it, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're going to be going up against ABC. Is that true?
Does it flip if they go down? Loser at
Isn't it
C29.
ABC versus
I'm gonna look at the
Method
bracket.
Black?
They don't fight
It's
ABC,
Me-
they fight Method Black if they lose.
Yeah.
Okay,
They
well,
fight
yeah.
the winner of ABC and Method Black, no?
Okay, well, no. They are just going to be playing up against the Method Black, I believe. So definitely not the spot to be in, going down to the lower bracket, fighting for your life against Method Black. So they got to really make a final stand here.
It's going to be a tough day for Coffin Dance. You have to face Wildcard and then face Method Black if you lose immediately afterwards. Solar Beam on the whole team. Hammer of Justice on Tren. Rezus pops that lingering Psychic Shell, stabilizing while his team was locked down in stuns. And it looks like they're trying to go after Zipai and Maro at the same time. They're going to be splitting their damage up and now bouncing back both onto Zipai. Trying to really make it difficult for Looney to anticipate who the target is going to be. But Lontar's out in the middle. He's getting blasted out here. He needs to get back to cover at the boxes. Maro laying in, and I mean, this is making me want to play my Boomkin, get full Gushing Wounds up and just kill everybody. That sounds pretty fun.
Well, I've got a Frost Mage with 8 Gushing Wounds, so we might have to make that happen. Lone Tar caught into a stun. Do they have the damage to push him over? Looks like Rezus and Tren going to be following it up, trying to, force Morrow to play a little bit defensive here. But Looney just keeping him alive, keeping him nice and healthy. And already Lontar is forced to trade out that Ascendant to keep his team alive. That's a big healing cooldown from Lontar, and it just really shows how much damage Wildcard Gaming is able to put out. The gushing wounds are really paying off for them here.
All right, this is looking solid. I'm wondering if this is the comp they're just going to run for the entirety. I mean, maybe Rogue Mage. I feel like a good Rogue Mage is going to give it a run for its money, so moving forward, I'll be excited to see that. It's been kind of a battle of who's the king of the wizards at the moment with all the meta shifts. Zipai is on the back foot, though. They've worked through his Astral Shift. They've worked through his Divine Shield, but now a Lightning Lasso. They are able to disrupt it with the Imprison. Tren ducks for cover at the waterfall. Lontar at the boxes. Rez is pushing forward to get pressure for his team. Switching over to Morrow, not wanting to line of sight downstairs, but they're going to have to chase. And that means Lontar's baited it back out into midfield, and they've been gunning for him time and time again. As soon as Lontar gets out here, they target him as well. Tren gets stunned up, dispelled, but now Lontar is bashed out of Ghost Wolf. 2 Star Surges, Lightning Bolts straight to the face. He's going to activate that Astral Shift, duck for cover downstairs, try and take advantage of the positioning that Wildcard Gaming were utilizing, but now he's fully cycloned, and Wildcard Gaming just know how to play out every map. Lontar's having such a tough time keeping his team out of crowd control, keeping them on target without dying himself. I mean, he's consistently below half health. Zipai is just chasing him, pinning him at the boxes, swapping back to Rezus. Rezus portals away. Now Tren's left out in midfield. They could go after him. This is looking very difficult for Confidence. They have to win 2 games to stay in this upper bracket and avoid Method Black in the lower side.
Yeah, and this is the easy game for them. If they end up winning this game, we're going to Ashermane's Fall. So that is not going to be easy for the Coffin Dance. But Rezus, it does look like he is trying to make an offensive push here with the Storm, Earth, and Fire. But you can see Wildcard Gaming, they're all just full health. They're actually making a push onto Lontar. Preemptive Vitality Conduit. Looks like he will be able to survive. He actually grounded the Hammer of Justice, I believe. So really nicely done there by Lontar. But Rezus just down to 5% health. What is this damage? Morrow is killing everybody. Lontar is dead once again. He's trying to get behind the pillar. Rezu struggling to keep him alive, and this is not the type of pressure you would expect Coffin Dance to be under in this matchup. They barely hold on, but Sid, they just cannot make an offensive push.
Lontar got interrupted on a heal. If there's a stun, he's going to die. There's a stun. They interrupt the Lightning Lasso instantly. Beautiful interrupt by Rezus. That was easily going to be Lontar's life, but they didn't stop the stun there. He's ducking and goes. So if they're pinned at the boxes, Zipai on the left, Morrow on the right, bullying Coffin Dance, just standing right on top of them. Lontar has somehow managed to pull his team back from the brink, though. But he's just constantly being targeted. Morrow is just chasing him at the boxes. Zipai dragging Tren out of position. Double stun lock. Is Morrow going to get a solo kill on Lontar? Rezus backs him up with a Ring of Peace, bouncing Morrow away. Now they swap back over to Tren. He has to hide around the boxes. Looney's got Avenging Wrath. They can't afford to attack into that Avenging Light from the Holy Paladin for too long. It's shredding them at the moment. Lontar wrapping around the bottom side, trying to avoid crowd control. He's got the Earthen Wall down on the boxes. He should begin to recover. Thorns is active. They have to switch targets. They go after Morrow. Looney's mana is maintaining at a healthy margin. Tren gets stunned up around the corner. Vitality Conduit to stabilize him through that Lightning Lasso. Now they just switch over to Rezus, bouncing around to all 3 targets of Coffin Dance. And Wildcard Gaming are slapping right now. This comp looks really good from them.
I mean, it absolutely does. And Wildcard Gaming is always the team to pull off something like this. Rezus trades out the Touch of Karma once again. Sacrifice from Looney will deny the Touch of Death damage. Let's see if Rezus can hang out there. We will get knocked away. Nice thunderstorm there by Zipai, creating a lot of distance, forcing Rezus behind the pillar. And now they go after Tren. Tren's getting low. Lontar all of a sudden has to play catch up on both Rezus and Tren, but finds the big heals they're looking for. And this is the problem. Both Zipai and Morrow are perfectly happy just running away. If they go after Morrow, he's going to run away. If they go after Zipai, he's going to run away. And we've seen great pressure for Morrow and Zipai. Whatever one isn't being targeted is able to get up tons of damage. Set up onto Lontar occasionally in the matchup as well. And I mean, we are just entering dampening now. I can only imagine that things are going to get very, very difficult here for Lontar. Tren, Rezus, Lontar, they're all just going to be running around the pillar. They do not want to deal with this Incarnation. If they can stabilize now, then make an offensive push after Incarnation, that's going to be their moment. But still, I mean, this damage is just overwhelming from Wildcard Gaming.
Oh, Rezus bashed up in midfield. Lontar moving in, catching that Vitality Conduit, grounding Totem to stop some damage as well. Recovering with the Ascendants. he's stabilized, but Mana Rift is just not an option. Looney can drink. He's running Mana Trinkets. The Mana Rift is absolutely doing nothing to Looney's mana bar. They're not building any advantage in that regard. They're going to need an overwhelming amount of burst damage on Morrow. Deep into dampening is the only way I really see them winning this fight. They're not deep enough yet to find that opportunity, and they've had quite a few close calls already before it. Now at 9% dampening, Mara and Zeepai moving out into midfield. They Solar Beam Lone Tar on cast. Rezus gets stunned up. He has cooldowns to trade. He's going to activate that Lingering Psychic Shell. Tren lands a Mana Rift, but it doesn't really matter. Looney's build is just absolutely countering the composition that Coffin Dance have decided to lead with. After he put that Avenging Light talent in, they are just decimating them with nothing but pure damage at the moment. Rezus and Tren are just trading cooldowns to stay in the fight and try and hit anyone, but even though while hitting them, they're not moving any health bars. They're trying to run around the corner. Looney's rolling up. He gets it paralyzed. Zeepai rolls in to try and stop it. He gets imprisoned, and Lone Tar actually got a drink. That was clutch crowd control by Coffin Dance to get Lone Tar back into the fight.
Ooh, and they will be fine. Coffin Dance does manage to hold on. They're going to stabilize. 15% dampening at this point. Looney's mana is just absolutely full. And with the way they're playing, I don't expect any pressure on Looney's mana. They just have not been able to get the mana rifts. They cannot make an offensive push. Lone Tar actually almost gets taken down by Zeepai and his Lightning Lasso. Lone Tar recovers, but Coffin Dance forced to the pillar once again. I mean, this is absolutely best case scenario for Wildcard Gaming. They can actually just keep this cleave at the pillar, running away. And I mean, eventually, as long as they don't throw it away, I mean, Morrow getting a little bit in trouble there, but Frenzied Regeneration going to be enough. Lone Tar once again caught into the bash. Big damage coming in from Wildcard Gaming. Darkness is traded out. And look at them. They're all just hiding, Sid. What are they going to be able to do?
Lingering Psychic Shell being shredded. There's earthquakes on the boxes. Zeepai's just dropping every single bit of damage to get a triple kill on match point against Coffin Dance. They've got Spirit Link Totem. That doesn't do anything if you're all at the same health. They're just all dying. Lone Tar's trying to bomb in some chain heals. Looney's even dropping BM Consecrations on the box, just maxing out their damage to the limit. And if they stay stacked up, that Holy Light with Avenging Light hits 3 targets. I don't think that's recoverable. They need to push them off the box, but Lone Tar gets interrupted. Zeepai's chasing him down for the kill. Sky Fury Totem is down. Huge pressure. Looney's moving in. He's got Avenging Wrath. They could just stand right on top of Looney or Lone Tar and close this game out. One more interrupt on a heal. They're dropping the Earthquakes, praying for a stun proc. Tren jumps over it, landing the double stun, going for the Mana Rift, but Looney's still basically maxed on mana. Tren stunned out in midfield. Lone Tar stunned up as well. Tren ducks over for the reverse magic. Chain heals bombing in from Lone Tar at 24% damage. That drink that he got earlier is the only reason that they're even still in the game. Praying on a miracle here on match point. Lightning Lasso damage. Lone Tar on the run and Ghost Wolf once again. But when he runs away from Zeepai, he runs into Morrow. He's either getting Lava Bursted or Star Surged. He needs to deal with the Wind Shear from Zeepai. Solar Beam comes up in 14 seconds. The damage is starting to subside a bit here for Wildcard Gaming as Incarnation is no longer active, and Coffin Dance finally get a moment to breathe.
Yep, that moment to breathe is definitely going to savor that moment as well. Lone Tar, is he sitting down for a drink? There's no way he's ever going to drink in this matchup. And quite frankly, I don't think he's going to need the mana. I don't think it'll ever come down to that in this matchup for the Restoration Shaman. Rezus now pushing forward, and there have been a few close calls. I mean, we're talking about Coffin Dance basically being completely dominated in this matchup so far, but they can still do it. However, I mean, Looney, he's got 2 Blessing of Protections, he's got Sacrifice, basically his entire defensive arsenal to rotate through at this point. I mean, I feel like Coffin Dance, they need a little bit of a miracle here if they want to win this game on Dalaran Sewers, but maybe go after Looney. I mean, Looney, he could be in some trouble if they get the Divine Shield. It will be the Avenging Wrath. That will empower his healing enough to survive. And now, I mean, Morrow and Zeepai, they're creating opportunities here on the Rezus. Tren, can he continue this push? Really is the question. Lone Tar in the midfield with his 2 cleavers as they want to make kind of a final stand here. I mean, they've been forced at the pillar for so long. They need to try to get some damage rolling, but it just doesn't seem like they're able to. Look at Wildcard Gaming. They're all perfectly healthy. Lone Tar getting bashed up with a beautiful preemptive Astral Shift. Should be enough for him to survive. But that is as well his Ascendance. So he's traded out 2, basically all his major defensive cooldowns, and his entire team is dying.
Chain heals bombing in. Zeepai finally being pressured, but he's back to full health instantly. Lightning Lasso over on a Tren. Earthen Wall's defense has faded. Morrow moves in for the kill. He gets bounced away. They have to drop the Darkness. Is there a Thunderstorm for Zeepai? Doesn't look like it, unfortunately there. Stunned up by Rezus. They're in panic mode at the moment to try and get into this fight. Morrow looks for a Cyclone. Lontar wind shears it. If he gets Cyclone, Trent is easily going to die here. Thunderstorm bouncing them off the side out into the open. Morrow sitting right on top of them, but he may regret it. He is taking quite a bit of damage. Hex going to break and be dispelled by Zeepai. Lontar's team in trouble. He's got Spirit Link Totem. He can bank that out to try and go for a push, but he gets stunned up. How is he not going to trinket this? There's no reverse magic. He's managed to sit through it. Triple stun by Tren. Nice stall out by him on that Demon Hunter. Finally, signs of life on Zeepai. He's at about half health. They get Divine Shield from Looney. If they can get that Astral Shift, they could potentially pull off a victory. They're so far on the back foot, though. No mana remains to drop that Earthen Wall Totem. They're pinned at the pillar. They need to try and pull themselves back up, but there's an Earthquake on the Earthen Wall. If that procs a stun on Lone Tar and interrupts the chain heal, it could be it. Trent tries to jump out into midfield to go for a pressure, but absolutely gets pushed back to the pillar instantaneously by Zeepai. Rezus making a trade here. Trent's still trying to get damage out, but is that the right move? He's stunned up again out in midfield. Judgment's in from Looney. Big damage from the whole team of Wildcard Gaming. Lingering Psychic Shell to hold on for a moment later, but a full Hammer of Justice. Reverse Magic. Putting that Hammer of Justice back over onto Looney. They have damage on Morrow, but Thorns is up. They can't afford to attack into it. They switch back to Zeepai. Are they going to be able to kill Zeepai? He Astral Shifts at 10%. They drop the Spirit Link Totem to go, go, go. It's do or die. They're either all going to be taken out here on match point, or Zeepai is going to go down. Rezus trinkets to go for the kill. Zeepai running for the hills in Ghost Wolf. Are they going to be able to pull it off? They Cyclone Trent at low health. Zeepai gets bounced off the side potentially by Rezus. They have such little health to make this work with. Can they do it? Avenging Wrath is up. I don't think so. Looney's going to be bombing in some big heals in a moment. It's going to do a ton of damage. They imprison the Avenging Wrath. Are they actually going to be able to do it? Lone Tar at 10%. Are they actually going to be able to do it? Lone Tar falls first to the Earthshock. Rezus and Trent still playing it out here to the bitter end. So close and yet so far. Wildcard Gaming pull it off 3-1.
That is going to send Coffin Dance down to the lower bracket. And man, that just really shows Wildcard Gaming, once that pressure is put on them, once they're faced with a problem that they have to figure out, they really show up, figure something out, Zigo, and they show why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, Wildcard, amazing performance. Once again, that game number one, you know, a less experienced team, it would have made them swap off of the comp. Not Wildcard. They cleaned up their play a little bit, and they were able to just dominate the rest of the matchup.
And dominate they did. Now Coffin Dance dropping down back to the lower bracket. They're going to face Method Black. Wildcard Gaming moving forward in the series. What do you think? Do you think that we're going to see Coffin Dance, though, bring out that comp again against Method Black? Or what do you think we're going to see from that team for the rest of the series here, Ben?
Against Method Black, I feel like it's much more likely we see Joe be tagged in on that warrior. I think it's going to be Arms Warrior, Demon Hunter, if I had to guess, for Coffin Dance. But, I mean, Method Black with the Rogue Mage Priest, with the Rogue Mage Paladin, you know, with the Mage Lock, they seem to have all the answers at this point. I think it's going to be a really difficult matchup here for Coffin Dance. But, and I just have to say, Wildcard Gaming, they're looking good. They managed to just, with the flip of a switch, changing up their strategy, the matchup went from, you know, looking okay to looking, you know, really, really one-sided. However, I mean, Coffin Dance, they managed to kind of go with a final stand, make that last game really, really close. But yeah, getting back to your question, for Coffin Dance, I think it's really likely we do see Joe tagged in for that one.
All right, well played on both sides, of course. Super close series, lots of games that could have really gone either way. Now we're going to go to a break. After that, we're going to come to that Diabolis versus Enlight series. We saw some pretty close matches with both of those teams last week here, Super Tees. What can we expect from this next coming game?
I think we're going to see Disc Priest from Zuniaki. He's been playing it a lot more. They could be worried about the Mage Lock Mistweaver, but maybe they do actually just play the Mistweaver if that's their main concern. Diabolis could run the composition that's really just been owning jungles. And the only way the jungles were able to deal with it was switching their Discipline Priest over to Mistweaver, but in the open bracket, he was opting to play his Priest a lot. We saw Priests from Radipai and Chaz too. Maybe they could even do a Spite strat as jungle if they wanted to. With the Priest instead. I'm curious if Zuni decides to go with Priest or Monk. That's going to be a little bit telling for how the meta has shifted moving from those recent hotfixes.
All right, well, we'll find out shortly enough. We're going to go to a break. Stick around. We'll come to that Diabolis versus Enlight series. We'll be right back. we clear?
to use Ice Block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but he gets caught on a Polybark. The Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Garrote, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a nice bathroom break, and now we're back to some more games. We are on to Diabolis versus Enlight. We saw Wildcard Gaming face off against Coffin Dance for that last series, and they got moved down to the lower bracket. Coffin Dance, that is. And now we're on to our next series here in the upper bracket, Diabolis versus Enlight Super Tees. How do we think this series is going to go? What can we expect to see played here in the blind pick?
I think it's a tough one. Some sort of wizard cleave from Diabolis, and then jungle from Enlight. And really the only debate is going to be Zuniaki playing monk or playing priest. And then also I think on the spell cleave, do they want to run mage lock or maybe even Ellie lock? After seeing Zeepai on Ellie, I feel like Jamie's probably like, oh, that looked pretty fun. I mean, they could run Ellie lock or Ellie mage. As a comp, I think, and do pretty well in the jungle.
All right, we can take a look at the bracket here on our screens. We see the EU games that we've saw played out today, as well as some that we can expect to see later today. I feel like, Zico, what do you think? I didn't really expect those first two matches of the day to be going to a 3-0.
I thought they would be a little bit closer, but I'm kind of surprised, honestly. I thought the wildcard series was going to be a bit more one-sided in their favor. So I was kind of surprised to see actually Coffin Dance have a fighting chance in that one. But in terms of Method Black series, it kind of went the way I thought it would in terms of ABC series. The main thing that was kind of surprising there was the match length. Like the fact that they just put on the Rogue Mage and they started just going for these crazy all-in plays. I was definitely surprised there because Bergen Boys is one of those teams that was making consistent top threes. They're, I think, pretty much guaranteed to qualify as well for the next round. So I was, expecting, maybe a 3-2 there. In one of the team's favor.
So one match we do have determined for the lower bracket is Coffin Dance versus Method Black. AWC, we can see here is they're still waiting for somebody to play against them. That's going to come from this series. What loser of this series is going to drop down to face against ABC. But let's talk about that Coffin Dance versus Method Black series, Ven. Who do we think has a better chance of going to further themselves in the lower bracket?
I feel like you'd have to be pretty crazy to not say Method Black. I mean, they've just been consistent for so long. It's really hard to bet against their success. I mean, obviously they did fall in a really close series against Diabolis a little bit earlier on in the tournament, but they're looking really, really good today. From what we saw, kind of just toying with Go Next in their series. Marching through the lower bracket. And I think for Coffin Dance, it's going to be a really difficult matchup for them because Method Black, they have a lot of answers, a lot of different compositions, and the compositions that they do have, that Rogue Mage, it seems to be, stronger now than it has been in quite some time. So I think Method Black, that's going to put a smile on their face, and it's something they're definitely going to be looking to implement in this next series, I believe, as well as the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, certainly no easy task facing off against Method Black, especially when you're facing elimination such as Coffin Dances. And the winner of this series, this one we're currently on, Diabolis versus Enlight, will go to face Wildcard. If we're looking at these two teams, Zico, who do you think would be fare better against Wildcard Gaming if they were to move up in the bracket here?
Probably Method Black.
No, the current series, Diabolis versus Enlight.
Oh, sorry, Diabolis and Enlight. Enlight did give them a run for their money last time around, and with the changes to the meta, I don't know, because Enlight was one of the teams that actually benefit from the conflict change, before the conflict change, they were one of the teams that benefited from, you know, how it worked, because Feral Druids didn't trigger conflict on most of their stuns. So now they're going to have that issue that it does, but at the same time, these teams are going to have less versatility as well, obviously, because of the Versa Amp nerf and also the Mistweaver nerf. It just makes me question, what are we actually going to see here? Is Zun going to be on his Priest? And if so, I would say Diabolis is probably the easier team, or the harder team for wildcard, but he is going to be on that Mistweaver. And I feel like Enlight, in terms of like synergy, is the stronger team right now, because Diabolos just added in Mercy to their squad, and they're still kind of finding their coordination.
All right, well, the first match of this series starting up soon here. Winner of this series goes on to face Wildcard Gaming, and loser of this series drops down in the lower bracket to face off against ABC. It is Diabolis versus Enlight.
Interesting that Clyde went for the Paladin instead of the Mistweaver. I think this gives him a lot more kill potential. I'm also wondering if he's running Avenging Light. I really want to check if he is, because that could do a lot of damage. I mean, we saw Looney switch to Avenging Light. As much as we were talking about the Moonkin and the Ellie, that first game went into dampening. When they switched to the Avenging Light, they were able to close the game out and hook point really fast. So I'm curious if he is. It doesn't look like he is, though, so no Holy Paladin damage really going to be coming out from Clyde in game number 1.
I think Zico's going to be really happy. Gelu's actually running the Maledict. I like it a lot. I mean, it's just so powerful, and the reason why we like it is because if they do get crowd control on Zuniaki, both Facile and Cassidy are going to be able to, you know, get a little bit of healing from the Serpent Jade Statue, from the Renewing Mist, as well as just, you know, their own abilities. So if you can shut that down during a go, it's much more likely that you'll actually be able to score a kill. Gelu's actually rocking the Mechanome as well for that additional kind of cheat death effect. And it does look like he's going to get bursted down quite heavily early on. And what I'm curious about is if Cassidy and Facile are once again just running full gushing wounds. It seems like they are, and I mean, we've seen the kind of pressure they're able to put out, and I really think Gelu could be in some trouble here.
Let's see what they can get done here. Zuniaki still opting for that Mistweaver Monk in the matchup into these mage locks. A full freezing trap lands. Gelu on the run, trying to retreat. Very hard to outrun a Feral Druid, though. Clyde is still caught in freezing trap, finally out with Avenging Wrath, looking for a big divine favor. Gets the heal over onto Gelu. Still being pressured down, though. Interrupt by Cassidy. Gelu falls further behind, but in the meantime, Mercy develops pressure as well. Good recovery by Zuniaki, though, immediately pulling Facile back up to full health. Clyde stunned up again. The crowd control is unending by Enlight. If they land a freezing trap here, it could be devastating, but double Shadow Fury stalls it out long enough. And in the meantime, this combustion was very threatening. They had to toss out the life cocoon, but now they're swapping targets, going after Facile. He ducks for cover around the corner, as he does not have that absorption to shield himself. Zuniaki looks to stabilize. Teams look evenly matched here in game 1.
Yep, and it looks like there will be another trap onto Clyde. Gelu, danger time for him. He actually goes for the polymorph. He manages to find it. Immediate Maledict. And let's see who they're going after. Can he find another polymorph? Does manage to, but Cassidy with the pillar, with the lingering psychic shell, that is more than enough for him to stay alive. And it looks like Enlight, they're going to be completely fine, but Diabolis does manage to force them away. However, Enlight now making an offensive push once again in the matchup. And let's see what they can get done. Can they find the crowd control onto Clyde? Clyde just sitting very far away right now, just landing the heals with his Avenging Wrath. It's super unlikely we're going to see Enlight, unless they get crowd control like they do right now. Not really going to be able to find too much pressure. However, now is the time where Gelu could be in some trouble.
I think Mercy switched his demon out for an imp.
He did, an imp.
You can dispel the freezing traps. They're going to have to make sure they use entangling roots at the same time as the freezing trap to try and turn it into a 50-50 chance that the Imp of Mercy will dispel freezing trap or dispel the entangling roots. Taking that gamble has always been what really loses the jungle cleave the matchup, is that their crowd control is just not guaranteed to land, and if you get lucky on that Warlock, dispel it multiple times, the pressure's just not there. They're dropping some Drestagas onto Gelu, but with no crowd control on Clyde, he immediately stabilizes. Zuniaki's mana is starting to fall behind that of Clyde. That could be a win condition. Gelu blinks over, sneaks in a polymorph. They've got Cassidy out in midfield. He's trying to jump back to the pillar. Clyde gets intercepted by a stun. Mercy stands right on top of him to try and soak the freezing trap, but even if he doesn't, that little imp to the right side in the middle will be able to dispel it regardless. We see the harpoon pre-freedom. that's a nice play by Clyde. If he has Blessing of Freedom on himself, he can't be entangling rooted. So if he's freezing trapped, it's a guaranteed dispel. That's just another layer that Facile has to play around on that Hunter. Meanwhile, he's just going to be absolutely smacked around by Chaos Bolts and Greater Pyros. A very challenging matchup for Enlight, to say the least. Can they pull it off?
Yeah, Gelu moves forward, gets the Polymorph onto Zuniaki. Facile in the open, eats 1 Chaos Bolt, potentially 2, but Cassidy shuts it down. And it looks like Enlight should be able to recover behind the pillar once again. Zuniaki gets caught into a Polymorph, but the Rain of Fire immediately breaks it. Now, a full trap does land on Clyde, immediately Imp Dispelled once again. I mean, this Imp Dispel is an absolute disaster for Enlight to deal with. I don't know how they're going to win this matchup. Zuniaki actually getting pressured now. Transcendence behind the pillar. Gelu gets the Blessing of Protection to free him from the stun so they could continue that assault. And, I mean, that was a good push. I like the fact that they are going after Zuniaki in the match a little bit, especially if he's in the open. He's a great target. But Enlight, they're looking kind of stable here. With that Imp, Sid, it seems really difficult for them to actually get the setup they require to get, good amount of damage out.
I feel like it's just going to be keep going for the traps. Maybe you get lucky on one of the dispels, and you get a cauterize and dampening, but it's going to be dampening that's required for Enlight to push through the healing here of the Holy Paladin and Destruction Warlock. I like that they're attacking 2 targets, though. Gelu gets blasted by that Drestigath. Those could be a win condition, too. Is he running the Netherwind armor? We saw in North America, Weltyman opts for that Netherwind armor when he knows that getting crit by a Drestigath is the only win condition. So he's not running the Netherwind armor, so a double Drestigath crit could KO Gelu. He's got the Mechanome, I suppose. That's why he's running it, right, is to avoid that. But, I mean, the damage is substantial here. Freezing Trap lands. Is there an Imp Dispel on it? Looks like they're getting lucky on this one. They proc the Cauterize. Beautiful timing for Enlight here, just as dampening starts. They get Ice Block as well. That's going to be so devastating if they don't find it. Clyde pulls them back up into the fight. And another Freezing Trap like that, and Enlight could take this.
They absolutely could, and I mean, they do have the burst damage. That's one of the things about the Jungle Cleave, especially with the Gushing Wounds. However, Gelu and Mercy finding big damage onto Facile, but they're just making the push onto Gelu, just pure damage. If you look at mana, there's actually a slight lead here for Zuniaki. I kind of feel like Clyde at some point might want to consider just trying to reset his mana if his team has pressure. I think it'll give them, kind of a nice little secure lead in the match. But full Polymorph lands on a Zuniaki. Who are they going after? 1 Greater Power Blast actually doesn't land. Facile snipes the trap, and I think Zuniaki with that should be able to survive. Very nicely done. And that was actually a Blessing of Protection onto Gelu as well. Cauterize has also been forced. I didn't even see that. But somehow Facile and Cassidy managed to get the Cauterize from Gelu. And now, I mean, you cannot be feeling nearly as safe. Those Drestigaths, when they rotate back up, I mean, Gelu could just get outright deleted from the match.
Well, he's trying to line up a Greater Pyro. Not able to land it. Zuniaki counterspelled. Cassidy stunned up. 3 versus 1, but not enough damage to take him out. There's those Drestigaths dropping in, the spines from the ground. Clyde popping out Avenging Wrath, gets stunned on it. Gelu blinks over to try and secure the Freezing Trap. They use the Entangling Roots, so if Gelu soaks this, it's going to be very critical. He gets a Greater Pyro. They Life Cocoon it onto Cassidy. Do remember Life Cocoon's cooldown's 20 seconds longer than last week, so there's going to be a big opening here to potentially take out a kill onto Cassidy without that defense available for another minute. And Gelu could be in trouble as Clyde's Avenging Wrath is about to subside. He's stunned up. Facile jumps over. Entangling Roots. Freezing Trap. 50-50. They lose the 50-50. Unlucky here for Enlight. Clyde gets out of crowd control. I mean, that could have been Divine Shield or Ice Block if they didn't get unlucky on the Imp Dispel. Cassidy's now on the run, trying to heal himself up around the corner as Zuniaki is feared into the distance, and they've got them pinned at the pillar. While they're pinned at the pillar, Clyde should start to look for a drink. Facile moves over and hits him with a Serpent Sting, pulling him back into combat. He's not going to drink. We could see Enlight win this game just on pressure if Clyde's mana continues to dwindle down.
Yeah, I mean, Clyde, if he can't drink, I mean, it's going to be a nightmare for his team. Zuniaki has a substantial mana lead at this point. And it just seems like Cassidy and Facile, they're able to just move in, do kind of a hit-and-run strategy. They get the pressure on Gelu, they get the pressure on Mercy. Clyde has to expend a ton of mana. Nice counterspell, secured there by Gelu. Can they find pressure off the back of that? Big damage onto Cassidy, almost falling. Survival Instincts is forced out, the Vitality Conduit as well. And that will keep Cassidy alive and nice and healthy in the match. This is the moment where Clyde needs to escape for a drink, and Mercy and Gelu, they have to back him up, but it just doesn't seem like he's able to get out of combat. We'll definitely have to see if he can recover his mana, because right now, Enlight, they're just sitting back, and I think they're going to be able to do it. They get the Polymorph on the pet, Ring of Peace on Clive, but it's too late. He recovers about 20% of his mana, which is definitely a major win there for Diabolis.
Big push on Mercy there, but not able to find the sacrifice of Clyde. Zuniaki in a full Polymorph, but he pre-Life Cocoon, so Cassie's got a big shield. I find it unlikely that they're going to crack through it. They stun Mercy just to be careful. They interrupt Galu's Greater Power Blast. They totally diffuse the damage there. Infernal's called in. Mercy begins ramping up here as he is running that Grimoire of Supremacy. Every Soul Shard he spends gives him more damage on the next Chaos Bolt. He's got quite a lot of Soul Shards spent. If he goes for the Dark Soul, this could just outright KO somebody. If Mercy finds this Chaos Bolt, goes for the Shadow Fear. Chaos Bolt's lobbing in. Cassidy pre-walls the stun. Really, the only reason he's even alive right now was that Survival Instincts. Now he's being blasted. Further Chaos Bolts as they have to duck for cover. They could switch to Zuniaki. They want to fear him. Half diminishing return. Looks like they are going to swap with a Chaos Bolt. He ports out of line of sight immediately, and they survive that fully ramped up Dark Soul by the skin of their teeth. Dampening now at 29%. Mana still slightly in favor of Enlight at this point, but Cauterize is going to be available soon. They're losing that option, and Cassidy is just being decimated out in midfield. There wasn't even any crowd control. Zuniaki just not able to handle the output, and Diabolis take game 1.
All right, well, that's putting Diabolis 1-0 against Enlight, and they are really showing up today, but that's not all that's showing up, folks. Hey, everyone, my name is Rich W. Campbell, and Zico, let's talk about that last game, but before we do that, why am I the best World of Warcraft player in the world?
I gotta say, it's has obviously a lot to do with your mustache, with your bald head, but also just your ability to immediately pick up the best classes in the game and play them right away.
It's really true. And you know, I was reading chat and they were just wondering where Rich was, and I just decided to show up for this game, Van Rookie. Let's talk about Enlight's options here. What do we think they're going to play for the next game here?
For Enlight, I don't know if they really have too many options. That being said, we could see the Discipline Priest. I think Discipline Priest would be really, really nice, especially on a small map. Zuniaki would have opportunities to get fears, which would be fantastic for their team, give them a little bit more offense, but also just being able to dispel the Blessing of Freedoms, the Blessing of Protection. I think it's a big opportunity for Enlight to kind of snowball through some of that defense Diabolis has available. So, I mean, that really is the only option I can think of. Other than that, I mean, they could just play the same matchup. Maybe on a smaller map it works out better, but you saw what happened in that last game. I mean, Mercy, eventually the Chaos Bolts land. For Enlight, it's super difficult to, get the setups that they need just because of that Imp Dispel.
Yeah, now it's Enlight's map choice here. They are down 1-0 against Diabolis Supatees. Who do you think, though, is more handsome? Me or Gelubaba?
Wait, what? Gelubaba? I mean, Gelubaba definitely has better style. But when it comes to the handsome department, nothing gets me like a good handlebar mustache.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you are right in that one. But do we think we've seen in the past games Gelubaba switching switching off of Frostmage? Do you think we're gonna see him play that today, or is he gonna continue on with that fire?
I think he's gonna stick with that fire right now. But I don't know if his gameplay is going to be as fire as your outfit today, Rich.
I can't even speak. I'm so sorry. This mustache is like it's restricting my mouth movements here.
It's not as easy as
it's
it
really
looks, right?
not. I'm just trying not to like smile too wide.
You know how I can tell you're the real Rich Campbell?
Why?
Because you're in your position.
This is how I sit. I just thought I would, and I've even got my pop filter here, and I changed my desk a little bit, though. I don't have a beautiful city skyline behind me, so I apologize about that, folks. But all right, we've got a map choice here on the board. Dalaran Sewer Zico. What do we think about this map choice?
Yeah, it's pretty standard, I think, for Enlight. They want to have the smaller map so they can kind of duck in and out better against these double wizards. But Diabolis, they have they could just run Ellie Mage, for example, on this map as well, so they could try to take it and flip it on its head. If they don't, if they just go with the mage lock again, I don't think the map is the worst thing because the jungle will have to retreat. And if they do, you're gonna have a warlock having a good time behind that pillar. So we'll see.
We will see you soon. See for sure. Enlight only have 1 minute and 20 seconds left to pick their composition choice. Diabolis going once again with that lock fire mage, and what a dominating composition for this team here. I think then they really just, it seems like everything kind of clicks when they play this comp.
Yeah, I mean, they've got great defense, they've got great offense. Gelu and Mercy seem to be working quite well together. Clyde doing an excellent job backing them up, and I mean, for Enlight, the main problem is it's that Imp Dispel, and plus all the defensive cooldowns that Diabolis really have to rotate through. You know, an Ultimate Sacrifice, that's going to be enough. The Blessing of Sacrifice, that's going to be enough. A Blessing of Protection against the Mistweaver Monk, it's basically lots of different invulnerabilities that Enlight, if, you know, they're not able to stay in the open and keep continuing that push, it just seems like Diabolis will always have something they can rotate through, and eventually Enlight will just fall to the big one-shots. I mean, they're doing a great job avoiding most of it, you know, shutting down the Greater Pyroblast, shutting down the Chaos Bolts, but that's what happens. Given enough time, I mean, you are going to slip up. Diabolis is going to find that damage, and that's where you get overwhelmed and taken down. And it's like we said in the last game, or like we saw in the last game, they didn't even have crowd control. Zuniaki literally used his Thunder Focus D and tried to heal. He wasn't interrupted at all, but the damage was just too much. And I mean, it seems like it's almost a ticking time bomb for Enlight in this matchup, but I just don't know where the win condition is. I mean, I guess they did almost get Clyde out of mana, but I mean, that just seems like such an unreliable strategy to win.
All right, well, the gate is opening soon here as these teams get ready to face off against each other in game number 2 on Dalaran Sewers. Will Diabolis be able to win again and put themselves on match point, or is Enlight going to tie it up? And I'm going to go hang out with my friend Asmongold, and I'll see you guys later. Thanks.
All right, take care.
Game number 2.
That was great.
Diabolis pull off a victory seemingly out of thin air. I mean, they didn't have any crowd control. There wasn't any cooldowns either. It's just 2 Chaos Bolts deep in dampening, and Cassidy sort of fell over. I think they were feeling a lot more safe than they actually were. Now on a small map like this, it'd be very difficult, 1, for Clyde to drink, and then number 2, Cassidy will be able to retreat back to a pillar a lot more readily. And I think if Enlight can get into deep dampening, they can win on mana versus the Palian variant of the Mage Lock.
Yeah, but I mean, if that's their win condition, they definitely have their work cut out for them to just avoid these big one-shots from Diabolis. But and if there's any team that has done it in the past and made it work, it is Enlight with their Mistweaver jungle. We'll see. Can they pull it off once again? Gelu's going to be pushing forward, finds 1 Greater Pyroblast. Cassidy now deciding to open up on Gelu, but doesn't look like there's too much backup just yet. Let's see if they can find the crowd control onto Clyde, or if they're just going to go for outright damage here, Sid.
Alright, it looks like damage is the name of the game here. Double Mortal Coil, Cassidy being blasted back, Vitality Conduit, and Wild Charge back to the pillar. Greater Power was already in the sky as Facile ducks for cover. But still, it wasn't the Dark Soul or the Combustion. They just have to retreat. I almost wonder if it's more beneficial for them to not engage at this point. Even if they get a Cauterize, by the time the game is at a point where they can win, it'll be back again. And they're more likely to risk actually dying to Dark Soul or Combustion by trying to battle it out this early in the match. They go for a Sunlock on Gelu again. Avenging Wrath, big Drestagath connects. They're just basically living on a prayer with that Drestagath. Combustion gets popped. Facile Feign Death immediately, dropping that Ignite, trying to reduce the pressure for Zuniaki to heal, and it looks like he has recovered. Interesting, they're playing the high explosive trap, so the Hunter Facile will have a knockback. They could utilize that on Dalaran Stewards like they just did to put Gelu in a bad position out of line of sight. He tries to blink over to eat the Freezing Trap. They get lucky on the Dispel there while removing the Entangling Roots, and Clyde decides to use his Gladius Medallion to escape the Freezing Trap instead. If they keep getting lucky on those Freezing Trap Dispels, there is potential for victory.
Definitely. Gelu trying to find some damage. I like the build Gelu's playing a lot too. He's playing Greater Pyroblast, so if they go after Mercy, he can really punish them, but he's also playing Firestarter, so if they go after him, instead of, you know, going for those super unreliable Greater Pyroblasts, he can just spam out Fireball and get those very consistent Combustion in the matchup, and that's what we're seeing. He goes after Cassidy with his Combustion. The Roar of Sacrifice goes on Cassidy, immediately changes his target over to Facile, so great build here by Gelu. I think it makes a lot of sense. and it's just, it kind of counters what Enlight is doing because it becomes really difficult to slow down his damage in this matchup. Clyde's mana doing okay at this point in the game. Very even with Zuniaki. Life Cocoon is going to trade out as well, but they're making an offensive push. Intimidation stun onto Clyde. Can they get the Cauterize? Blessing of Protection trades. Clyde using that major defensive cooldown to keep Gelu basically immune. And I think that's one of the main problems for me with the Mistweaver Monk is they just don't have that flexibility to be able to actually dispel those Blessing of Protections and make, kind of push through a lot of that defense that the Holy Paladin has to offer. But as a result, it is just going to be one of those slow and steady games by Enlight. I mean, Clyde, if he has Sacrifice, if he has Blessing of Protection, they're not going to be able to take down Gelu. They just will not. So, Enlight definitely playing out a long game strategy here.
We'll see if it works out for them here. It's been the adaptation they've made throughout the season to find victories in these tournaments and climb the ranks in the European region, but recent changes, it might not continue to work for them. They have good pressure here in game number 2. Consistently, Gelu down below half health. Clyde popping the Avenging Wrath, trapped on it. Entangling Roots, beautiful. They get lucky on the Dispel. They're pushing for the Cauterize. They need to really lay in here, push forward and find it. Just a tiny bit more damage. They don't find the Cauterize, but they do find the Hand of Sacrifice. Better that than nothing on that push. But Cassidy being blasted, again, seemingly out of nowhere. Mercy from left field on these Chaos Bolts. I'm curious if he's running full mastery instead of versatility. No, still running versatility and doing that much pressure. Gelu in trouble though downstairs. Blessing of Protection again forced from Clyde. Enlight are getting the cooldowns they need to get to find victory here. They just need a little bit of luck on their side with those Imp Dispels, and I'm feeling it for Enlight in game two.
Yeah, not looking too bad here. Mana's looking good. Gelu with a Greater Pyroblast. Finds one onto Zuniaki, but out of line of sight. Zuniaki gets a big heal on himself and ultimately should be completely fine. Now Zuniaki rolls over, gets the full leg sweep into a trap onto Clyde. Ring of Peace. Zuniaki really setting up his team here, but do they have any damage onto Gelu? Looks like there's only a little bit, and Temporal Shield is more than enough to him to survive. Mercy with a double Mortal Coil, as it looks like Diabolis is looking to make a setup here, but it's unlikely anyone's going to go down at this point. Zuniaki in a really prime position. And this game, it seems like Facile and Cassidy, they're a lot more comfortable just, pushing in, making plays, and keeping Diabolis kind of on the back foot.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep them on the back foot, though, as Dampening is 10 seconds away. They switch over to Zuniaki, going for that Gladiator's Maledict. It hasn't really gotten the value that we were expecting to. It's really only usable on Cassidy, as Facile can feign death off the Maledict effect. But we haven't seen it really get its bang for its buck just yet here. Freezing Trap, Entangling Roots. Does the Imp get unlucky? They paralyze the Imp. That's a good mid-game adaptation by Zuniaki, using that little crowd control to stall the Dispel a few seconds and find an opening. That could be game-breaking for Enlight overall, as that's the main reason that their crowd control is disrupted time and time again. Let's see if they can pull it off here now that we're kicking off into Dampening. Still chasing after the Mage means they are at threat of the Warlock, so they're splitting their attention to the Warlock as well. They knock him off the side, out of position. Facile jumps over with the Harpoon, but Clyde has that Hand of Freedom. He's not going to be rooted up for too long. I do like the high explosive trap as well as sort of an adaptation to try and get them out of position. Gelu looking to line up a Greater Pyro, but he's taking quite a lot of damage. Clyde recovering there. Likely the Battlemaster, something along those lines from Gelu as well. Maim stunned up by Cassidy. Freezing Trap, Entangling Roots. They get lucky on the Dispel. Diabolis are going to be sitting with a sigh of relief as they didn't have Gladiator's Medallion for that one. And Enlight are going to be on the back foot, but they're still pushing. They're still just trying to push, even without crowd control. Can they do it? Can they get the Cauterize here? With just the Intimidation stun? Facile trying to stay on target. Cassidy jumps off the side to line of sight while Zuniaki's in a polymorph. Facile gets stunned up out in midfield. This could be devastating. How much damage do they have? The Shadow Fury afterwards. Gas bolts are lobbed through. He has to trade out the aspect of the turtle. Immune the combustion and get back to the pillar. Cassidy going to line of sight the remainder of the combustion cooldown as well. Clyde could sit for a drink while the enemy team is retreating. I think that would be a wise move.
Yeah, I mean, if he can recover his mana, it's going to be huge for Clyde. As we kind of talked about, that is going to be one of the main win conditions for Enlight. If they can get a massive one-shot that's really unlikely. But if they can get Clyde out of mana and they can continue their consistent damage, I think that really is the main way Enlight is going to win this match. Cassidy getting caught in a stun, out of line of sight. Zuniaki rolls over, gets the life cocoon, and Cassidy will be able to survive. Now Enlight trying to get Diabolis on the back foot. The Avenging Wrath trades out from Clyde. Big heals onto Gelu. Nice setup here by Enlight. The trap unfortunately gets dispelled, and Clyde should be able to top off Gelu. And now, with the combustion, forcing Enlight back to the pillar once again, as Diabolis is making it look a huge offensive push here.
Yeah, let's see if they can stay on target as Enlight bide their time, waiting for Avenging Wrath to fade from Clyde. Once that cooldown has faded, the glowing one currently on Clyde's frame, they're going to make a push. It's over. It's time to jump in. Facile disengages, looking to snare Clyde, try and sneak into Freezing Trap, baits the Freedom. Nice bait by Facile. Now they won't have to worry about that during the entangling roots. Cassie stunned up out in midfield though. Bursted down. Zuniaki counterspelled. Could be devastating. They decide to trade the survival instincts, but it's not for Infernals. It's not for Dark Soul. Cassidy has to retreat. Facile is now all by his lonesome out here on the corner with Gelu casting Greater Pyros. He interrupts it. Now looking to move back to Mercy. Switch over to the Warlock a little bit closer to the pillar if he needs to duck for cover. Once again, they retreat on the Avenging Wrath of Clyde. Those wings. His healing is very high when the wings are up, so they want to just avoid the fight until those wings are down. I think it's a wise decision. They're not going to make good trades during that cooldown. Dampening continuing to get higher and higher. And Light still had the win condition of their Drestagas getting a double crit, so that's definitely a window of opportunity. Outside of that, a Paralyze on the Imp with a Freezing Trap could be a win condition. Gelu blinks in aggressively, secures a polymorph. It's triple crowd control. Dark Soul combustion. Big power play by Diabolis, and Cassidy has to retreat to the boxes in line of sight with his team, but that is more than a fair trade for Enlight to make in that situation.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, Enlight, they're just going to be bunkering up behind the pillar. Now feeling comfortable making an offensive push. Mercy actually could be a great target as this game goes on. I think he is much more susceptible to just getting all in than Gelu really is at this point in the game. So I think if Enlight, as the game goes on, they try to pressure down Mercy just a little bit more, it could play into their advantage, but it looks like they're going to be going after Gelu. Temporal Shield keeps him nice and healthy. Full Fear onto Zuniaki. There's no Life Cocoon. There's no easy way for them to recover. Do they have damage? Who can they set up on? Doesn't seem like Diabolis really is able to, as Cassidy and Facile still making a great offensive push. However, Clyde did recover some mana there, and Zuniaki, I mean, he's had to use a ton of his mana to actually heal up his team. The Life Cocoon nerf means he has to use bigger Enveloping Mist to actually top off his team in a scary situation, as he can't basically always rotate through the Vitality Conduit, through the Life Cocoon, and now Enlight, they're making that push on Mercy. They really are pressuring him down. They get the Blessing of Protection, but I like this adaptation. Don't just go after Gelu. Make sure you're going after Mercy a little bit as well, and I mean, Mercy, he doesn't have the luxury of an Ice Block or Temporal Shield. They can really put that damage on him, and it's going to be much more difficult for him to recover.
Flame Strikes, Rain of Fire, and Deep Dampening going to be the win condition for Diabolis if Enlight continue to turtle on the boxes, but they move out into midfield, but as soon as they do, they all get crowd control. There's no Gliders Medallion for Cassidy. It's 3 versus 1. There's no way he makes it out of this situation alive. Excellent execution. Diabolis move to match point.
Enlight really feeling the pressure here, having the potential to lose this with a 3-0. Diabolis looking super duper on fire here, Zico.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to ask yourself, is this a good patch for Enlight? Because they were utilizing the Monk, and they were kind of on the on the good side of the conflict, being kind of bugged. So now that Versa is nerfed, which is what they were using, and Monks are nerfed, and Conflict is nerfed, I feel like those are 3 things kind of not going in their favor. And I mean, sure, you can go Gushing still, like they have been, but I feel like Gushing is also somewhat nerfed, so like, I don't know. I feel like this is not a great patch for Enlight, and also, of course, Diabolos are playing insane. That was a nice triple CC setup that they had there on Cassidy. They had the damage to back it up. Mercy, again, has been playing super well as well. I mean, it's a combination, I think, of the meta being worse for Enlight, and also Diabolos just picking up steam here in these later cups.
Yeah, they really are ramping up. We've seen some great success in previous games, and this one as well, in this series as well with Diabolis, and they're just looking super solid all around here. And like you're saying, Zico, maybe it's their comp, do you think, or do you think this is like, I mean, could they even switch off the comp? What would they be playing here, Ven? Like, is it safer to maybe try something else, or are they going to go with the same comp and just try it again?
I want to see them just throw caution to the wind in this last game. Go to a small map, play with the Priest, try to just keep Diabolis on the back foot. That's what I want to see. Zuniaki on that Discipline Priest always makes me a believer. And I think if Diabolis does lock in the same composition blind, that's going to be their best option. Or at least, in my head, that's their best option, because it just seems like, I mean, with the way Clyde's playing, you know, having the ineffable truth on that Holy Paladin, there's just always a sacrifice. There's always a blessing and protection. And if you can't dispel that off, that's as good as Divine Shield. You're not going to be able to kill through it. And it seems like Enlight, they have to just consistently dodge bullets like they're Neo in this match. And if they don't pull it off perfectly, you see what happens. They just get absolutely one shot. And that's just a reality of this matchup. And Enlight, definitely not an easy matchup for them. But I think if they add the Priest, it's going to give them a lot more flexibility.
Did I hear you agreeing with that, Zico?
Yeah, I think they should put their faith in the light.
Okay.
No, actually, that would work better if it was holy or if it was like a paladin. Whatever. Yeah, I think that this Priest is good. They can, you know, they'll have more offense, obviously with the dispatch, more damage, mass dispel as well if they force out that Divine Shield. And I mean, we've seen the Monk now twice, and they played well, but it didn't work out for them. So I think at this point, lock in the Priest and just you know, be that team that just plays the disadvantage comp, but you're, you know, on 100% comfort, and maybe you can make some plays and take a win anyway.
All right, well, we'll find out shortly here what Enlight decides to play. Diabolis once again locking in that Fire Mage lock comp that we've seen them playing through this series. Subities, they're here on Black Rook Hold. That was Enlight's choice, though. Do you think, though, that if they decide to play that same comp that we were just discussing, do you think Diabolis has an advantage here with the map?
No, I think Enlight picked a good map, but it's probably better for Monk. The Monk can just portal back into the room, drink easily if he needs to. Enlight are still just banking on this deep damp strategy. That way that they lost that game was kind of like it shouldn't happen. I mean, Gelu landed a Ring of Frost off nothing. Like, he clipped Zuniaki while he was moving. So I feel like that's not 100% repeatable. They took full advantage of it, but I don't think it's 100% repeatable. And Enlight always have the threat of the double Drestigath. Every time they press it, Clyde just panic Blessing of Protection immediately onto whoever they do it on. So they could still win with that. It seems like they're kind of riding on a coin flip. Like they're riding the coin flip of dispelling the freezing trap. They're riding the coin flip of Drestigath critting, like a double tap. They're gonna bring back the Priest, and I feel like that doubles the chance, like doubles their odds of like that double tap, because they get the added damage of the Disciplined Priest, but they're going to lose out on the option of dragging this fight into dampening, I think.
So you think that the Enlight is going to shut this down before dampening then? Or can they?
They could. I'm not sold on it. I think Mage Lock is going to kind of run them over, but I appreciate the effort.
Okay, well, we will find out shortly enough if Zuni here on the Disc Priest will be enough. And this is an upper bracket series, so loser of this will be going down to face AWC. Or if Enlight wins this, they're going to face Wildcard Gaming, though. Zico, do you think that they're going to struggle with this comp against those teams as well if they decide to, on the jungle cleave?
Enlight? Yeah, I think they're gonna have in general a tough time in this tournament because of the fact that conflict is changed and Versa is nerfed and Mistweavers are nerfed. The only way I could see Enlight kind of just making a big run in the lower bracket is if the Priest jungle randomly is just insane, you know? Like we saw the RMP mirrors early on, and RMP looked pretty good, whereas normally we would just expect it to be with a Paladin, so maybe that's a good sign for them. But the only way I can see it work is if that, you know, going full out offense is that good that they can just have so much damage that they push teams over. That's the only way I can see them have a deep run.
So let's say that they don't get that kill early on in the game before that 5-minute mark on the side of Enlight. They don't get a kill on Diabolis. How are they going to how they're going to do if they go into dampening? Is there really hope of them winning this game here, Subities, if it goes past that 5-minute mark into dampening?
I mean, it's a very dark hole, and I don't think there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay.
A low percentage, I would say.
What's he go?
A 0% if this goes into dampening.
It can go to dampening as long as they end it as it goes
Okay.
to dampening. If dampening gets like 10-15%, they're probably gonna have lost at that point.
All right, well, pressure's certainly on for Enlight, hoping to get a kill on Diabolis in the first 5 minutes of this game. According to these experts alongside of me, that's the only way they're going to be able to win this matchup. It's Diabolis versus Enlight, 2-0. Are they going to turn it around here? Is Diabolis going to send them to the lower bracket with a 3-0?
I mean, we are going to find out here. We'll definitely see. I like Enlight. With the Discipline Priest, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult for Diabolis to, survive these big offensive pushes. And the main reason for me is just because that offensive dispel from Zuniaki is being able to also follow up, a trap at the field is a great option as well. So for Enlight,
All-out aggression. That's the jungle we like to see. Will it actually work? Probably not, but they're going to give it the college try here. Zuniaki, is he playing Night Elf? I've never seen Night Elf male Discipline Priest. He's also got a Venruki Transmog there going for him. Maybe that'll give him the edge.
all right, let's see. Polymorph on Zuniaki. What are they going to be able to get done? Temporal Shield from Gelu. Or are they going to set up on Zuniaki? They might actually just do it. Where's the damage? Who are they going after? It looks like big Chaos Bolt's going to be landing onto Zuniaki. And Pain Suppression should ultimately keep him alive. And nicely done. Zuniaki actually going to be pushing forward. Lands a full fear. Actually playing Night Elf in this matchup, which is really interesting. Trying to avoid some crowd control with that Shadow Meld if he is caught into the open. I think Zuniaki, that's an intelligent decision by him and allow him to be a little bit more aggressive pushing into the open.
Gelu the target. Mind control. Trying to pull him back to the pillar. Dispelled though. Is Mercy sticking with the Fell Hunter? That mind control ended very quickly. Gelu looking for polymorphs. Not finding it. Zuniaki line of sights. And Light looks stable here, but it's the mana bar that you got to keep your eyes on. That blue one below Zuniaki's health. That's going to be tapped really quickly. When there's no blue left, it's basically it for Enlight. They need to find a kill before that point, but now he's in a polymorph. He can't heal. Cassidy gets stunned up. He pre-lingering Psychic Shells with that Maledict is getting high value here. Zuniaki barely able to get that Dispel using the Gladiator's Medallion, realizing that could be a KO, while Cassidy is unable to heal himself. But one major objective out of the way, the Gladiator's Medallion for the Discipline Priest.
Ooh, Bash on Clyde. They're continuing this push onto Gelu. It will be a greater Power Blast that lands, and I like the fact that they are going after Zuniaki in the match. He really has to consider pushing in. If he gets caught in the open with a stun, it could just be lights out for Zuniaki. Facil's going to be forced to run away as well, and it just seems like Enlight, I mean, they're going to have to make a big offensive push here. Can they get the damage rolling? Can they get the crowd control? Gelu and Mercy with great control, great damage so far in the match. Zuniaki's mana is not doing well either, and that's another thing you really have to consider as a Discipline Priest. You are not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Clyde on the Paladin in terms of mana, and I don't think he can drink, so Enlight definitely on a timer here, Sid.
All right, let's see if they can close it out here on match point. Otherwise, they'll be going down to the lower bracket. Cassidy in a lot of trouble. Trinketing out of crowd control, survival instincts, reducing damage and stabilizing at half health, pushing towards Gelu, but they're not even finding the Blessing of Protections. They're not getting the Cauterize. They're really not getting the main objectives that they need to find. Zuniaki is going to have to manage his mana so efficiently to get this game deep into dampening if that's going to be their only option. The Mage Warlock, just such a durable composition. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to close it out. They're ducking for cover here at the middle pillar. The map is definitely working well for them. There's always a point of line of sight for them to retreat to. I love the Blackrock hold pick from Enlight time and time again, but 50% mana for Zuniaki already 3 minutes in. Clyde is charging forward. They mind control Gelu into a bad position, but then they bring him back into a good one. Then they bring him back into a bad one. Zuniaki gets feared. He breaks out of that. Gelu gets bursted down. Sacrifice going to trade for Clyde. Doesn't want to gamble it. And everyone's locked down. There's no way for Cassidy to escape the stun. They are laying in at the moment.
Maledict.
Infernals to follow it up. Beautiful
over.
execution. And Cassidy, is he actually going to hold on?
No
He's
way.
at 1% health. He holds on. Unbelievable.
I can't believe it. I thought it was 100% over, but Vitality Conduit from Zuniaki says otherwise. But Cassidy still not out of it yet. One interrupt onto Zuniaki. Cassidy not topped off as Gelu was looking to continue this offensive push. Nice mind control from Zuniaki. He gets interrupted on his penance and just goes from mind control onto Gelu to slow down that greater power blast. Beautiful heads-up play, but you can see mana not in favor of Enlight right now. Gelu getting bursted down. Do they have more damage? The Temporal Shield will heal him to full. Full trap now onto Clyde. Where's the damage? Unfortunately, the Mortal Coil coming in from Mercy is going to force them to play very defensive, as well as this Combustion. Zuniaki and a Polymorph. Facile and Cassidy going to be in a lot of trouble. They're actually going after Zuniaki right now. One Chaos Bolt lands. Two Pain Suppression might be enough for him to live. Cassidy looking for a fear, or sorry, Zuniaki looking for a fear, but he gets caught in one himself. Mercy just kind of bullying him at this point in the game, and I mean, Diabolis, they have so much momentum here, Sid.
So this is looking a lot like the Monk, except Zuniaki's out of mana and his whole team is dead. Like, basically, there's been no benefit to him being on the Priest, so I think I understand now why he was reluctant to switch off of the Mistweaver Monk. Maybe they go for a one-hit wonder, they get Cauterize Ice Block, they Mass Dispel it, and they kill in one big swoop. But Divine Shield to work through, a Warlock free casting while you're doing that, Clyde getting dispelled by the Imp. I mean, it's going to be a miracle. Pre-barrier on the Dragon's Breath. Nice play by Zuniaki. Dressagath activated here. Stun onto Clyde. Gelu blinks over. He's trying to soak the freezing trap. He does! Beautiful play by Gelu with that blink, and now Clyde's going to be free. This is going to be terrifying for Enlight. Their mana is now at 10% with dampening just kicking in. This is the dark tunnel with no light at the end of it that we were talking about. Zuniaki's retreating into the room. Is he going to be able to get a drink in the room is the question. He's standing in one spot. He's not going up in mana though, so I don't believe he dropped combat. Maybe he got one tick there of mana regeneration, trying to buy as much time as he can, but now locked down in that Hammer of Justice. Gelu setting up with the Combustion, going for that Maledict potentially. Infernals get dropped onto two targets. Cassidy being blasted away. Survival instincts here for the Dark Soul. They need to run away from Mercy. They cannot trade with that cooldown. It's too powerful. I'd argue that Dark Soul is the most powerful cooldown in the game, so the best option is to avoid it. As they retreat into the room, they interrupt the Chaos Bolt. Dark Soul's over. It's time to make a push. Can Enlight pull off the miracle?
I mean, it's not going to be easy, but if any team could do it, it might be them. Full Polymorph on Zuniaki, but they're just going for it anyways. Gelu on the back foot. There's a stun on Clyde. Do they have the damage to force the Cauterize? They're looking for it. Unfortunately, unable to do so. Now Hammer of Justice lands as they're going after Zuniaki. Nice interrupt there by Cassidy, not completely abandoning Zuniaki in that moment of need. And now they're going to be going after Gelu once again. And Clyde, once that Avenging Wrath phase, this could be where Enlight's momentum, starts really snowballing here. Full trap on Clyde, bash on Gelu. This could easily be the Cauterize. Is there any more crowd control? Clyde barely able to keep him alive. Gelu doesn't. You have to use that Cauterize. This is so big for Diabolis and so unfortunate for Enlight. They got to be just, screaming at this point. They still haven't gotten that Cauterize. Now full Polymorph lands on Zuniaki. Facile and Cassidy going to be forced to run away. You can bet that Gelu and Mercy, they want to set up on Zuniaki if Cassidy and Facile are going to let them, but Cassidy says, no way. Gets the kick on the Greater Power Blast. Facile backs him up with another interrupt on the Greater Power Blast. And Zuniaki should be able to easily survive.
Double stun. Gelu breaks out. Where's the freezing trap? Mercy eats this one. Breaking up the chain time and time again. But Zuniaki has held on to his mana. They're swapping to him. He's out in midfield. Mercy, if he finds more Chaos Bolts, could drop him. Not finding them. Gelu's actually the one on the back foot during that exchange. Zuniaki in a full Polymorph. Danger for Cassidy. He ducks for cover around center pillar. Facile playing in the open, but he's not able to interrupt the half Polymorph. I believe he's on Fear Diminishing Return, so Mercy could get a full Fear. Full Fear out of the chain. They switch to Zuniaki with a double Shadow Fury. They're really mixing up their targeting here. Deep into dampening, trying to tax that mana of Zuniaki, the legend on that Disciplined Priest. Holding strong against Mage Warlock with basically the tiniest amount of mana left. Almost 20% dampening. Actually ahead on mana at this point. Could they do it?
I mean, it's definitely looking possible. Maybe Zuniaki's just not throwing out the Dispels quite as often. He realizes that this might just come down to mana. Full Fear onto Zuniaki. Can Diabolis find that big one-hit setup? Full Polymorph onto Zuniaki. Where's the damage, though? Who are they going after? Mercy looking for a Chaos Bolt, gets line of sighted. Facile as well. He's going to be using his lingering Psychic Shell to make a big swap over on Zuniaki. The Hammer of Justice into the Infernal Stun. He's just caught into the open. This Greater Pyroblast goes off. It could be the end of the game, but he manages to get away. That Shadow Meld keeps him alive, and that's why I said I liked it so much. If he is caught in the open, that Shadow Meld might be the only thing that keeps him out of crowd control, or in this case, alive in the game. So, super heads-up play there by Zuniaki.
Oh my god, Facile just almost gets crushed. Aspect of the Turtle on 10%. They get a Psychic Scream on Clyde, but Combustion is rolling. They have to run during the crowd control. Zuniaki's stuck out in midfield, trying to make his way back to the pillar. Has the barrier, but now caught into a full polymorph. Facile basically has nothing. Zuniaki trinkets into a Dragon's Breath. Everybody is rotting down here and dampening another polymorph. They barrier it, but Facile has to line of sight. He's trying to get some damage reduction on the edge, but Zuniaki is still crowd controlled. He can't pick them up. He's got almost no mana left. He goes for the Rapture. He's spamming out the Power Word Shields, trying to bring his team back from the brink. Can they find a Cauterize here so deep into the game? They stun up Clyde. This has to be it. They need to get Cauterized with this push. They likely just need to win the game with this push, but no, Clyde disrupts the chain, activates the Sacrifice, denies all damage on Gelu. Now Gelu trying to reset that Combustion. It's 15 seconds away. They got the Mortal Coils. They could make a big power play on the pillar here. Mana is surprisingly even between the teams. Cassidy is trying to retreat, but Gelu blinks in the room aggressively. Might regret that. He's going to waddle his way back out into center field. Facile jumps over, gets the Freezing Trap. What's the 50-50 roll on the Dispel here? They're not even going for it. He gets lucky on the Dispel. Clyde's out of crowd control with Avenging Wrath. His heals are going to be massive. Zuniaki gets interrupted on a Mind Control, but Clyde gets stunned on his Avenging Wrath. Back and forth between these teams on match point for Diabolis. Cassidy down at half health, Combustion rolling. He's running for cover in the room. Zuniaki gets stunned up, and man, if Enlight pull this off, can they do it 3 times?
I think it's going to be a miracle at this point. I mean, Diabolis, they still have a ton of their defensive cooldowns to rotate through, but they might be able to do it. Nice premonition on the polymorph there by Zuniaki as Cassidy and Facile are on the run. Zuniaki's mana not doing great, but it's even with Clyde at this point. 34% dampening. Gelu is getting rolled over at this point. Full stun onto Clyde. Temporal Shield. Can they push through? They still have not gotten the Cauterize. Gelu holds on. Sacrifice trades from Clyde. The Trinket and the Sacrifice. And now it's going to be Diabolis' turn to strike back, but Enlight isn't making it easy for them. They're constantly moving in and out of line of sight. Now there's good damage onto Mercy. Clyde has to worry about 2 targets at this point in the game. Gelu doing everything he can to try to just slow down the match, getting polymorphs onto Facile, gets interrupted on the Greater Pyroblast, and then Light, they're going to be taking a moment to breathe. Zuniaki with his Rapture, and this is the time where Clyde could potentially go for a drink. But maybe Gelu and Mercy, they don't want to fall behind. Clyde doesn't want to, have their hit points go too low. It's kind of a risk to go for a drink against a Jungle Cleave, but it seems like at some point he's going to have to recover that mana.
Let's see if they can do it here. Gelu lining up a Greater Pyro. That's in the skies onto Cassidy. Half his health gone, basically. Mercy being pressured here, deep and dampening. Zuniaki got some mana back. Are they going to be able to pull this off? The Demonic Gateway out of the room. Mercy was getting absolutely smacked. Clyde going on the Divine Steed like he wanted to make a play, but he doesn't have much mana to work with. His entire team is starting to die. Zuniaki in a full poly. Full stun on Clyde. Both healers can heal, but Combustion is rolling. Gelu's going to be a big threat. Cassidy has to run away from the fight. Facile moves over to interrupt the polymorph. Beautiful play, but now Zuniaki feared. Fortunately for him, on diminishing return. Half polymorph lands, though. Cassidy still pinned at the pillar. Is he going to be able to survive long enough? Jumps in onto Gelu with very little health left to make a push. Gets feared away by Mercy. Zuniaki then fears Mercy. They stun up Clyde. Clyde Divine shields it. He knows that he's far behind. He needs to get big heals out here. And now if he wants to stabilize, momentum is actually in favor of Enlight. Drestigas, they're dropping. Can they get the Cauterize? Blizzard Protection denies it. Sacrifice stalls it. But they're all at half health. Avenging Wrath is about to fade. His mana is totally tapped at this point. If they just keep up the pressure here, Enlight could do it on any resolve. Trades for Mercy. They swap off the Unending Resolve. They're looking to maybe triple kill Diabolis here on match point, but a full polymorph slips in from Gelu off to the side. Infernal's off cooldown in 3 seconds. Cassidy stunned up in midfield. He immediately trinkets ducks for Culliver at the center pillar. Are they? I actually can't believe it if they're going to pull this off. They got the caught, they got the block, they got any resolve. Clyde has no mana, no divine shield. They still have pain suppression. They still have barrier. And Light are doing it.
Nah, it's definitely looking that way. We're seeing Gelu trying to battle it back, but Zuniaki, he's got mana. He's got cooldowns. It's looking good. Combustion rips out from Gelu as he's trying to take down Cassidy. But Zuniaki has more than enough to keep him alive, and now I fear for Mercy and Gelu. Clyde, he really has nothing left to work with. The damage is just overwhelming. 50% dampening. Enlight looking to do it with the Discipline Priest, with the Jungle Cleave, and they do. Interrupt on Clyde, stun on Clyde, and Mercy falls 13.5 minutes into the game. And Enlight, they are not making this easy for Diabolis.
Definitely are not, Ven. They're up 1 game now at 2-1 Diabolis versus Enlight. And it kind of sounded like it really did not look like things were going well for Enlight, though, Zico. Where were they able to turn it around?
Well, I think they utilized this map extremely well, and they also played the game extremely well. But there's definitely some mistakes from Diabolis, and they allowed Zuni to drink. Like blatant dampening as well when they're just in the room kind of hugging the wall. And also at some point, like, you gotta ask yourself, is it really worth spamming sheeps on Zuni, because he pops vitality and the sheep is healing him up, so it's essentially giving him free healing. Like, it's actually better to just hit everybody and only CC if they're making a push offensively. That would have prevented the game from dragging on so long and Zuni having mana for so long, because region a lot in all of that CC.
All right, well, we saw them have success, Enlight have success in that last game. Now it's Diabolis's, I always have trouble with that name, Diabolis's map choice, and I feel like this is going to be a kind of a difficult next game here for Enlight Supatees, as it is Diabolis's map choice, and it's going to be in their favor in terms of map.
Tolvaron. Tolvaron.
You think that's a good map?
Tolvaron. And they can also play Mistweaver instead of Paladin, I think. Tolvaron.
You think Diabolis is going to play
Call
Mistweaver?
of Tolvaron.
I think he should. I mean, he won't lose on mana, which was a big problem. And he doesn't need Avenging Wrath on a Monk. Monk just permanently has Avenging Wrath. So I feel like him switching to Monk would be a better move and go to Tolvaron.
And if they do those things, Supatees, how difficult is this going to be for Enlight here?
I mean, I guess I said last game was impossible, but double impossible?
Impossible. All right.
It's impossible for people who aren't Zuni.
True.
Is it possible for non-male Night Elves? It carried him. I think he Shadow Meld a re-polymorph that would have ended the game if it landed, and he Shadow Meld a Greater Pyro that probably would have ended the game if it landed.
Okay.
Sure.
Nerf Night Elf.
That's the only reason why they won. Nothing else mattered.
It definitely helped.
No, it did, for sure, actually. It's a smart pick.
All right, well, Tolvaron has been locked in here. Ven?
No surprise. I was going to say, that's one of the things I like about the tournament realm so much, is people can really, min-max little things, and honestly, just racials alone can completely, swing a matchup in your favor. I don't know if being Night Elf swings the matchup really in their favor, but, I mean, it certainly helped in that game, and, we're seeing Gelu as well take advantage of the Mechanome, which is really, really cool to see, and I like when teams are really implementing, lots of different things that they can customize to give them an edge in the match, and it's really, really great to see.
Yeah, and
basically, Gelu being a Mechanome gives him a free trinket slot, because normally what happens when you play against jungle is you get Reaping Flamed and Drested at the same time, and your HP goes from like 0 or like from 80 to 90%, something like that, down to Cauterize proccing, like you're just on 80% and then you're just on fire all of a sudden. So being the Mechanome gives him essentially a safeguard, and then he can play a Maledict, which was game-changing last game, I might add, and then also still have his Battle Master, so he has max defense and he gets an offensive because of that.
And if you guys want to see the build that these players that are playing today are running with, you can go to awc.gcd.tv, or you can look below here in the description on your page, and you can see a lot more information there as well, along with that gear choice that we can see these players running here, Zico. All right, so Enlight's composition choice. Diabolis is going to respond here. I don't know. It's a tough matchup. The pressure's really on for Enlight here, but I don't know. Should we count them out just yet?
No. It's one of those teams that you can't really count out, but I feel like they're going to lock in the Mistweaver on Tolvir. If they don't...
They did.
Yeah, they're going to lock. And yeah, Diabolis probably just gonna go with the same thing. Yeah, I don't see them going like Ellie, Hulk or something like that.
Why have they opted
good.
with that Mistweaver over the Disc Breeze?
Well, it's because of the map. On this map, there's no way. Like on the last map, the offense of the Disc Priest kind of allows Enlight to get a little bit of breathing room, because if you go inside that room in Blackrock Hold, then you can get immediately feared, and there's going to be a lot of damage, you know, to back up that CC. Whereas on a map like Tolvir, you're never going to be able to land any fears. You're never going to really be able to, you know, do anything else but PvE heal. Maybe throw out a couple of dispels. Compared to a monk who's just going to have, you know, infinite mana for a real long time and just stay on max range and just challenge the beam.
And it's why a lot of these series go back and forth. We have the draft process where the loser of the last game, they pick the map, winner picks a comp, and then the loser responds with their composition. And Enlight, they were able to get that advantage with the Disc Breeze because they could pick a smaller map that would work with that composition. Now they're here on Tolvaron, and they don't quite have that advantage anymore. They're kind of forced to play that Mistweaver, and we're seeing their chances of getting a game over Diabolis just kind of diminishing here, Supatis.
Yeah, Mage Lock on Tolvaron Arena. I think, was Golden Guardians? I feel like other teams have done it, but it's like very rare.
I mean, what did we see today? I mean, maybe that's going to be the fate of Diabolis as well.
You think?
It was Method Black, do you remember? The world records Warlock takedown this season, I think.
Ooh, that could be exciting.
We're going to 90% damp.
Alec,
Yeah, I think
I feel like we need Spite then.
This one's going to be a dampener.
Alec tweeted after that game, it's like, a record is a record, boys. I think he's proud of it. But you would be?
Didn't he beat his old record?
I think he was. I think it was
He
the
was
same
the old
team.
record too.
Like what?
All right.
It's like, I'm pretty sure he played like a Warlock alt or something, like 90% dampening last year. Yeah. We were talking about Alec. You are the record holder, man.
All right. Well, hopefully.
He'll take it though.
Yeah. Clearly, he was tweeting about it like he was proud of it. But hopefully, that game or this game won't go quite as damp as that. It is game number 4 here. Diabolis versus Enlight. Diabolis looking to 3-1 Enlight and send them down to the lower bracket, or is Enlight gonna be able to tie it up here?
Well, we're going to have to see. I mean, I think this is one of those games that's going to go a long time. Enlight, the thing is, for them, they can't really afford to be in the open for too long. So they're going to be utilizing the Pillar, utilizing Zuniaki, efficiently healing on that Mistweaver Monk. And Diabolis, they're just going to try to drag it into the open, look for those one-shots, look for those crowd control setups. We'll see if they can do it. I mean, Clyde, this map's also going to give him a lot of freedom to drink. And I mean, we did see Enlight. I mean, I would argue that the reason why they won the last game is because Clyde was out of mana as well. So that seems to be the big win condition for Enlight. And I think just this big map allows Clyde to drink way more, and that really heavily favors Diabolis.
Gello's got his diaper on and his wizard hat. He's ready to go for a sunbath in Tolvaron Arena. He wants to be out in midfield for most of this fight, and if they try and duck around the corner, they're going to use Flame Strike, Rain of Fire. Facile hates Tolvaron so much that he just started running into the wall. He's losing a little bit of it. The heat, he's got heat stroke. He's just running into the wall there for a moment. It looks like they're just going to jump on Zuniaki. Diabolis are unafraid here on match point to just gun for the kill early on. They don't get follow-up crowd control though. The Mortal Coil was a little bit late. Zuniaki able to wrap around the corner, looking to switch sides, does not want to be on the same pillar. But Cassidy and Facile, they're not going to be so quickly able to get to that side of the map, and Greater Pyros are starting to be cast. They do manage to reposition now and survive the first attack.
Yeah, they managed to survive, and that's the thing. For Diabolis, I don't mind that they play really, really aggressive. It's super unlikely they're actually going to lose with just how many defensive cooldowns they can rotate through early on. So I think it's going to be up to Diabolis to really push the pace, try to get aggressive in the early stages of the game, and if they can do that, things are going to be looking good. Galu moving forward, does manage to find the Dragon's Breath Sheep. Full Hammer of Justice now into Facile. Galu looking for a Greater Pyroblast. Gets interrupted. Double Shadow Fury lands into another Polymorph. Great setup there by Diabolis, but there is just no damage to follow it up. Galu gets interrupted once again on those Greater Pyroblasts, and it looks like Enlight is going to have complete control of the situation.
Yeah, freezing trap attempt here. Galu's sitting on top of Clyde. Facile's not going to risk it, holding on to it. Greater Pyro, Chaos Bolts being casted simultaneously. Cassidy disrupts both at the same time. Drestigath drop over onto Gelu. Not enough damage to scare Clyde though. Picking him up calm and coolly. Switching back to Mercy. They have to attack the closest wizard or Zuni gets dragged into a bad spot. He pre-life cocoons the Hammer of Justice. He chases down Gelu with the life cocoon, going for another Drestigath hit there. I love that he times it with his Tiger's Fury. Feral Druid might be the hardest hitting Drestigath in the game. When the Tiger's Fury is active, it increases his physical damage by a high percent, so that's definitely a main win condition for Cassidy in this matchup specifically. But I like how they're playing. Just attack Mercy, he's closer to Zuniaki. If Mercy moves away and Gelu moves close, then switch to Gelu. If neither one is close, then just wait it out until dampening and try and find a kill. I mean, they have good damage right now. Mercy and Gelu both down at half, but Clyde immediately pops Avenging Wrath, stabilizes, charging in, gets intercepted. He did land the Hammer of Justice regardless, but it was dispelled instantly, so maybe a bit of a mismanagement there.
All three members just dogpiling on Clyde to avoid the trap. Gelu, Clyde, Mercy, all just standing on top of each other. Absolute nightmare for Facile. Zuniaki gets sniped with a counterspell. Gelu just loading up some fireballs, looking for some nice consistent damage in the matchup. And I just want to see Clyde play as far away as possible and just spam drinks. Just drink, drink, drink. Always be full mana in the match, because I think if he falls behind on mana, it's so much more difficult for him to recover. Whereas if he's constantly, maintaining that mana, keeping it high in the match, then it becomes much more difficult for Enlight to be decisive about making that push all in and trying to stop Clyde from drinking. So definitely something to consider here for the team of Diabolis. But they're just going to be pushing forward. Gelu looking for a Ring of Frost. Might actually find it onto Zuniaki. Can he? Zuniaki just walks into that polymorph. No line of sight. Hammer of Justice now into Cassidy. But it looks like there is more than... He did not even take damage. Like, he got the survival instincts, but his health legitimately did not move in that Hammer of Justice.
Mortal Coil, Chaos Bolt, Life Cocoon, swap to Zuni. Greater Pyro interrupted, denying a bit of the swap potential onto Zuniaki. Cassidy staying on top of Mercy. Zuniaki going to stay at this pillar as well, getting that Mark of Crane up with that Rising Sun kick. Definitely important for Zuniaki to use the Crackling Jade Lightning as you see him using to activate Mystic Touch and get 5% physical damage on the target, which of course Facile and Cassidy do a lot of physical damage. They're pillaring for now. Greater Power going to be line of sighted. I want to see Gelu and Mercy split up. I don't like both of them moving on the same side. You can see Gelu and Mercy chasing Enlight, and then Enlight just moved to the other side. They need to split up so they can only run away from one of them. Now as they split up, Enlight just opt to stay at the box. They definitely need dampening. If they're going to win here, it's sort of a necessity facing the Mage Warlock composition. I'm trying to think if we've even seen a matchup that can close Mage Warlock before dampening. I don't think we've seen it, so Enlight just want to play it patiently, pray to the Drestigath gods for a crit, and try and find a kill that way. They are getting decent Drestigath hits right now, and that's going to be a hand of sacrifice. I wouldn't be surprised to just see them run away. Wait for Drestigath, jump out, drop them again, pray it crits, hope he dies. If it doesn't, get a cooldown, run away, and just keep doing it over and over.
Yeah, I was going to say, we actually have seen a matchup end pre-dampening. It happened today. When Method
with Spite, yeah. I was thinking of Jungle Spite, and you play the Tracker's Net, but with Paladin, I guess it sort of negates it. You just freedom it, so it's not an option.
Yeah, it doesn't seem nearly as easy. But I mean, that being said, the Drestigath that traded for Clyde's sacrifice, and I think that's a trade, that's a sacrifice Clyde's going to be willing to make every single time on the double Drestigath. But like you said, if they can get the Cauterize, then it becomes much more unstable. That's when Gelu, he has to be very careful because he could just immediately outright die if they have enough damage for it. But Enlight, they're going to be forced back to the pillar once again. Actually, Mercy, one interesting thing he decided to do this match is he switched it up. He's going to be playing Succubus instead. So he has the Succubus that's going to be pushing in, kind of harassing Zuniaki. If Cassidy and Facile push in, the Seduce could go off on Zuniaki, and that's that crowd control that their team really needs to set up. So now Enlight has to be thinking about that, and this is it. There's the Seduce, there's the Mortal Coil, there's Cassidy's Trinket. He's forced to run away, and I really like this adaptation. Cassidy going to be very scared. Zuniaki caught into the midfield. They might even look to line up on him if they can. Or are they going to be able to get out any damage? They're actually just pushing for Cassidy. Cassidy is exceptionally low right now. The crowd control is not over. Meteor lands. This is actually the combustion from Gelu as well. As all three members are being taken down. Zuniaki uses the Transcendence, get out of the line of sight, gets counterspelled. Game-winning counterspell potentially here by Gelu, and that will be it. Zuniaki rolling as far away as possible, but that Shimmer counterspell from Gelu was absolutely beautiful, and Diabolis will claim this series.
3-1 for that series. Diabolis versus Enlight. Crazy amount of pressure going towards Enlight in the end there, Zico, and they just couldn't stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, the Enlight in general, you know, they played the series pretty well, but when it comes down to it, they land the CC, they go after Cassidy, Cassidy has to run, they go after Facils has to run, then they follow up the CC with a Hammer of Justice, and they swap to Zuni with the leftovers from that combustion, with all the Warlock damage, and then Gelo, of course, with that MVP counterspell at the end, gives them, you know, that extra lockdown that they needed to close out the match.
Now Enlight, they'll be dropping down to the lower bracket to face off against ABC Super Tees. How do you think that they're going to do against that team? Do you think they're going to try that Disc Priest again, or are they going to go with the Mistweaver? What are their, like, jungle again, obviously, or maybe not, actually? What do you think they're going to do?
They could do the Disc Priest on the small maps, maybe, and play out of their minds and win. But when they go to these big maps, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be brutal for them because ABC can do the same thing. Maybe Asgrath, do you know, Zico, if he has Paladin? Because it seems like the Paladin is an important component. So, yeah.
He played it in their RM Rogue Mage already.
So,
Paladin is polished.
If they have Paladin, Mage Lock, I mean, and Lights, it's not looking like a good day for them.
All right, well, we'll see that play out for the, I believe that's the last game that we'll see today. Now we're going to move on to Coffin Dance versus Method Black. We're back down in the lower bracket, you guys. This series, the loser of it knocked out of the tournament, and we saw Coffin Dance do pretty well up against Wildcard Gaming, another one of our top teams. Now they have to play Method Black, and this is going to be a pretty difficult series for these guys, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, for Coffin Dance, they're going up against one of the best teams in the tournament, one of the best teams in Europe, one of the best teams in the world, quite frankly. And I mean, Method Black, their Rogue Mage Paladin, or their Rogue Mage Priest look phenomenal. We do know Chaz, of course, plays the Paladin. So Method Black, this is looking to be, you know, a patch where Rogue Mage and Spite really, really excel. I think there is definitely the thought that they might lock that in blind. And for Coffin Dance, I think their only option is going to be locking in Joe on that warrior, playing the DH warrior. Maybe the warrior Windwalker Monk, but I kind of doubt it. I think we're going to go back to seeing that bread and butter composition that Coffin Dance ran and had so much success with. It is that warrior Demon Hunter.
All right, well, we'll come to that series after a break. We'll soon find out if Joe Fernandez is going to be playing here, so stick around and we'll come to Coffin Dance versus Method Black coming up next.
stolen by Jazz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledso. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows down. The kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Back everyone. Earlier today we saw 2 teams eliminated out of the tournament, and then we just saw the Diabolis versus the Enlight series. Now we're moving on to another elimination match. It is Coffin Dance versus Method Black. We've talked about this series quite a few times. We talked about it before the break. Couple of different predictions here coming from you guys though, but let's talk about maybe some of the compositions that we could see. It seems like Method Black, they have pretty wide range of comps that we've seen from them, as we always do. Coffin Dance, we saw them play that Windwalker Demon Hunter earlier today. Supatees, what do we think is going to be played here in the blind pick?
I feel like Method Black, they couldn't run. Waz hasn't been playing his Moonkin in a long time, I don't think. I was thinking like they could technically try Ellie Boomkin, but I feel like it's been such a long time since I even saw Waz Moonkin in a game, so they could do Mage Lock if they really wanted to, but Coffin Dance has beaten Mage Lock before, so I feel like they should try Rogue Mage Pally, and as they're blind, it's just a safe comp overall. See how it feels, and then move from there. If it goes absolutely horrible, then go back to the Mage Lock as an option and an out. But I think their best blind pick would be Rogue Mage Paladin.
Well, we'll soon find out. Teams are getting their group together. The gates should be opening, or the game should be starting pretty soon here. I feel like Method Black, we've talked about it before, Method Black, they have so many different comps. It seems like whatever people throw at them, they usually have a pretty solid answer for. Zico. Do you think that these teams are like, I don't know, it seems scary going off in a blind pick against Method Black. It seems like you never really know what they're going to play.
Yeah, I think Method Black and Wildcard are probably the 2 scariest teams, because they got so many different comps. Like if you're going up against Diabolis, you know it's going to be Lock Ellie or Mage Lock. That's, you know, most likely what you're going to run into. Maybe Mage Ellie, but at least you can kind of narrow it down to, you know, comps. But a team like Method Black, you have no idea if they're going to run melees or if they're going to run casters or Rogue Mage or what they're going to do. I think sometimes they countercomp themselves a little bit, but for the most part, they do a really good job in these blind picks. That's why they're winning so much.
And these teams, they really don't have that much time to choose what they're going to play between these games and at the start of a series here, Ven. Well, I'm sure it's different for every team, but what is that like? What are the communications for these teams amongst each other when they're deciding what exactly to play into a blind?
Well, I mean, you have to consider there's a couple things you can consider. So you can either go for the strategy where you try to go for an outright counter comp. We do see teams try to do that, but also, I mean, you can play the conservative approach, right? You could pick a composition that is just a decent answer into everything. So there's not going to be a situation where you're getting outright counter comp. You just have a very solid composition, and it's just safe on a grand arena. And if you play well, you can pick up that win. So for Method Black, I don't know. I could easily see them locking in Rogue Mage. I could also see them going with a caster cleave. For Coffin Dance, I really think it is going to be that Demon Hunter Warrior, but no, I was wrong. They are going to be going with Windwalker Demon Hunter Resto Shaman, and Method Black will be going with that Rogue Mage Paladin. And it's like I said, this patch seems really good for Method Black. They're a phenomenal Rogue Mage, and Rogue Mage right now, it seems phenomenally strong.
All right, well, comps are live. We can see them here pretty shortly. Coffin Dance, Method Black facing off against each other in this lower bracket series. Again, you guys watching from home, loser of this series knocked out of the tournament. Winner gets another chance to hopefully find themselves back in that grand finals position. It is game 1 of Coffin Dance versus Method Black.
Yeah, I think we should keep our eyes open for that opener. The Gladiator Spites, if they are equipped on Method Black, could provide a deadly opener. And I think the main targets is going to be Lontar when he doesn't have a trinket on that blind, and then potentially Rezus as that second target.
Oh, Trent jumping into the fight, immediately leading the charge, wanting to make sure that a sap won't be found, trying to deny sap spite as an option. Waz is going after Lone Tar. Double blinding light by Chaz. A very interesting, potentially all-in attempt by the side of Method Black to chase down the Shaman. Hammer of Justice connects, but Lone Tar survives, retreating around the corner and beginning to recover from the attack of Method Black. They committed quite a lot to that and didn't find too much, honestly, from Coffin Dance. I will say Coffin Dance took the better of that exchange. They swap over to Rezus, drop the smoke bomb. Lone Tar anticipates smoke bomb and was already moving towards Rezus. Walks into a blind. They're going to Karma at high health. This way, if it's bopped off, it's not nearly as devastating, and you're not really inclined to use a bop on a Karma at that high health, but they do cut through it. Double Ring of Frost. They could swap to Lone Tar at the end of the Polymorph. Curious to see if they decide to go for a swap. Polymorphs are over. They're staying on Rezus. They kidney shot Lone Tar. They're still going after Rezus, though. He's going to diffuse magic during that kidney shot. Fist of Fury, Turbo Fist, Waz's damage away. Coffin Dance recover, but Rezus is going to need to be careful. His cooldowns are very limited at the moment.
Definitely, and here's the offensive push with the touch of death onto Raikou. How is he going to respond? Temporal shield at the end of that as Raikou blinks away from the Ride the Wind. Now a kidney shot onto Rezus, blinding light onto Lone Tar. This is absolutely horrifying for Rezus. Maledict shot in. This is so much trouble. There's a sap. Rezus could just outright die. Lone Tar, what is he going to do? If he trinkets out, he's going to get caught in crowd control. Lone Tar gets the trinket link. Beautifully done. Sap on the trinket, but he was fast enough. Lightning fast reflexes there by Lone Tar. Keeps Rezus alive.
Oh my, but they're just so far behind and the damage just won't stop. Rezus at half health. Avenging Wrath is rolling for Chaz. He's got big heals. They're not finding any openings. They're trying to. Trend hammering down on Raikou, but everyone on Method Black has recovered. They're taking a moment, waiting for the kidney shot, trying to pick their target. Lone Tar could definitely be one. They could swap to Trend. There's an option here, and it's very difficult for Coffin Dance to anticipate the next attack. Rezus is likely to be it as they commit the Breath of Dying. Go for the kidney shot. Dragon's Breath. Beautiful chain here. Do they get the Polymorph? They do. They have Karma, but they can bop it off. Rezus is in trouble. They Karma. They bop it off. They're going all in. Gladiator's Maledict rolling on Rezus, soaking up any additional healing. He's just getting absolutely destroyed. Beautiful play by Method Black. Excellent isolation, and yeah, those changes are going to be benefiting Method Black's Rogue Mage a lot. It's nice to see them back in form.
1-0 for Method Black. Super quick game. Just tremendous pressure on the Coffin Dance Zico, and they just could not stay alive very long at all, really.
Yeah, I mean, there was so many big plays that game, and it's these clean setups. They get the blinding light with that kidney shot. They get the saps that forces out the trinkets, and then they find that next setup. They don't bop the first Karma. They save it for the second one. And it's just a 100% clean game from Method Black.
Now it's Coffin Dance. Map choice here. Method Black probably, what do we think here, Supatees? I mean, there's not really any point of them switching off of a composition. But what do you think? Can Coffin Dance maybe pick some sort of map that would maybe put a little bit of pressure on them?
I feel like Dalaran would be a good map. I'm not sold on the Windwalker. I do agree with Ven at the start of the series. I think the Warrior, but maybe they were worried about a Frost MLD. Or not MLD, but Mage Lock in general, so they didn't want to go with the Warrior. They also had Ride the Wind, so they were really expecting Spite. Warrior has Warbanner to deal with Spite. It's okay. I mean, Blizzo made Warrior work for Spite all of those games before too, so I feel like it's time to tag Joe in and try the Warrior Demon Hunter.
All right, well, we saw Method Black down Coffin Dance pretty quickly in that first game. Zico, what replay did you have for us?
Well, it's that second goal. I feel like that's the one that really opens up the game. It's such a nice setup, and Waz really showcasing why he's so good at that rogue. Really making a case in the Pika versus Waz debate here as well. You can kind of see it. Chaz going in for the blinding light onto Lone Tar. There's a kidney onto Rezus. Waz doing a bit of damage. Then he shadow steps to his healer Chaz. Shadow melts. Waits for Lone Tar to drop combat. Saps him, and then he just stays on top of him, spamming a resap on his trinket. And Lone Tar knows, which is why he's not trinketing. He's waiting until Rezus comes to him, and then he trinkets and links at the same time, probably with a macro, because most Dramas would get sapped on their trinket and just lose the game there. But even if they don't lose the game there, this go here forces pretty much everything that they need to set up that next go. And the next go, they ended the game with Witch Trinket debuff on Rezus. That's right, Maledict. Just saying.
Well, you're right again, Zico. But Method Black really showing what they do best, those tremendously well coordinated attacks for that team. Method Black always so on sync with each other. Again, they're one of those teams that have been playing together for so long at such a high level. They are always in that top spot, and I wouldn't expect anything less from these guys. But Coffin Dance looking to put on some pressure for Method Black here, locking in Black Rook hold. We talked about before this last break here, Supati, is maybe if they put on Joe Fernandez. Do you think that's an option that we'll see, or are they going to try that comp again, do you think?
If they run Warrior, I feel like Method Black will run Spite. But at the same time, I don't know, Maledict looked better than Spite. I don't think they have to, and then they don't have to deal with the counters that are normally there for Spite in general. It seems like Maledict is a lot more straightforward option for Method Black overall. I think it's time to give Joe his shot. That was the comp that got them success throughout the previous cups. Of course, having Rezus there as an option is great, but right now I think the Warrior would be a little bit more sturdy in this specific matchup. It might still be a bad matchup though, honestly, at the end of the day, but I think it would be better for them to give Joe a shot before they can't. And Black Rook Hold would be a good map, but it's also a good map actually for the Monk to be able to survive, so I don't know. They've only got a minute and a couple seconds here to lock, but I would like to see Joe.
All right, not much time left for Coffin Dance to choose their comp. If they decide to bring out Joe Fernandez, Ven, how can they look to sort of shut down that setup coming from Method Black?
Well, it's not going to be easy. I mean, Method Black, they're doing very clean setups in this matchup, and as a response, for Coffin Dance, it felt like in that last game there wasn't too much that they could really do, but the good thing about the Warrior is you're not going to be as nearly as easy a target as Rezus on that Windwalker Monk. Having defensive stance as well as heavy versatility. Theoretically, you should be able to survive as well, having the War Banner, the commanding shout, like just those little things to keep yourself alive. But I feel like no matter what Coffin Dance locks in, Method Black playing Rogue Mage Paladin it's a decent matchup for Method Black. Like, I think Method Black is just going to be locking this in. Doesn't matter what map it is. They can go with the Spike Trinkets. They can go with the Maledict Trinkets. And, there's a bit of a mind game. Rezus, he's committing playing Ride the Wind if they run Spite. And if they don't run Spite, then he's basically wasting an Honor talent. And that's something Supati's kind of touched on at the beginning of today is now with the way you can gear, you can basically, if someone runs a Spite, you have to try to at least run some sort of answer. But if they're not running the Spite Trinket, you're just wasting a lot of your setup, a lot of your talents, a lot of your gear, giving up offense, giving up defense, and it's a really difficult spot to be in as Coffin Dance for Method Black. They have the luxury of just, always having that as an answer. We saw it earlier today when they played their series against Ratapai's Rogue Mage Priest. They just didn't use Spite, just Maledicts, consistent damage on the mage, and then in the last game they went all in with that Spite Trinket, and that's what you really have to look out for, because if you're not prepared for the Spite and they have it, you're just going to lose the game, and I think that's what makes this so difficult for Coffin Dance.
And if you guys want to see the gear that Ven was just mentioning, if you want to see what these players are running for their build, you can go to awc.jcd.tv, or you can look at the description down below this video. You can check out what these players are running. They are in a tournament realm setting, so they can basically have a smorgasbord. Smorgasbord? Is that right? Thank you. Yeah, we'll have you say it next time. But just any choice of gear that these guys want. So it's super exciting to see what these guys are deciding to run here. This is game number 2 of Coffin Dance versus Method Black. Method Black up 1-0. We will see if Coffin Dance can maybe tie it up here on Black Rook Hold. This was their map choice. It is Method Black versus Coffin Dance.
The main reason I like the Maledict is it's like a cooldown on its own. So normally as the Windwalker, you want to diffuse magic a combustion, but if you diffuse magic combustion, then when Maledict is up, you can't diffuse magic the Maledict back, and because there's 3 of them, and they're only using 1 per crowd control chain, you just eventually don't have an answer for it. So I love that Method Black are splitting it up. Every time they crowd control Lone Tar, 1 Maledict. Then Rezus probably survives with a cooldown, another crowd control, another Maledict. Maybe he trades another cooldown, and he just gets attritioned. It's like an extra 6 cooldowns or an extra 3 cooldowns for Method Black overall. They move in. They're not going to find a sap, so they're not going to have any surprise attacks here. That is an advantage to Coffin Dance. They're getting posted up. Lone Star drops that healing stream totem a bit preemptively, anticipating an attack on himself as Waz still hasn't revealed his positioning. They did manage to protect him from being pulled out from stealth. So he's going to get that subterfuge opener. Where is he going to start the fight? He's still just chilling in stealth, waiting for his team to decide the call potentially on who's going to be the target. Trent's going to immediately begin the fight. Rezus moves over to Chaz. Chaz repositions. Blinding Light. Trent the target early on. They're mixing it up here in game number 2, but Waz got paralyzed during the kidney shot. Even without Waz attacking, Trent is absolutely shredded by Raikou. He has to use Metamorphosis. He jumps back over to Waz for a swap to the Rogue. Both teams mixing up their strategies quite a lot in game 2.
Yeah, Waz looking for the cheap shot on Rezus, but Rezus was way too quick with the paralyze, shuts it down, and as a result, Trent really didn't have to trade out that much, just the reverse magic, and that opener was actually not that great for Method Black, as that was the combustion coming in from Raikou. Now another kidney shot here onto Trent. Are they going to be able to take him down? It looks like a preemptive Earthen Wall totem was dropped there by Lontar, and that is more than enough defense. And so far, Coffin Dance, they've been making great trades. This game is looking a lot better for them.
Swaps over to the Rogue here, potentially trying to punish a gushing wound selection from Waz. Trend still at low health, though. Is he going to be able to recover this crowd control chain? Darkness gets dropped, but even Darkness has a % chance to die through. The Maledict is absorbing a lot of healing as well. He's not totally recovering. They stop the half polymorph for the paralyzed. Lontar's out of crowd control. Needs to bomb in a heal. Gonna activate that Spirit Walker's Grace to immune it. Good combo. Pick Trend back up into the fight, but in terms of who's the best target to kill, it seems like the Rogue might be their only option. They're going after him again. Raiku's built his character with full versatility, so he's going to be quite durable. Rogue swaps seem like a good answer so far as they get Evasion and Gladiator's Medallion from Waz, but Lontar could get crowd control. He interrupts the Polymorph, but now Blinding Light. These Blinding Lights have been so devastating. They reverse it, but now a full Polymorph. Combustion gets popped. Is Trend just going to drop? He charges forward, lands the double, connects the Spirit Link with the Gladiator's Medallion. Coffin Dance survive another attack, but there's a full blind sitting in the back pocket. They might not even need it. They land a counterspell over onto Lontar, recovering for now, but when that, full blind. What are you going to do, Trend? They paralyze Waz. Trend needs to run for the hills, but Waz gets bopped out. Full polymorph out. Trend pops the Metamorphosis. If there's a Maledict here, Trend could fall. He trades Blur. He's looking durable. They've crowd controlled Waz very effectively during this moment, but the stuns have finally connected. Huge meteor. Pyros flying through the skies. Method Black push to match point. Dragon's Breathing Lontar on 10%. Can they finish him?
No way.
Unbelievable. They don't finish him. Confident, stay alive.
Yo, Trend played that absolutely beautiful, using line of sight, using Blade Dance, Metamorphosis, keeping himself alive. Absolutely remarkable. Beautiful plays there by Rezus and Trend. I feel like any other Windwalker Demon Hunter would have been dead in that situation. It was a full blind into Hammer of Justice. Poly, just a remarkable crowd control from Method Black, but Coffin Dance was able to survive, and now they're looking to reverse it, but there's still a huge opportunity here. Full kidney shot on Trend once again. Here is the combustion. Blinding Light out onto Lontar is their follow-up. Waz is going to be looking for a sap. He finds the full sap. There is no way. The pre-blur, the Maledict, everything from Trend. There's no way. Can he actually survive once again? Hammer of Justice on Lontar. The crowd control is not ending. Trend leaps over. Waz, it cannot believe it. And it does look like Trend will inevitably fall. Coffin Dance, I mean, I have to say, they played that game defensively, I think, really well. Like, I thought that game went really well for Coffin Dance. Like, it's hard for it to go better in terms of rotating through your defensives and surviving setups. I just feel like Method Black, with the way they're playing, this is a really difficult matchup for Coffin Dance.
Oh, yeah. I mean, those guys were absolute live lords through that. We saw that Demon Hunter going down, almost going down several times. Got Method Black managing to pull it off in the end there, Zico, but that was just tremendously well done by Coffin Dance.
Yeah, Trend, first of all, is a live lord. Like, this guy is insane. Yeah. That during that blind go, when he tried to Blade Dance the kidney, and he tried to Meta the kidney, and he was dashing in and out. Even at the end there, he like YOLO dashed into the room and reversed Lontar out. Almost survived there because of it, but wasn't able to. And I think the reason why he's not able to is because Method Black have so many good setups happening all the time. And the reason why that's happening is because Chaz is stacking full Ineffable Truth, and he's playing Blinding Light. And instead of having a Blinding Light every minute and a half, he has a blinding light like every 45 seconds. So he has a blinding light and a hammer of justice and a potential for a sap there as well. It's just so much crowd control and it's so easy to set up. And yeah, I don't know what they can do about it.
All right, well,
Joe Fernandez. Joe
Yeah.
Fernandez.
You gotta bring in Joe.
okay, so hopefully we'll see him come out here. It is Coffin Dance's map choice here. Then, of course, Method Black will respond with their comp, looking to see if Coffin Dance is going to put on Joe Fernandez. Supatiz, you wanted to see them play him in that last game. Do you think that that would be their best option here on game number 3?
I don't know if it is their best, but that looks really difficult, even if they're playing like insane. It just seems not possible. At least when they bring the warrior, the warrior's probably not the main target, so then Lontar doesn't need to worry about him so much. Whereas when Rezus is in the game, Lontar doesn't know, is Rezus going to get set up on, is Tren going to get set up on, and rotating your cooldowns becomes more difficult because you might overcommit some to Rezus and then they switch to Tren. But when you got the warrior in defensive stance, you're a little bit like, okay, I can lean on Joe to stabilize himself more, and then focus like Earthen Wall rotating with Blur on Tren without having to worry about it flipping back and forth. The Maledict is getting a lot of value. It seems really strong into the Demon Hunter and the Windwalker healing specifically. So Method Black utilizing that. I want to see the NA teams. Like I want to see M2KC, like that Windwalker mage, try a Maledict strat too.
You sound very pleased, Zico.
Yeah, who would have thought that when you're playing into hybrids with self-healing and you play a setup-based comp, Maledict. Never would have imagined that would be the best trinket to go
Okay,
in.
did you guys see how quickly Method Black locked in that comp?
I think they're gonna play that all tournament until something
That was like
stops it.
instant from Method Black locking in the Fire Mage Rogue once again in response to Coffin Dance's Tiger's Peak map choice. Now it's back to Coffin Dance to choose their map. And so let's say that Joe Fernandez does decide to hop onto that warrior here. Zico, what are the advantages we're going to see coming out of that class against Method Black potentially?
Well, I feel like Method Black right now, it's like when you're queuing on ladder and you go in and you one-shot someone in the opener and just leave the game and just insta-queue up again. That's where their head's at right now.
They're ready to go.
They're like, all right, queue up fast before they stop queuing, you know? It's kind of one of those, but...
Here it is.
There it is.
Okay, so we are going to see Joe here. So in addition to what Sid said, that, you know, Joe is not going to be a target in this matchup, Joe also will be providing a lot of disruption. So during these setups, in addition to basically forcing Method Black to go for Tren and Lontar for the most part, they will also have those war banners, intimidating shouts, things like that to help break up the CC chains and help, Tren, for example, to survive some of these setups.
All right, well, we're seeing Coffin Dance switch up their comp here with Joe Fernandez on the warrior coming off of the bench in favor of Rezus, and now we're seeing Method Black, the same comp that we saw them play last game as well, having success here. Do we think that this is, though, I mean, was there really any reason, considering Method Black may have predicted this change up from Coffin Dance here, Supatiz, was there really any reason for them to switch off?
I don't think so. I mean, they've lost before as Mage Lock, and Mage Lock is arguably weaker to Warrior Demon Hunter now than before, so this just looks really good. I love the way that they're playing with Ineffable Truth, that blinding light from the Paladin. Normally you only have to worry about blind sap from the Rogue, but because Chaz running blinding light, it's like you have to worry about blind sap and blinding light sap. So it's two situations that you just can't recover from, and then Maledict is mixing in with the cooldowns as well. The damage is much higher in kidney shot since the conflict change. I mean, overall, Method Black's Rogue Mage was already stellar. Now that it's in a position where it's not sort of being blocked by the versatility, I mean, they're going to tear people apart.
Ben?
I can't help but feel, I have a sneaking suspicion Method Black is going to be locking in Spite.
Yeah.
Now that there's no Windwalker Monk, there's no Ride the Wind threat, like, they can really abuse Spite in this matchup, and I think they're going to. I think Method Black is going to Spite, and Coffin Dance, they have to be prepared.
All right, well, Method Black...
I think we can queue up the flute.
What? No. No, you could.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm just staring, just waiting to see if they're actually running it. Ooh, it is! It's Spite! I knew it!
No ride the wind,
How
Spite
could I
time.
possibly predict it?
If they get a sap, oh, jumping right on top of them. Not going to be having a sap found today, but maybe a polymorph. Lontar runs away from it. Joe Stormbolts it. Great disruption right off the bat. Very important to stop the first sap of the game against a Spite Rogue Mage. They're going to spite Joe Fernandez. He's got no heroic leap right now, but he could charge Raikou to get out of it. Is he going to be able to escape to safety? Activating that avatar, trying to get a little bit of a shield there. But Corruption is overloaded. Big Dressigath hit from Waz as he looks to close it out. Lingering Psychic Shell from Joe. Rolling back over to Lontar. They use Reverse Magic to remove the Blinding Light. Joe's going to recover the first Spite Assault and get back onto Raikou. They need to get some damage out during the downtime of that Spite.
No, there's no question about it. Stormbolt now into Waz. They're going to be continuing their assault onto Raikou. I can't help but feel, though, at some point, I mean, Lontar, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. If he gets caught into a blind and they're able to set up with spites on him, I think he could just go down. Lontar actually just portals nowhere into a kidney shot. Super unfortunate there for Lontar. And keep in mind, he's got no life cocoon. He went with a preemptive life cocoon on Joe Fernandez. Joe obviously survived quite easily, but Method Black, they're looking to exploit that. They're going after Lontar, and this is just not ending. Waz, he's going to be sitting all over him. Meanwhile, Raikou's going to be babysitting Joe and Tren. So I think what needs to happen is we need to see a lot of pressure here on Waz. They can't just let Waz sit onto Lontar, and I think Coffin Dance has the appropriate response to the situation. Now Waz is forced to sort of retreat, and he can't just sit on top of Lontar.
Okay, full blind, and he's relentless. Kidney shot on Joe. He got a shield active right before it, but the Gladiator Spites are down. Joe going to leap right out of those puddles. Does not want to play too long in the Corruption mud, but Lontar is still crowd controlled. Joe ducks around the corner and avoids Raikou throughout the crowd control. Good positioning by Joe Fernandez there. Looking for an intimidating shout and setting up for damage on Waz. Went for the Stormbolt, but doesn't look like it landed. Maybe on diminishing return? Waz getting back on target here. Joe just tunneled down endlessly. They don't want to go for on a Demon Hunter. They don't have the Gladiator's Maledict to absorb his healing, but I think it's a mistake. I think the Demon Hunter does go down in a stun. A bit surprised to not see them switch strategy here. They're going to go after Lontar. Big Dressigath drop over on him, but he's running Conflict and Strife, so he's taking a lot less damage in a stun. He will survive it, but now needs to deal with interrupts potentially. Faking with the Soothing Mist, rolling around the corner, catching himself that Jade Statue as well, and he's going to survive a swap. Coffin Dance's defense looking solid so far. Waz gets stunned up. Tren chases down Raikou. They are running Mana Rift, so winning on mana on Chaz is an option for Coffin Dance, but that's a win condition that's still maybe 5 to 7 minutes away.
How do we want to see them set up Spite? I feel like there's... if they can get a Polymorph on Lontar, I want to see Spite on Lontar, basically. Set up with Polymorph, set up with Blind, maybe if they can find it. I think Spite is available.
Oh.
It's a Blinding Light, but it broke. Super duper unfortunate. Waz was just attacking it. That was big miscommunication there by Method Black and a missed opportunity to use that Spite Trinket onto Lontar. Preemptive Fortifying Brew as well, but now might be the moment. I might just trade out Blind here in about 20 seconds, and Lontar, they're actually just going after Joe once again. Spite potentially overloading Joe, and we'll see. I mean, so far, he's just been able to get out of it. I mean, there is a thing from beyond, but definitely not getting max value out of that Trinket so far in this match.
They got his Rathion Cloak. If they can get his Trinket before Blind, and then Blind stun him with Spite, I think that's an option. I would like to see them do what you're saying, is either Blinding Light Lontar and Spite him, and then maybe poly him out of it too. They're just going to swap to him. Are they going to outright kill him? There's no darkness. 10% health. He gets the Life Cocoon. Survives the swap on match point, facing elimination here in the last cup of the AWC.
Chaz drinking.
Can they hold on? He's very far off the screen at the moment, so likely is. He's going to be going back to mana. You remember that mana rift strategy where like they could win 5 to 7 minutes doing that? Now it's probably 8 to 10 minutes if they want to win that way. This is going to be very difficult for Coffin Dance. They got the Gliders Medallion from Joe too, so a full Blind Spite is an option now.
Who are they going to go after? I mean, Lontar with no everyman for himself, he is really susceptible to an all-in. I could see Method Black doing it. If they just have to pull it off, they just need Lontar in any crowd control. The Blind would work great. If they can polymorph out of it, they can blind out of it, or catch them in a stun. I think that's an opportunity for them to just outright win the game. But I think they're going to wait until Combustion's off cooldown. Waz now in a Stormbolt. And they're going after Joe. Full blind on Joe. Where is the crowd control on Lontar? There is no Life Cocoon. The Ring of Frost. Lontar doing everything he can. Hammer of Justice on Lontar. Man. Joe is over-corrupted. The darkness drops down from Tren, and that might be enough for him to actually stay alive. He's spinning out, and it will be the lingering Psychic Shell, but he is not over it yet. He is still overcorrupted in this match. Lone Tar with the Life Cocoon is feeling confident to heal him, and that darkness paying dividends for Coffin Dance.
Good timing there. Despite the great crowd control into both Lone Tar and Joe, not enough to over-corrupt him. They're still buying time to generate pressure with that Mana Rift strategy. Raikou, 10 Portal Shields, a huge amount of damage there. Thing from Beyond is still spawning, even, 30 seconds after the fact. That's a little bit unlucky for Joe there. But Life Cocoon is going to be enough for him. Lone Tar used his Fort Brew to amplify his healing. He won't have that for himself. A swap to Lone Tar right now could be deadly.
Absolutely could be. I mean, he does no defensive cooldowns to work with. Every man for himself, still going to be on cooldown for a little bit of time. So if they could rot him down, they could find the damage with Combustion. I could easily see Lone Tar falling here, but if Tren and Joe can back him up, then he might be able to survive. Here's the Kidney Shot. Big damage. Combustion. They're looking for the all-in. Is there a follow-up? And it will be the commanding shout from Joe, maybe buying Lone Tar a little bit of time, but the Transcendence didn't really bring him anywhere. Waz is still all over him. Joe trying desperately to peel him up. Waz forced to run away right now. Cannot be messing around for too long onto Lone Tar, especially with Joe on his back. And Waz gets stunned. But beautiful backup by Raikou. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to net really too much. Maybe. They get the sacrifice, actually. This is big. Really good offense there by Coffin Dance. A bit surprising. I mean, Waz got stunned out of line of sight, but still they managed to get that sacrifice.
So Tren is running full Gushing Wounds, and they haven't attacked him once. I feel like that's a mistake. They're attacking Joe with full verse conflict. They're attacking Lone Tar with full verse conflict. I like the swaps to Waz. He's also running Gushing, I believe, so he's going to take a lot more damage than Raikou's running versatility. They're going to use the Blind Gladiator Spites onto Lone Tar. They need more crowd control. They get the Polymorph reverse magic. Lone Tar rolls out. Beautiful reverse magic timing there. They're still committed to it, but he pre-Fort Brews. I feel like there's no way Lone Tar dies here. They set that up so excellently. Lone Tar survives that. Waz now on the back foot as he is being pushed potentially into the dirt by Joe and Tren. Joe is definitely getting a chance to shine in this game. Would have liked to have seen him a game sooner, but I guess better late than never. Lone Tar still just being tunneled down. This next Kidney Shot, if he doesn't pre-Life Cocoon, could be the end of him. He tops himself off. Waz gets intercepted with the Storm Bolt, but Tren's polymorphed. He can't really help anybody at the moment. He can't land those mana rifts either. 16% dampening. Lone Tar dragging Waz into a really bad position, but Tren, man, he's 3 polymorphs and a Frost Nova. He is not having a good time over there on the far side of the map.
That was such a nice cocoon by Lone Tar. I mean, that was a very sneaky polymorph by Raikou, but Lone Tar read the situation, and it wasn't sneaky enough. Now Waz in some trouble. Blessing of Protection trades out. We need to see a spite go here by the team of Method Black. Who are they going to be able to spite? Divine Shield trades out from Chaz, and he is burning through his defense very, very quickly. Waz Shadow steps over onto Lone Tar, looking for an interrupt, unable to find it. Now a Kidney Shot onto Joe. Here are the spites once again. They need more crowd control. They need a cheap shot. They managed to find it. Joe getting over corrupted here. Defensive stance. Big damage rolling in. It's going to be the die by the sword and basically all the defense of Coffin Dance to keep Joe alive in that situation. That was a nice push by Method Black, and we need to see them consistently do those pushes. Now Waz back to defaulting onto Lone Tar, keeping Raikou alive, and Raikou's just going to be looking to control Joe and Tren as much as he can, but, I mean, they're not making it easy. I love that they just go after Waz right away. As soon as he's on Lone Tar, Joe and Tren, they realize that this rogue cannot be allowed to do that, and they go after Waz, they really punish him, and Coffin Dance is setting this game up quite nicely.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep it going. That drink earlier definitely put Method Black back in the game. Coffin Dance need to stop those from happening. Chaz breaks out to dodge a Mana Rift. Very important that he does that as much as possible. Tren has been sitting so much crowd control, though. Finally able to get back on target here, going after Raikou. Waz looking like he wants to try and set something up. He gets stunned by Joe. Joe leaps back. They're not able to find a polymorph. Good disrupt, but they go for the Kidney Shot anyway onto Joe. Pre-Life Cocoon again. Excellent timing by Lone Tar. Certainly doing his best to keep his team's chances alive in this tournament. Still on match point. They have to reverse sweep reigning BlizzCon champions Method Black on what I would argue is their main composition, that Rogue Mage. Chaz crowd control. They get the Cauterize. They're doing it. They're pushing for the Ice Block. Can they stay on target? They stun lock him, and they get the Ice Block. Coffin Dance are doing it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why I wanted to see the Warrior. Joe is just so durable. He's got so much disruption, a lot of tools to deal with this Rogue Mage Paladin. Storm Bolt onto Waz. He trinkets and the evasion. Method Black has burned through basically all their defense, and they're going for an all-in here onto Joe. Can they actually take him down a full blind onto Lone Tar? They might be able to do it. Joe, he has to hold on just a little bit longer. The darkness trades out. Full sap now onto Lone Tar. Do they have any more damage? Joe leaps away, just trying to avoid it, but it will end up hitting him. The commanding shout does fall, and a pyroblast to the face. Method Black 3-0 Coffin Dance.
I was looking at pretty good there for Coffin Dance toward the middle. Lots of pressure going on a Method Black, but in the end there, Zico, they just couldn't quite get it together to secure a kill from Method Black.
Yeah, Method Black played it out patiently. You know, they kind of dragged out Joe and Trent there at the end because they had so much pressure onto Raikou. But with that card rise, he kind of dragged them really far away from Lontar. And they're able to do that kidney shot with the smoke bomb. Joe trinketed out a little bit too late on that one. Is the only mistake I really saw him make the entire game. And Waz, of course, punished really well as well with that shadow step to Lontar at the end. Into the blind before he could, heal up Joe there. And then Raikou also kept him in the spite for a little bit longer. And the sad thing is when you play with a Demon Hunter, you don't get that darkness at the end, you're going to die. But if you get the darkness, then you're standing in darkness in the spite. So it's not ideal either. And then I think at the end, Raikou got up Pyro, and I think maybe some corruption damage kicked in as well there for Joe. So it was a better matchup. I would have liked to see it a little bit earlier from Coffin.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like we wanted them to play Joe Fernandez that entire series. Coffin Dance pulling him out on the third game, and I wonder, Supatis, if they had a little bit more games with that matchup, would they maybe have eventually been able to pull off a victory?
It would have been really hard fought. I think they can. There's potential, but they've got to make outplay after outplay after outplay. It's basically like every kidney shot can end the game. If they don't have a cooldown for it, and if they're not ready to disrupt a blind spite attempt as well. It's basically the hardest game ever for them. And whereas I feel like Method Black, it doesn't really become a hard game for them until 10 or 11 minutes in. Then it's a hard game for them when their Paladin has no mana. But before that, it's basically just 12 minutes of Method Black owning, and you have to stay alive for 12 minutes.
All right, well, Coffin Dance knocked out of the tournament. Method Black will be moving forward in the lower bracket. Now we're going to move to our last series of the day. It's Enlight versus ABC. We saw ABC face off in the first match of today against Bergen boys. We sent them home with a 3-0, and we saw Enlight lose against Diabolis earlier in the upper bracket, so they started this day in the upper bracket. Now they're down in the lower bracket facing elimination for this last match of the day. Enlight versus ABC. Let's make some predictions before we go to a break. Supatis, what do you think?
ABC have been looking good overall, and I mean, Enlight just got stomped out by a mage lock. So I feel like as long as ABC play that Holy Pally mage lock, that they pretty much got this.
All right, well, we will see if they pull it off. We're going to go to a break, and then after that, we're going to go to that Enlight versus ABC series. Last match of the day, so stick around, and we'll be right back.
seconds away from CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloudride's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinket. Trinkets, he needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Was is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garou, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. We are on our last match of the day. It is Enlight versus ABC. We've had quite a few series today. If we look at the bracket of the games that have been played so far today, and some of the brackets that we'll see again with this region on Sunday, then give us a quick breakdown of some of those games that we saw today and some of the ones we'll see tomorrow on Sunday.
Well, I mean, we've seen. Maybe I can just talk about, you know, sort of the meta shift as a whole. It seems like a lot more teams are open to running the rogue mage. So we've seen Method Black really utilize that rogue mage. Seems like paladins are also a great option. Diabolis, instead of playing, you know, the mage lock Mistweaver, they're playing a lot more paladin variant with their composition, as well as Wildcard Gaming really implementing that paladin as well. So definitely a little bit of a, you know, shift in which classes are good, the way they gear, and some of the strategies that they can use as well with that Spite Trinket. In North America, I'm really curious to see if we do see, you know, a little bit of a shift. Maybe the Mage Lock Monk of Cloud9 isn't going to be as powerful. People will have answers for it, and they might have to switch it up themselves and, you know, play Rogue Mage themselves. Maybe we'll see Cupsy on the Paladin. Not 100% sure on that, but definitely a possibility, and I think that's the thing about North America I'm really looking forward to, is to see if they are also going to be making, you know, big adaptations in some of the classes they're playing, the strategies, the way they gear, and how that's really going to shake things up.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen 3 teams go home today, as you can see here in the bracket, and the competition is just getting super tough for this region, but we have the top 8 teams locked in. Those teams will be going to face off in a circuit tournament format, or in a round robin style format later on this year. We'll come up to that later, and definitely looking forward to that, but we still have some matches that we want to play out for this tournament today. We're going to Enlight versus ABC, as I already mentioned, and Zico, go over these teams that we're seeing here in the top 8. Well, who are the top dogs?
Well, I would say it's gotta be Diabolis, Wildcard, and Method Black right now. Out of the remaining teams in this tournament, they are kind of the teams to beat. I think Enlight and ABC are maybe like a step under, and I'm still a little unsure about Diabolis, but I feel like Diabolis was the team that we kind of, the prophecy foretold that they would rise and they would, you know, hashtag give them hell, but we didn't really see that until they brought on Mercy, and now, you know, their games are looking amazing. They're in the upper bracket, beating out, you know, a lot of these top dog teams as well, like Method Black, like Enlight, so they're definitely making a case for themselves as one of those top teams in the region.
And we'll have a bigger breakdown for you guys on Sunday to discuss those teams that we'll be seeing facing off in our circuit. And but now, again, we're going to be moving on to the last series of the day. Let's talk about that. It's Enlight versus ABC. Supatees, what can we expect from this coming series?
Well, Enlight play jungle. That's it. ABC could, if they wanted to, play Rogue Mage Paladin. If I think they should on the small maps. That should be like their blind pick if they lose. But then on the big maps, they can play the same thing that knocked Enlight down here in the first place, the Warlock Mage Paladin. So I'm worried for Enlight. Either way, they're going to have a either long road to victory or a long fall to defeat here today in the AWC, just getting 2 teams back to back with that Mage Lock.
Well, Enlight versus ABC facing off against each other.
Oh, goodness.
Oh.
You just see it as soon as it...
Got a little sample.
Okay, well, game 1 here of this last series of the day. It is Enlight versus ABC. Are we going to see these guys struggle again with that jungle cleave versus ABC's mage lock? We'll see soon enough as Enlight face off against ABC in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, ABC, they saw what Diabolis was able to do, and they're going to be looking to replicate that. Paladin, Mage, Warlock. I mean, it wasn't completely one-sided. I mean, of course, Enlight now is in the lower bracket, and so ABC's got to be feeling pretty confident with this matchup. But I feel like Enlight, they had, a bit of a growth spurt from that last series that they played. So I think this isn't going to be, a free win for ABC. I think Enlight definitely has a shot here, definitely learning some of those lessons from their last series, and they'll be able to implement that against ABC. And maybe ABC doesn't really have too much practice in this matchup, and we'll see. We'll see how they play it out.
Is Alec running the Mechanome?
Nope.
Alright, well, Dwarf is still really good, though. You remove all the bleeds, you get a little bit of damage reduction, so I feel like Dwarf isn't really a bad pickup either. I guess you can't use it when you're stunned, so maybe if you get Drestigath dropped, that could be the major difference for Alec. It seems like a minor one, like a Mechanome racial, but having that ability to get an extra shield when you get bursted down might actually be the difference if Enlight can find victory, because they were going for that Drestigath burst. Alec has been taking a lot of damage throughout here, trying to blink for a polymorph. Zuniaki ports to avoid it. Asgrath pushes forward to try and connect a big heal, and he does land it. Cassidy ducks for cover. They're avoiding Walrix on that Dark Soul, waiting for it to fade, and then as soon as it has, they're likely to make another push here onto Alec. The Hyena got left out in midfield, though, and oh, poor guy. And Facile's going to need to try and get his Hyena back into the fight. He's counterspelled at the moment, but he's going for a Revive Pet again. Alright, Hyena is going to be joining the fight, charging down Alec. Alec just boldly blinks in. Very aggressive play here from ABC.
Alec actually doing a pretty decent job there securing the poly, but they didn't really have the damage due to that pre-cocoon, but still activating that big combustion right there onto Facile, doing decent amount of damage here. You see Alec now, though, on the receiving end here, taking a lot of damage. Trap onto Asgraf here, potentially nice Mortal Coil, should shut it down, should allow Asgraf to freedom himself, and he does, and now Warwick should be able to cleanse that trap, but Alex still taking a lot of damage there. Sacrifice might have to come out, not going to be needed just yet, potentially. Asgraf still kind of gambling with his mage's life right now. Divine Favor comes out, and he could still actually have to use it. Sacrifice should for sure trade out, and there it is. Asgraf really greeting it right there, but I think Alex should be able to stabilize here as he snipes a polymorph and looks to get aggressive here, Ben.
Yeah, but Enlight's been looking really good in this series so far. In this matchup, Alex been on the back foot. Barely holding on to his Cauterize for quite some time. Greedy plays from ABC, but they're reversing the pressure here onto Cassidy. Full Fear onto Zuniaki. Double Dragon's Breath comes in from Alec, just trying to slow down the offense a little bit. Can he find another polymorph? Unfortunately not able to, and Zuniaki gets out of the crowd control. This team is all 100% health. Full Hammer of Justice on Cassidy, though. But Alec in a stun, they're not going to be able to, really utilize that stun. Putting a little damage onto Zuniaki right now, but he rolls away and will be completely fine.
Alec is also not wearing a Maledict. No Maledict. Gello is wearing that. Very important when Cassidy dipped low on health. It seems like ABC in general are struggling at the moment, both aggressively and defensively. Maybe it's the playstyle. They're playing a lot more on top of Zuniaki. Nice freedom there on the freezing trap. The imp should guarantee a dispel, and it will. Beautiful play by Asgrath. Zuniaki's in a fear. Facile could be in trouble. Stun locked out in center field. Immediately feign death him, but Mortal Coil catches him. Chaos Bolts are flying. He ducks around the corner with Exhilaration for a little heal, but if Alec blinks in here, it might be scary. Choosing not to, holding onto the combustion. Enlight recover at the pillar. Dark Soul available. Walrus waiting to pull the trigger on that. Doesn't even look like he needs it. Almost powering Cassidy over, seemingly out of nowhere. Life Cocoon going to trade, but now Dark Soul is even more threatening.
Yeah, but Cassidy is going to have a Trinket and a Survival Instinct, so for the foreseeable future, he should be okay, but he can't be making mistakes like that. In one of the games, that's what got him killed. That's one of the reasons they were sent down to the lower bracket here. Alec has been doing a great job as well, just playing offense, landing these sheeps, but I want to see him kind of just pull back, try to drag them out here for a second. Don't take too much damage. He's going for the Greater Pyroblast, gets kicked by Cassidy. Nice fair there by Warwick. Try to allow Alec there to get the cast without being kicked, but unfortunately didn't go off in time. Alec going for a new Greater Pyro. This one is going to connect. Asgraf now looking for the Hammer of Justice. Is he going for Cassidy or for Zuni with that one? I want to see it on Zuni. He's not going to be able to find it on either target. Instead, he's going to turn back and try to get it onto Facile. Out of range for Dispel for Zuni, and that's going to force him to go out in the open. But Warwick's with, honestly, one of the worst coils I've ever seen right there, putting Zuni on full poly DR in that push.
Ooh, big damage on Alec. Cassidy and Facile really looking to push forward here. Get the paralyze onto Asgrath. Good setup here by Zuniaki. Is there going to be a leg sweep to follow it up? There is. Temporal Shield. Might be enough for Alec to hold on to that Cauterize, but they're just surely pushing through slowly, trying to get that cooldown from Alec. Unfortunately, they cannot, and now it's going to be Cassidy running away once again. 5 minutes have elapsed in the game. We are just entering dampening. One Chaos Bolt lands on a Zuniaki as he uses his Transcendence to get away. I noticed Walrix, he's actually playing Vision of Perfection this game, so maybe anticipating that Enlight's going to be looking to line of sight quite a bit, and those Infernals might be able to push through, get that consistent damage out, and not allow Enlight to fully recover, especially as dampening gets higher.
Yeah, Walrix trying to maintain the Immolate on as many targets as possible, max out that Flashpoint Azerite trait, giving him a lot of haste. He's still opting to play full versatility though, but no one really playing anything outside of the box. Gushing Wounds for Facile, Gushing Wounds for Cassidy as well. Zuniaki going to need to make sure he's utilizing that Crackling Jade Lightning. 5% extra damage on a Drestagath is quite a lot, and that's going to be the big power points for Enlight. Cassidy gets intercepted on his way back, but dispelled instantly from Zuni. Going to duck around the corner here as Dark Soul's available. Now, as Enlight retreat, Asgrath should drink, so see if he gets into a position where he can do that. Zuniaki rolls out into midfield. They want to stop the drink, but now he gets locked down in a polymorph. They don't stop the drink. Things could spiral out of control here for Enlight. Facile the target. Lingering Psychic Shell going to activate. Zuni gets out of the crowd control. There's that Crackle getting that Mystic Touch up onto Alec. Asgrath stunned. Walrick stunned. They could switch to the Warlock, but not enough dampening really to get too much done. They're just stunning Dark Soul, retreating away with Ring of Peace, bouncing Alec away from the pillar. Walrus moves in on the left. Alec taking a pause on the right, looking to surround Enlight. Asgrath wants to move in. Hammer of Justice could be a big swap over to Zuniaki. Huge damage! Zuniaki immediately responding with a Trinket into Life Cocoon, absorbing the hit and soaking the potential kill. Cassidy could get swapped to though. Chaos Bolts are flying. Pre-Survival Instincts right before that Mortal Coil. Nicely played by Cassidy, but Zuni's still in a polymorph. Cassidy's in trouble. Lingering Psychic Shell. Running away, healing himself back up. Facile could get swapped to now. They managed to survive the Dark Soul. They survived the Combustion. They could swap to Zuni again. They stun him. Greater Pyro? Is Cassidy going to be able to find the interrupt? Nope, a bash instead. They save Zuni once again.
Beautiful setup there though, and right now ABC are kind of just getting a little bit more and more comfortable here. They got Zuni's Trinket, so there is going to be a kill window there when Alec has his Combustion up. The only thing that could save Zuni in a situation like that is that Roar of Sacrifice from the pet. So if they can get anything on the pet, a Ring of Frost, anything like that, they can Hammer of Justice Zuni and absolutely take him down 100-0 in like a Mortal Coil, Infernal Stun type of setup with the Hammer of Justice. But right now they're going after Cassidy once again. Only one shield wall available. Gets Hammer of Justice. Does get dispelled. But Zuni now in a full fear. Into a full sheep here potentially. Alex going to cancel it here. Not going to be able to go for it. Maybe it was still on DR. I'm not sure. Alec though looking for the Greater Pyro. Not going to be able to find it. Looking to try to set up some CC. If they can get a poly or a fear onto Zuni and then set up out of that one, you can see Zuni there thought he was going to get caught up in a polymorph, pre-cocoon himself, but unfortunately for him, that's not going to give him too much value. He did get the Hammer of Justice with it, and he's going to have his Trinket back up, so not the worst exchange, but now all of a sudden Cassidy is a much better target here for ABC.
Yep, and Alex still getting trained down. They're really shutting him down. Asgath getting caught into a trap. Are we going to see an Imp Dispel? We do. Now Walrick's going back to the Fell Hunter. That's one thing I see Walrick do a lot more than other Warlocks is he kind of rotates between his two pets. Big push here on Zuniaki. The preemptive Fortifying Brew. Zuniaki knew exactly what was up. And he got the Fortifying Brew off, and that will keep him alive. Nice setup there by ABC, but a little bit too telegraphed, and Zuniaki was able to easily survive. And now it's Alec on the back foot, paralyzed on Asgarath, but there is a Blessing and Protection. There is, of course, the sacrifice as well, and that will try to keep Alec alive. And that's one of the disadvantages of the Mistweaver Monk, is you don't have that offensive dispel. So if they do get the Blessing and Protection, they do get the sacrifice, those are going to sit full. And unfortunately for Enlight, they can't really push through those defensive cooldowns. They just have to slowly work through them.
Big double dress there. They get the cauterize. They're pushing through Temporal. They're looking for an ice block. Temporal triggers. Asgarath is still stunned up. They leap over. Big Ferocious Bite. Ice block to respect. Alec is very far behind on cooldowns at a critical point in the game where Blank Pick could decide the series, as it'll bounce between large map and small map for the remainder of the series. ABC need to keep their composure, but there's actually so much defense for them to still work through, with Cassidy having Gladiator's Medallion, Zuniaki as well. They go for a Hammer of Justice, while Zuni doesn't have Dispel to try and crack through some of the defense. Life Cocoon, more than a fair trade here, but Greater Pyros are slipping through. 1 Greater Pyro, 2 Greater Pyros. Cassidy needs to run for the hills, ducking behind the pillar with Zuniaki. Now Facile trying to get to their side as well. Intercepted by some Vision of Perfection Infernals. At the same time, they still want to be aggressive. They're waiting for that double Drestigath to come off cooldown. Asgarath needs to have his finger on the trigger for that Blessing of Protection. He's charging in for a Hammer of Justice as Cassidy retreats away. He's not able to get in range. Now going for Facile instead. Cassidy jumps out into midfield, interrupts the Greater Pyro to back Facile up. Zuni now into a half here. I don't think that's enough crowd control to get too much going here. It's going to be Alec who's in trouble. Zuni rolls up for the Paralyze. Alec gets blasted by a double dressed. Asgarath has to break out. Trade sacrifice once again, redirecting damage to himself. They're just attacking into the sacrifice. They don't care. Maybe they're even going to switch to Asgarath. Cassidy gets to jump out of midfield as Zuniaki's caught in a stun. Enlight are bouncing between defense and offense so seamlessly here in game number 1. They hold a huge lead and may be able to win against overwhelming odds.
Yeah, they got the trinket there from Asgarath with that push. They also have already forced the Cauterize and the Ice Block, and they have all of their CDs and that mana lead. So if the Mage Lock is going to win, it's going to be at the back of a big one-shot. Potentially, if they can get, a couple of Greater Pyros laid into dampening, that could be a way for them to close out the match. Right now, though, it's all about the jungle. They still have Asgarath's cooldown spell on the side of ABC to fall back on. I assume the next time it might just be the bubble right here. If they can get a freezing trap, they might be able to dispel it. I don't see an entangling route there, and they will be able to dispel that one. Zuni and a Poly gets repelled, and here is Shadow Fury into big damage, but Zuni able to port away before that Shadow Fury connects. He's gonna save him. That was Warwick's Dark Soul as well. So a lot of offense here being expended on the side of ABC. And I gotta say, for Warwick's, I don't like that he is using Infernals and Dark Soul at the same time. I think it's much better to try to space them out. You use Dark Soul one time on the jungle pushes, and then you use the Infernals the next time they push to try to cancel out the offense there. But we're gonna see a Hammer of Justice onto Zuni.
Oh,
gonna be able
to
connect 2 Chaos Bolts.
It's just like, that's what can happen. I mean, the game was looking the game was looking good for Enlight. It really was. But at any moment, a Destro Warlock, they can just land 2 Chaos Bolts before you even know what happened. You're just dead, and that's what we saw in game number 1. And yeah, I mean, Enlight's got to be very frustrated by that one.
You yelled so loud at the end, though, Zico. I think I heard your room like echoing.
Yeah, my window started vibrating. I was so disappointed to see that happen. They played so well. They played it out, with their hearts. But then just that's the annoying thing, You just lose focus for 1 second. 2 Chaos Bolt sneaks in, with the cast time of like a rank 1 Frostbolt in Classic, and boom, you're dead.
I feel like though Enlight did do quite a bit better than the last time we saw them face off against Magelock. What do you think, Supatees?
I think they were gonna win. Zuniaki he could have triggered Life Cocooned. He had the option. I don't even think he needed to trinket. I think he could have just Life Cocooned. He got out of the stuns, and the Chaos Bolt just wrapped around the corner. So it's one of those things where they were winning and they were in the lead, but it's at a result of playing at such a high level consistently over such a long game. Eventually, you're gonna slip, and if you slip once, you're dead against Mage Locks. So they already played a really long and taxing series. So going into this one, I'm not surprised to see just gets caught off guard. Left field Chaos Bolt. It's so challenging for Enlight overall.
Well, Enlight and ABC picking their comp choices now. Then, do you think though that Enlight is gonna? I mean, like Subatiz was saying, they looked pretty solid in that first game here. I feel like they're probably gonna play the same comps again on both sides. What do you think, Ben?
Honestly, I do think there is a chance we go to a small map and they try to go for the priest play. I mean, didn't look that bad for them when they played it against Diabolis. That was absolutely their best game. So trying to recreate that, especially if they know what they're locking in blind. So if they go to the small map and it is exactly what we just saw, the Mage Lock Paladin, then I think going with the priest again and trying that is definitely a solid option for them. Or they could just try, honestly, they could try the exact same thing because that game was looking extremely good for Enlight. ABC, they always had a defensive cooldown, but it seemed like slowly but surely Enlight, they were getting those cooldowns. ABC really kind of struggled to find momentum, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you have more momentum. It's about who ends up scoring the first kill, and ABC was able to do that, and that's what can happen when you play against a Fire Mage, you play against a Destruction Warlock. All they need is one good setup, and it's game over.
And they did lock in Dalaran. ABC now on their composition choice here, looking to see what they will do here in this game too, Subatiz. And the thing we talked about this last week when we saw an Enlight on that jungle. They have the versatility of either going Disc Priest or Mistweaver. Talk about the differences we see here with those two healer comps, what they can do based on the map choice, and how they can sort of alter what they want to choose based on the situation.
Priests don't move very fast. Monks move very fast. So a big map where you need to move a lot, Priest isn't going to have a great time. Small map where you can move a lot, Priest can have a good time. So, and like going to Dalaran Sewers, which is a small map, they don't have to do Priest. I mean, the Monk was looking good for them. Again, I think I made the assessment when they did switch to Priest. I was like, this looks exactly the same as Monk, except they're out of mana. I mean, they won, but I think they could have still won even if they had Monk too, with the way that the game played out. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just kept Zuni on Monk overall because it feels about roughly the same. Maybe they switch because they think ABC isn't as good defensively. I mean, there was a few cracks early on in the game. I feel like they got cauterized like well before dampening, which is like a rare occasion. So the only reason I would think they're going to switch to Priest is if they think ABC isn't as competent as Diabolis.
So do you watch The Office?
Do I watch The Office? I think you asked this before, and I said no.
Does anyone? Does anyone here?
I only watch The Good Office, aka the one from UK.
No one?
Wow. No, I don't.
All right, well, I'm going to make this reference to chat. I feel like Subatiz is
like
the caster version of Kevin. You're like, why say lot word when few word do trick?
Wait, what? What? What did they say?
You're the caster version of Kevin.
What?
I don't know who that is.
That's The
Office Kevin.
You can look up.
He's like the chubby balding guy, right?
That's not what I mean, though. I'll have to link you. I'll have to link you the scene to show you what I'm referencing. But it just, the way you answer sometimes, it's like so abbreviated. And I'm just like, man, here we go again, answering one of my questions with these really short word sentences. But
I like to keep it simple. You don't need to. I don't need to be a scientist to explain things. Just. He's stunned, he dies.
You need a PhD to explain what's going on in some of these matchups.
Zika's like, they have sack, they have cauterized, they have block, they have divine shield still. I'm like, they still have everything.
Subatiz just priest run fast.
Priest don't run fast. No, you got that wrong. See, I even said it's small, you got it wrong. I said priest don't run fast. See, if I had said too many words, then it might have got confusing.
You're right, thank you. Thank you for abbreviating that for me. I would have gotten confused. Okay, well, Enlight locking in their composition choice, going once again on that jungle cleave here, opting for the Mistweaver. ABC again on that lock, that mage lock composition here. Ven, what do we think about this comp? What can we expect from this game? Do we think that they should have played Mistweaver? Let's talk about this.
Well, they actually are going to. For Enlight, they're going to be locking in the Mistweaver Monk, and like I said, there is the option that they could have gone with the Discipline Priest, but I don't think it's really needed. It seemed like they were pretty comfortable in that matchup, and I think as long as they can avoid those one-shots, those surprise, double Chaos Bolts flying in out of nowhere, it seemed like Enlight, they had a solid game plan. AWC defensively wasn't looking as sharp as Diabolis was, but I mean, maybe they're also just getting used to this matchup. This might be one of those things where AWC hasn't really played this comp that often, specifically with a Paladin, so they're kind of just bringing in the Paladin. It looked good when Diabolis did it. We're going to try it too. They ended up getting a win narrowly on game number 1. And it might be one of these things where also ABC makes some improvements in this match, and then it keeps going in favor of ABC. But for Enlight, definitely wouldn't count them out yet, but this is definitely a really difficult matchup for them.
It really is, but we've seen Enlight turn around from situations such as these before. ABC versus Enlight. ABC up 1-0 here on game 2.
Why say lot when few word do trick? You think I talk like that?
Yeah. That's why I made the reference.
Wow.
Was that too hard?
This is
Was
one of
it
the-
too mean?
I just want to drag this
you know
back
what?
to.
This is one of the rare times where I'm going to defend Super T's, alright?
This
Yes.
is one of the rare
Just
times
questions
where I'm
like
gonna
that
defend.
sometimes.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but I just gotta defend the fact that you guys like the UK office is the best office.
I think the
Is there a Kevin in the UK office?
No, there's a Gareth, and he's much cooler. All right, so game started. Big stakes right now. Enlight versus ABC. Loser of this series gets knocked out. We won't be seeing either of them until the circuit a little bit later on. Asgarath, 3 freedoms, the trap. And I think Cassidy's just going to go for a restuff here, looking to maybe pounce here onto Alec. No, he's going to pick Warwick as his target. Full counterspell secured onto Zuni. Let's see what they can do with this. Doesn't look like they're going to have any follow-up. Would have maybe liked to see Asgarath. Actually, he doesn't have Hammer of Justice. He couldn't have done anything. So, just standard defense so far from both teams. No one really pulling ahead just yet.
All right, well, let's see. Alec once again looked for greater power blasts, and he will get shut down on that. But as we saw in the last game, I mean, Warwick and Alec, they can get shut down basically all day. But as long as they get a few off later on in the game, it can easily just be the end of the game. And once again, it is going to be a paralyze onto Warwick. Zuniaki positioned very defensively right now. Maybe gets caught into a fear. Warwick gets caught into the leg sweep, and Zuniaki defends his pillar and is able to maintain his position. Warwick, unfortunately, not going to be able to land a fear just yet, but big Chaos Bolts coming in to Facile. And now Facile and Cassidy, they have to be careful. Zuniaki gets some big heals out, but, the Blink counterspell coming in from Alec could definitely turn the tide in favor of ABC if they can get that crowd control. And it looks like ABC will be pushing in. Hammer of Justice onto Zuniaki, but look at how far away Alec is right now. Didn't have any mobility to move in and actually follow up on that push, and that just looked a little bit sloppy.
All right. A little bit sloppy here, but still likely going to be dampening between the teams. So mistakes can afford to be made this early on. Even if they trade something like a Cauterizer and Ice Block, the game is likely to last until it will be available again. They are trying to go for some surprise damage on Alec. Facile leaps over to bait the Freedom. I love these baits by Facile. He basically has to wait until Freedom was used. He has to see if a sacrifice is going to be used. But now he's stunned out in the middle of nowhere, and he might just be dead. Okay, that's what I mean. It's usually safer to just stay on the pillar, wait for dampening. He has to trade out his most valuable cooldown to survive that attack. Now they're swapping to Zuni for a moment, but Cassidy stuns Alec. I don't see him going down with the amount of damage remaining, porting back down below. And Enlight, they're still going to be going after Walrix, but any greater Pyro slips through, any Chaos Bolts could be deadly for Facile. One Chaos Bolt found there. Zuni tops him off. Greater Pyro in the back line. I would like to see Asgarath just drink. Even though he's not super far behind on mana, why not? I mean, Enlight are giving you the chance right now, and I think that's what he's going for. See how much mana he can get back. What is killing Walrix? Like, he's just dying there. There's literally nothing hitting Walrix right now.
Gushing wound.
Is it just... It is just gushing, isn't it?
So what Facile is doing is he's stacking up his latent poison to 10 stacks, and then he can basically destroy them. And that is also proccing his gushing wound, so that's something he does. He stays at the pillar, stacks up all of his damage, and then when they have 10 stacks and a gushing, they go for the CC chain, and he can do a big hit just passively, essentially. And that's one thing that Enlight in general are really good at. They always try to soften up the target a little bit, get them a little low, and then go for the CC chain. And if the CC chain sticks, it's going to be a big go that forces a lot of CDs. But right now, they're not able to force very many of these cooldowns because they're just covering for their lives behind that pillar. Zuniaki taking a little bit of damage there, activating the Vitality Conduit. Warwick's now getting pushed back. And this is what I mean. Before the trap even lands, Warwick is in super low HP here. Ascraft surely is going to have to use something. But beautiful defense here from Alex. Sheeping Facile, denying the trap. And a fear onto Cassidy is going to allow them to recover without having to use a single cooldown. But that's exactly what Enlight wants to do. They want to get somebody low. Then they want to Entangling Root trap. Not lose the 50-50 to the RNG on the Imp. And then potentially they can force Unending Resolve, Ice Block, things like that.
Oh.
Big damage on Zuniaki with the combustion, but didn't really do anything. Zuniaki's going to be fine. I mean, it looks scary, but ultimately Alec just didn't have the damage to push him over. Decent offensive push. Now an interrupt on Zuniaki. Good counterspell there by Alec, but once again, I mean, Facile, Cassidy, Zuniaki, they're all going to be pushing behind the pillar, able to avoid a lot of that damage. Infernals actually drop down. Walrick looking for a big one-shot once again. He has the Mortal Coil. If he can get a big Mortal Coil into a big Chaos Bolt, it could be devastating for Enlight. And he do it. Hammer of Justice on Zuniaki. Cassidy, that Mortal Coil is super unfortunate for the team of AWC. It brings him immediately around the pillar as if he was controlling his own character. Unfortunate, but looks like Enlight will be able to hold on despite the Infernals and the Dark Soul and the Mortal Coil. Really nothing was traded out by Enlight.
Let's see if they can keep up these trades now that dampening has started. They've initiated crowd control. They're swapping to Walrus. Big damage onto him. He gates, but he gates far away from Askarath. He has to use Sacrifice. They do hold on to Unending Resolve. Facile back at the pillar. I like the strat of just keep Serpent Sting up and let Gushing with damage. Zuniaki gets caught out in midfield. Almost gets eradicated. Able to Transcendence downstairs. They're spending even a second out in the open, and ABC looked to just knock him out. Cassidy running on the bottom side, trying to avoid Greater Pyro, get back to the boxes, push Alec back. Mana looks good for both sides at this point. No significant advantage there moving into dampening. Ring of Frost on the box, making it annoying for Enlight to move around it, but looks like they're happy to just tank the hit of that crowd control. Walrix moving in on the right, Alec on the left, trying to pincer Enlight and get as much damage out as they can if Enlight continue to turtle. Gunning down Walrix. Ring of Peace interrupts the poly. Now Polymorph's on Facile. Zuni dispels him. Alec blinks over to try and catch Zuni. Zuni's not going to get caught. The Hammer of Justice Facile. Chaos Bolt, Meteor. Big combo. Lingering Psychic Shell. Oh, they cracked the Lingering Psychic Shell. Full Polymorph. Facile needs to run. Double Shadow Fury. Alec still pushing forward. Nice Polymorph on the Cataclysm that broke it, but now Alec is going to have to retreat away from this position. It's not advantageous for him to stand right on top of a Hunter here on the box, but they're actually switching to Walrix. I think they've realized Walrix is not running Conflict in Strife. He's running that Vision of Perfection, so in a stun, he takes way more damage than Alec, and Alec is running Conflict.
Oh, so what they're doing right now on the side of Enlight is they want to get pressure onto Alec and Warwick's, and whoever gets low first is the guy that they're going to go for during the trap. Right now, it seems to be Alec, but Asgraf has his wings up, so he's able to kind of deflect that split pressure. And instead, they're looking to reverse it on its head. Alec gets a polymorph with Zuni with a beautiful preemptive life cocoon, but that means Cassidy or Zuni could potentially be a target. Now, the chain is going to drop. Alec taking too much damage. Going to have to go back, and you can see Facile's once again ducking in and out, applying his poison over and over again, getting those gushing procs. And I suspect them to try to do that to Warwick soon, see if they can get anything. Look at Facile is literally playing an Affliction Warlock, dotting everybody, just trying to get a proc, and they get it onto Alec. No freezing trap though, and Temporal Shield is going to be enough with those heals from the Paladin to send Enlight back behind the pillar. You can see Asgrath now looking for a drink, and you can expect Alec and Warwick. You can see that little pig getting feared there into a polymorph. That's to allow Asgrath to drink, and now Enlight pushing out to stop that drink and to keep their pressure. This could be big trouble here, man.
Oh, I mean, there's no question about it. We'll see. 20% dampening at this point of the game, and both these healers are relatively even on mana. Big Chaos Bolt lands. Balrix, he basically one-shot Zuniaki in the last match, and he's going to be looking to do that once again, and that's the threat. I mean, if you go after Alec too much, I mean, sure, you're shutting down the Greater Pyroblast, but Walrix is left open to kind of set up the game, but it's one of those situations where you have to pick your poison, and they're going to be dealing with the Destruction Warlock and trying to shut down the Mage, and that's what they've been doing in this game, but they could actually go after Walrix as well. Like we said, Walrix, not playing the most defensive build, so susceptible to a big all-in. Counterspell, absolutely massive damage onto Cassidy. They almost take him out. That's the Trinket Survival Instinct, Life Cocoon, big overlap, but honestly necessary. How much? That was insane damage. I can't believe it. Cassie went 110% in just a matter of moments. And AWC, I mean, they are really finding this big one-shot burst.
Big opening here for ABC. If they can stay on target here and chase down Cassidy. Zuniaki's in a polymorph. This is perfect. If they can Mortal Coil Cassidy off the pillar, Walric's not in position. They drop a Ring of Frost, locking Zuni in place and also allowing them to push on top of Cassidy and Facile. They could swap to Zuni. Infernal Stun into Shadow Fury. Cassidy rolls back to try and help him, but he just walks into his own death. He's on 10%, but Vitality Conduit is going to allow him to pull back into the fight. Alec retreats. They got the Gladiator's Medallion of Zuniaki. That's all they really wanted to come in there for, if not the kill. Now, with no Gladiator's Medallion on either player, if crowd control is secured, it's surely certain death for Cassidy.
Yeah, and Asgraf was actually drinking during that near-death experience that Cassidy just had. So he's going to have a full mana bar. He has his Avenging Crusader active and Avenging Wrath, sorry. He's going to get a full trap here. Do they have an Imp Dispel Warwicks? Not going to be able to find... I think it broke from something there. I'm not sure. They do, however, secure, their HPs here. Asgraf out of crowd control. Zuni, preemptive Fort Brew on that Hammer of Justice there as well. And now, once again, they have them in that pincer chokehold. And now it's up to Facile and Cassidy. Try to get damage rolling on Alec or Warwicks. But by the time that next Freezing Trap is off cooldown, they need to find an Entangling Roots, Freezing Trap, and try to take somebody down. But right now, Zuni is in big trouble here. Dragon's Breath, potentially. There it is. Going to be a little delayed there by Alec, but that Life Cocoon is not going to be doing too much right now. You can see the pressure of this Mage Lock is really starting to build up. A couple of more attempts, and ABC should just be able to take this game. So Enlight really needs to try to find some aggression, and they need to try to find a Freezing Trap. But at Asgraf, he has every single answer right now. He has Trinket, Life Sack. He has basically everything he needs to make sure that his wizards are nice and healthy, and also he has enough mana to keep his team going. So I'm not sure what Enlight can do here.
It's just not an easy spot for them to be in. This composition seems to kind of have their number in this tournament. Hammer of Justice onto Cassidy. Vitality Conduit will land from Zuniaki. A Life Cocoon, of course, going to have a bit more of a cooldown than we've seen in the past. Interrupt now onto Zuniaki. There's an opening here for ABC. Can they capitalize on it? Really is the question. Cassidy going to be forced to run away in the match, and Walrix, Asgraf, and Alec reclaim their wizard dominance in the open, forcing Enlight to retreat to safety, but Cassidy's not retreating for too long. He pushes forward, stun onto Asgraf into a trap. Big damage onto Alec, but Asgraf getting out of that trap should be able to easily stabilize with his Avenging Wrath, but I mean, I guess it's not that easy at 40% dampening. This game has been going on for quite some time, and it's just going to get more and more difficult for both of these healers.
Cassidy chasing down Alec. Big damage at the moment. Onto two targets. He got knocked off the side. Big Drestigath. Asgrath rolls up on his Divine Steed. In line of sight. Zuniaki, did he mean to paralyze Alec? I feel like that was meant to be on Asgrath. Now he's feared away. Ring of Frost. They could swap. They
broke it instantly.
Why? That was a bit strange by Alec. They're going to drop the Demonic Gateway. Push up on top of Enlight. Look to try and close this fight. Huge damage potentially. Walrus gets intercepted by Cassidy. Stunned up. Alec is whittling down from those gushing wounds. Asgrath mounting up again on the Divine Steed, going for the Hammer of Justice. How are they going to respond? Survival Instincts. They trap the Mage on Combustion. They dispel that off, though. Not going to get too much value. At this point, though, Enlight, I think, are going to win this game with just overwhelming damage and not so much crowd control. Playing that gushing wounds, line of sighting, keeping their dots up, almost playing like a dot comp rather than a burst trap comp. Trying to get some sort of advantage there. It has developed a lot of momentum, but there's a full stun. Revival from Zuniaki catches all the crowd control. Alec now on the back foot. Asgrath pops Avenging Wrath. Big Divine Heal, but actually doesn't even bring Alec really too far up into health at almost 50% dampening. This game is going to be wrapping up soon. It could still be anyone's.
Yeah, I like what Warwicks has been doing. Every time Alec pops his Combustion, he actually fears that pet to deny that Roar of Sacrifice. which is immunity to being crit. It's a direct counter to combustion, so definitely good job here by ABC noticing that. And now Alec going for a polymorph. He secures it. Cassidy could be in trouble, but Cassidy looking to get counter-aggress. No, he just stuns him and then runs away, but they're going to swap their attention to Facile. Facile now isolated behind a pillar. Last polymorph comes out, double Dragon's Breath. If they have anything for Zuni, there's the DR Fear. Could just be the game here. Facile finally going to activate that aspect of the turtle, but Zuni might need to use his life cocoon as soon as he comes out of here, still using that immunity to interrupt, to channel a couple of heals. Asgrath now could get stunned into trap. The imp is in range and ready. They're just going to paralyze instead. Alec could be in huge trouble. No sacrifice yet. Asgrath finally going to use that trinket sacrifice, keep his mage in the fight, but this could be anyone's game. Asgrath is definitely dipping low right now. Everybody on the side of ABC is super low as dampening continue to ramp up.
Ooh, Alec, that's cauterized. Could be Ice Block as well. He uses it. But now you can see ABC, they've traded out everything. The damage from Enlight is completely overwhelming. And at this point, I mean, how is ABC going to recover? Facile also incredibly low as he's forced to run away. Alec gets interrupted. Combustion. Both teams just going all in. Anyone could fall at any moment. Asgrath somehow recovers his team. Zuniaki gets interrupted. Big scary time here for Enlight. Cassidy, Facile, Zuniaki all just hiding behind the pillars. ABC are looking to make a final push. Facile, he could easily fall, as well as Walrick. I don't know how Cassidy's going to live. He's caught into a hammer of justice. Do they have follow-up? Zuniaki manages to dispel it, but it is Alec that inevitably falls. Enlight, they hold on. They get the burst damage. They recover through the onslaught of ABC, and it's 60% dampening.
I don't think it's over.
I think. I mean, maybe APZ could come back, but I don't think they're going to be able to. Walrick, there's too many interrupts and stuns. The game's over, and Enlight, absolutely miracle, managed to bounce back.
God, now they're both tied up 1-1, Enlight versus ABC here on game 2, and just tremendous pressure coming out on both sides there at the end, Zico. And you know, we kind of talked about how this comp may not do that well into ABC, into that mage lock, but it just seems like they're really starting to figure something out here and gain some traction.
Yeah, I mean, their strategy seems to be try to stay alive as long as possible, make a big push in deep dampening, and just try to force everything at once and just win with raw pressure. And it worked for them that game, but that game was extremely close. In fact, I would argue that the only reason why that game went the way it did there towards the end was because Warwick's got rooted out of line from his healer with his Dark Soul up when the whole team of Enlight was on like 20%, but he could all avoid him for like 10 seconds plus. So I'm not sure how often you can do that if you're Enlight.
All right, well, that was ABC's map choice. They did lock in Tolvaron. Enlight.
Yep, Tolvaron.
Thank you.
All right.
So Enlight, you threw me off with your song. Enlight looking to respond with their composition here. Ven, do you think that this is something that they can repeat? I mean, they're kind of sort of getting traction. Zico thought it was just a mistake from the other side here. What do you think they can do? Is this something that's reliable for the rest of the series?
Well, I mean, reliable or not, it's their only option, right? I mean, they could go Discipline Priest here, but that would be, I think that'd be bad. I think Alec would just lock in the Frost Mage, and then it's almost over before it even starts. But for Enlight, they just have to try to make it work. I mean, they have to try to find those moments where they can push in and kind of burst through all that defense. They have to make sure they're never staying in the open for too long. Basically calculate how much damage they can take, and if it's going to be an overwhelming amount, they have to get back to the pillar and give Zuniaki a little bit of time to heal. But I do think this matchup is just going to be the same as we've seen. Mystery River Jungle versus the Mage Lock Paladin. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't that on Tolvaron.
Is Enlight struggling with jungle just on these teams that we've seen today, or is this just a comp that's just not quite as good anymore, Zico?
Well, it just got nerfed. Like, literally all of their classes kind of got nerfed. So I feel like it's worse than it is before. But we saw them get kind of dismantled in the upper bracket by the comp that they're against. So I would also argue that maybe they learned something from that matchup and they're playing a little bit better. And maybe ABC isn't as good on that Mage Warlock as Diabolis.
Why is it always jungle? Like we saw, do you guys remember when Reformed won, was it the spring finals like 2 years ago with jungle? Just completely dominated that entire tournament, and then jungle got nerfed. They weren't really able to find their footing through like the rest of the year. And I just hope we're not seeing something similar with here with Enlight. Maybe there's something they can adjust if they just aren't going to be able to make it work with with jungle here, Ben?
I mean, so here's the thing: is jungle is a good composition. It just doesn't outright beat everything, and I think the problem with a lot of the jungle teams we see is they're one tricks more often than not. I mean, they just play jungle, and as the season goes on, I mean, maybe sometimes they get unfavorable nerfs, but at the same time, teams that can play 10 different compositions are going to be able to find an answer that's at least reasonable. And we do see some flexibility in Enlight, the fact that Zuniaki plays the Mistweaver Monk, but I mean, only playing one composition, you can't expect it to just literally beat every comp in the game. And we're seeing these teams that are a little bit more flexible eventually find answers, and I think that's what often happens to these teams that play jungle.
Yeah, certainly risky if even if you're absolutely dominating on one comp, it just takes one week of nerfs to just turn it into what we're seeing right now. Enlight doing super well in this comp last week, now struggling here against ABC with this mage lock Zico.
Yeah, I think we can see what ABC can do here. I mean, this is the best possible map for them, and honestly, for Enlight, if they can win it here, the rest of the series is starting to look really good for them, because this is of course going to be the swing match. So if they can take it on Tolvir, maybe they lose, on Ashermains, then they can still take it back to. Have they played Black Rook Hold yet in this matchup?
No.
I don't think so. So probably we would go to Black Rook Hold again, since they were able to do so well in the past on that map. So this is a big game for sure. And likewise for ABC, if they can win this game, they can kind of just keep that swing match advantage as well. So I think for Enlight, they're going to have to perform extremely well to be able to take this one.
Yeah, and whoever team wins this series goes on to face Method Black, which is also going to be another difficult series, Supatis.
I mean, it's going to be a tough road no matter what when you get into the top 4 at that point. I mean, we already saw like a pretty big bubble before the circuit stage to even just get to the top 8. So the competition is definitely high here in Europe. It's not one singular team dominating, where unlike North America, where it seems like Cloud9 just, even when they got beaten one series, they just outright stomped Golden Guardians the next time around. So Europe's competition is insanely high at the moment. I mean, we're often seeing Method Black in the lower bracket early on, and same thing with Wildcard as well. So it's just going to be a really tough year if you're a European team, if you want to be champions, if you want to win the entire thing. In this series, Enlight, I feel like are about to play the longest series ever for them, and inevitably it's Game 5 Ashermains when they play it out. They could maybe run it short if they somehow pull it off here. I love the just run and keep gushing wounds up in dampening. Just pretend you're a dot comp and just line of sight Chaos Bolt and Pyro, and then when they somewhat start to get low from that gushing, just jump out, drop your Dressing Gas, try and one tap. Don't even go for crowd control. Don't overextend. Just
they could play Diamond Eyes. They were going for Paralyzed anyway in the end. Just go for Diamond Eyes.
Maybe Cassidy should actually run Lunar Inspiration and just Moonfire. just keep dots up and run.
It might be worth it.
Like,
yeah, maybe we should just respec Moonkin.
It would be better, actually. Boomkin Hunter would be better, I think. On the big map. Maybe not the small map, but I think the big map, Boomkin Hunter would actually be better than Feral.
Boomkin Hunter, I would love to see that comp.
Alright. Let's see. Alright, game's going to start here, and looks like Vasil, Cassidy, and Zuniaki will be taking the center pillar as a position. Infernal drops down. Walrus once again going to be playing that Vision of Perfection. I mean, that damage really starts adding up when you get to 60% dampening in a match. If you have 2 Infernals down that have spawned due to Vision of Perfection, it's really difficult for Zuniaki to deal with that kind of pressure.
I feel like Azcraft's making a mistake. He's not playing the Shadow Resist aura. He could just make Gushing Wounds do significantly less damage, and he knows jungle's going to run Gushing Wounds. So I feel maybe double Blessing Protection is also really good. So maybe it's just too tough of a call, but it seems like that sustained damage is what's overwhelming them later in the fight.
Ooh, there's your polymorph here onto Zuniaki, and I gotta agree with you. I think the Shadow Distance aura could be good here. Zuni in Hammer of Justice taking decent amount of damage, but Alec is in a stun, so I would be extremely surprised to see him go down here. Honestly, if he goes down here, I would be shocked. And he is going to use that fortifying glue right there, and he's going to be completely fine. I don't think he even needed to, but it's a relatively short cooldown, so may as well trade it out, and you're trading it for the Infernals anyway, so you're going to have it back up. Not a bad trade at all for Zuni here. Now we can see Alec dipping kind of low here from those gushing wounds. Alec's going to activate his temporal shield. Should take him back up nicely right there. The trap is full here. If they can get anything out of that, that could be big. Zuni in a polymorph. Cassidy's going to have to trinket, and I'm not sure what actually broke that poly, but Cassidy's trinket out of the way. Pretty decent win here for ABC. I don't know if that was an Infernal from Warwick, maybe that broke that poly on Zuni, but they could have definitely forced out Survival Instincts to go with that trinket had that poly not broken.
Let's see, Revive Pet coming out. They did snipe off the pet from Facile, and maybe that's something they're going to be looking to do. Alec actually throwing out a lot of Flame Strikes. I'm curious to see if he has altered his build at all. Maybe playing World in Flames in anticipation.
He's playing Flame Patch.
So he is playing Flame Patch. He's playing World in Flames? No, he's not playing World in Flames. It is going to be that Flame Cannon. So I have a little bit of, threat with the Flame Patch in the match as the game goes on. I mean, that is something we're really not going to be seeing be effective until literally 50% dampening. So Alec banking on potentially a long game strategy, but a big all-in on Zuniaki. Could just fall, but it looks like the healing elixirs will be more than enough for him to survive. And once again, retreating behind the pillar. For Enlight, it really feels like they need these big pushes. Here it is. Paralyzed into stun onto Asgarath. Alec heals himself up with Temporal Shield. Asgarath just needs a moment. Divine Favor. And actually, I don't know what happened to that Divine Favor, but it didn't do anything. Alec's health didn't really move. And still, there's a ton of pressure. This could maybe even be the Cauterize. It is going to be a Blessing of Protection that Asgarath trades out, keeping Alec alive. But what is happening to his health?
Don't know why they freezing trapped. Maybe just to interrupt a greater pyro. Zuni got stunned out in midfield. I actually don't even think they should go for traps when there's an imp down. Just keep dots up, gushing wounds, try and get some bleeds, run around the corner, drag this fight out. Big damage on Walrix at half health here. Asgrath has Avenging Wrath, so full health for Walrix. Infernal's called in. Zuni could be in trouble. He Fort Bruise. He anticipates a stun, but ABC hold on to it for a later time. Alec goes for Greater Pyro, gets interrupted by Cassidy. Cassidy now feared out into the corner. Not a great place you want to be against a Fire Mage and a Warlock. He's getting snared up there. Jumping back, trying to retreat back to the pillar. Intercepted by Hammer of Justice, revivaled out of it. Now Cassidy looking to just run away. Keep dots up, getting the dampening, but Alec he's just going into this. He gets a poly. He blinks on top of them. Alec does not want this fight to get to the point where it did on Dalaran Sewers, where the team is just overwhelmed by the damage of Enlight. Not the typical strategy for the jungle cleave. They're sort of playing like a Death Knight strategy where it's just do damage, don't die. But it's what they have to do to win the matchup, and it works for them.
Ooh, double dress push here. Zuni in a Shadow Fury into a poly here. They secure it. They could turn the pressure back onto Cassidy, but Asgarath is in a full trap right now. I do think the Imp lost the 50-50, and Alec getting stunned up, getting re-stunned here. No dress available just yet. Asgarath trying to get in range for that Blessing of Sacrifice. Goes for the Holy Light instead. It's going to connect. Zuni now in a full poly. Pre-cocoons Facile. So Cassidy has to be the target here. Ooh, nice stun onto Asgarath on his Divine Favor. Could net them to Cauterize. Big Greater Pyroblast though onto Cassidy. It's a big race here. It looks like Asgarath is going to be able to find that Holy Light that he needed. And it looks like Zuni as well should be able to stabilize his team. But net win for ABC, I would say. They forced out that Life Cocoon, and Zuni is still in crowd control. Cassidy does have his Vitality Conduit running. Alec now in a Blessing of Protection. Big damage here onto Zuni. Let's see what they can do. No Greater Pyroblast. That Scorch is not going to be enough to kill Zuni as his HP goes back up full in that swap. And now Enlight forcing out another Blessing of Protection. So there's going to be 0 on the side of ABC, which could be scary.
Ooh, Alec still taking some damage. Caught in midfield. He will just be positioning as far away as possible, and that's one of the benefits of Tolvaron is when you are in trouble, you can run away. You can create a lot of space, and then it becomes really difficult for Cassidy and Facile to maintain their push. Beautiful stun / interrupt there by Cassidy, completely shutting down Walrick and Alec, keeping Facile nice and healthy. He's going to activate the Lingering Psychic Shell either way. You can see 7% dampening. Zuniaki, his mana is not taxed at all at this point of the game. Literally full mana. So Enlight looking quite good. Facile taking a huge hit of damage. Infernals do drop down, as well as a Hammer of Justice, and the damage is just not over. Walrus, that was not even the Dark Soul, but just big Chaos Bolts, forcing Enlight to retreat once again.
Zuniaki Mortal Cold into the distance. Cassidy jumping back. Dodges the Infernal, but Greater Pyroblast. Triple Shadow Fury. That Flame Patch, Flame Strike build from Alec, trying to punish Enlight for turtling up at the boxes. Rain of Fire going to be dropped as well, trying to maximize that pressure. But Walrus overextends for a moment and almost goes down. Huge damage out here. Paralyzed on Alec, shutting him out of the fight. Dark Soul, they're going to stun him and run away from the Warlock. They even lob a trap, knocking Walrus away. So avoid the Warlock at all costs during the Dark Soul timing here. That purple glowing icon. When it's glowing, it's active. And look, it already did a lot of damage, even though he didn't get a Chaos Bolt. Zuni had to use Gaia's Medallion. He had to use the Life Cocoon. It trades effectively for Combustion and Dark Soul, but it opens Zuni up for Hammer of Justice in the future. Asgarath is pushing forward slightly. Zuniaki's moving towards him as well. Curious if he wants to stun. Asgarath gets stunned first. Zuni ports away from poly attempts of Alec. Good positioning on Zuni. Nice Crackling Jade. Get that Mystic Touch up onto Walrix. Add some extra damage. They could switch to Alec. They got the Gushing Wounds rolling on both targets. And yeah, Asgarath not changing his build to counter the Gushing might lose them the game here. He's stunned up. Walrix is low on health. Sacrifice on 10%. And the pressure, it's unrelenting. I never would have thought of Jungle Cleave as a dot comp, but they're making it work here with this Gushing Wounds corruption.
This is how Facile plays in twos all day long. I mean, this is just what he does, and it works very, very effectively too. And you could be looking for a trap here. Actually, I think Cassidy's trying to ramp up enough to be able to go for that entangling route. There's the stun. Facile's potentially could look to charge in. No, I think he's just going to go back. He's dotting up everyone with his poison, trying to apply some gushings onto everybody. Warwick's still taking decent damage, and now they don't have any more interrupts, so they are going to duck for cover, and that's exactly what they're doing. They go out, they lob their trap, they use their kicks, they use their stuns, and then they go back to the pillar and just dot everybody. Asgraf trying to push in, trying to get a Hammer of Justice, but Zuni is going to break out of crowd control and be able to dispel that. Asgraf now in the classic combo where stun, trap, Warwick's just going to go down without even using his unending resolve right there. No sack, no bops for Asgarath, and that bubble, he bubbled the stun, but it just wasn't enough. And that was the game that Enlight needed to win. All of a sudden, this is looking like their series.
Wow.
Go ahead.
No, that's it. Just wow.
Okay, well, yeah, well played by those guys. Definitely a little bit of back and forth though, Zico. Let's talk about those final moments though. How are they able to secure that victory at the end?
Well, they had a lot of pressure. They kicked Asgarath, and then they stunned him up, and then they kind of retreated after that. They got, Basile in a position where he started to apply his poisons. Then they went back out. They got another stun root combo onto Asgarath, and they didn't even have time to go for like the 50-50 Inta spell, so he just bubbled out of that one. But the thing about the Paladin is, you have to have a big emergency button with your breaker. It's kind of like a Mistweaver. If you trinket and you don't have Vitality Conduit or Cocoon, target is still going to die most likely. Same thing goes for a Paladin. You have to combine your trinket with a sacrifice, or your bubble with a sacrifice, or a Blessing of Protection, and then the target is going to survive. I'm not sure if Asgarath had a Blessing of Protection or not there, but I think that was the mistake. They should have just immediately popped that. And maybe Warwick should have just used his unending resolve. He was kind of low though when CC hit.
ABC now only one loss away from losing this series here against Enlight. They're up 2-1, and this is a place where we, weren't exactly sure how this next game was going to go. It was definitely going to be difficult for them then, but they were able to pull it off though. Is this something though that they can repeat for this next game, or is this gonna go to a game 5? Do you think?
Well, I do think they can pull it off. I mean, when we saw even game number 1, the game ABC won, it wasn't a great win, to be honest. I mean, it was a win, but it was kind of just random. It felt like they were losing the whole game, and then 2 Chaos Bolts snuck in. I guess that can happen, but definitely not the most reliable thing. It just seems like the more consistent strategy and plays have been coming in from Enlight. And I almost wonder if ABC is going to switch it up, if they go for the Rogue Mage Paladin, or do something different. I don't know if that's really a great matchup into the Mistweaver jungle, but I think if ABC play out the same matchup, I'm not that confident that they'll actually win it.
Okay, all right. So not too confident on the side of Ven for ABC. Zico, Supatees, what do you think? Let's make some predictions.
I think ABC are gonna lock in Ashermans, but I think
Are
they
you
should
cheating?
lock in
It's
a
already
small
up, you
map
know.
and play Rogue Mage.
Uh-huh.
Wait, is it? Well, no, I'm not cheating because I don't have the Super T's one. Like right now, mine says Enlight 0121. Okay, now actually I see it. But yeah, I wasn't cheating. Okay, I feel like what they're doing right now is they're kind of putting the final nail in the coffin. I think, like Van, this mage lock has not looked convincing whatsoever in this matchup, and I would have loved to see a rogue mage come out. If I see a rogue mage come out on Asher mains, I'm not going to be too excited about that. If I saw a rogue mage come out on, or if I saw them lock in a small map, then Zuni is like, okay, so do I play priest, monk, play monk? I'm gonna die. Play priest, I'm gonna get dampened. Boom.
Okay, Super T's, what do you think then? You're already wrong though.
feel
Weren't
like-
you the one that said Ashermane's game 5? Was that you?
Yeah. But I don't know how ABC. I mean, I honestly don't know how they lost on Tolver on his mage lock, and it wasn't even spite. I want to run back and double check if Clyde played Shadow Resist Aura. I think he was, because I'm pretty sure he only had one bop. I'm like 99% sure he only had one bop, and if he only had one bop, that means he dropped Blessed Hands for the Shadow Resist Aura. That is the damage that is
Nah,
killing
he was playing
ABC.
Blessed Hands.
Was he?
Blessed Hands, Lights Grace, and Big Sack.
I'm going back and looking. Give me a second.
You don't take my word for that?
Thanks.
I'll take your word for it, Zigo.
I believe you.
Good, because it's fresh from
Wait,
the...
is the VOD even
It's
up?
fresh from the add-on.
All right, well, we have ABC locking in Mage Lock again. Asgarath on the Holy Paladin. Any surprises here, Ben?
Not really. I mean, maybe they just feel like they don't have any better options. I mean, we literally saw this matchup play out, and we saw Diabolis win. So it is possible for ABC to win. There's no question about it. But they just have to clean up, their offensive and defensive playstyle, or their offensive and defensive gameplay a little bit more, and try to take advantage of the crowd control and the bursts that they have available. And if Enlight makes any mistakes, you really have to punish it. But it's a difficult thing to do. Enlight is playing this really well.
We certainly are. Enlight versus ABC here on game number 4. Enlight looking to close this series out with a 3-1 victory, or is ABC going to tie it up here against Enlight on Ashmanes?
I really think Asgarath should change and drop the double blessing and protection and get the damage reduction for Gushing Wounds. I feel like Gushing Wounds it's like the only reason that ABC are taking damage in this matchup. So taking a talent that just significantly reduces it. Even Alec, I think, should change.
Alec should be playing
Dampen?
Dampen Magic.
Yeah.
Wait,
Playing
for sure.
Netherwind Armor
If
instead.
they both played that, Gushing Wounds does nothing to Alec.
Yeah, he's still susceptible. It's not like Jungle doesn't do any damage. Like, they still do good burst damage, and they're seeing a lot of their bursts come off, Drestigath. I mean, you're giving up an immunity with Blessing and Protection, and those immunities, they're pretty important as well. During, like, those burst moments, being able to be like, okay, here's a Blessing and Protection when you're 5% health. I mean, that can outright just keep you in the game. So I don't think it's super, one is better than the other, but I see the argument for definitely playing the Blessed Hands.
Well, actually, Clyde was also playing without it, and I think Looney played it one game and then swapped off of it. So I think a lot of the healers are in agreement that they don't think it's more worth than the Blessed Hands. Either way, we are in game here. We've seen the first hit land. Alec used his trinket and didn't really amount to too much with that, but see if they can land something here. Fear's gonna break on Zuni. Not gonna too much. I think this is great for the jungle, honestly. They're just hugging the pillar. They're hitting Warwick's, line of sighting Alec. When Warwick's runs away, they're gonna just hit Alec and line of sight Warwick's. You can see it right here. And they're just gonna play on the side of one caster. And that's because of these pillars being so big. So I think Enlight here are using the map pretty well to their advantage, but big swap here onto Zuni could be enough here. Alec loading up a big Greater Pyroblast is gonna blink for it. It is going to connect here onto Zuni, but not gonna be doing too much. He's just gonna heal himself and brush that off. Also did use his Ford Brew in that exchange.
Feared away for now, but Enlight look to just pillar, drag this fight on. They're going to push out when they have that Drestigath trinket. try and go for a big burst of damage and find a kill, and if they don't, retreat, keep Serpent Sting up, proc Gushing Wounds as much as possible, rot them down, run Asgarath out of mana. Surprisingly, Enlight have defeated the Mage Warlock on Tolvaron. Can they defeat them on the second best map, Ashamane's Fall, is now going to be the question. So far, so good. Paralyze on Alec, Greater Pyroblast, pressure on Walrix. Not even looking for crowd control at this point, just dot him up, run away, rot him down. Pretty safe strategy here from Enlight overall. Switching to Alec a little bit. Asgarath is moving in. He wants to get crowd control, but Ring of Peace knocks him away. Beautiful interception there. Nice punish. Asgarath is going to be moving a lot more slowly now if he wants to try and get towards Zuniaki. Seems like he's still pondering it. If Asgarath wants to move in, I almost think they should actually mount up, not even use the Divine Steed. But he's also got to deal with this consistent pressure from the pillar, from the jungle. It's still interesting. Enlight just able to play like their ranged classes basically. Asgarath Divine Steeding in, Hammer of Justice. Zuniaki sees the swap, activates Fort Brew. I don't think it would be wise for them to commit to him. Instead, switching back to Facile. Chaos Bolt lobbed out here. No Dark Soul, but it is Combustion. Enlight survived Combustion, I mean, without really even taking a scratch. Walrix sets up with a Mortal Coil, but not able to get any follow-up. Fearing Cassidy into the distance. They paralyze the Dark Soul. Do they have a stun? They leg sweep the Dark Soul. Zuni gets caught in a half poly. Cassidy going to trade Survival Instincts. Might not have really been necessary to use the Survival Instincts. I guess better safe than sorry, but Zuni now stunned up out in midfield. They intercept Alec and Walrix at the same time, totally denying any damage on Zuniaki. And while Enlight are focused on disruption, Asgarath's mana has been burning down quite quickly.
Yeah, we're going to see Alec now taking decent amount of damage here. Could maybe be the Cauterize. Asgarath going to give him a big heal with that Divine Favor. Now he's pushing in for the Hammer of Justice. Can he find it? He finds it onto Zuni. Chaos Bolt gets interrupted there with that main stun. Alec looking to do a little instant damage. That Meteor taking a big chunk of Zuniaki's HP. But the fact that they stopped that Chaos Bolt will stop the damage from Warwicks and that Mortal Coil, that extra lockdown that they would have to extend the CC chain or the damage chain. So with that, they are going to be able to go out, make their little punch, and then go back to the pillar, stack up the poisons, stack up the bleeds. Cassidy actually getting a re-stealth here, and then he's going to bleed Warwicks with those big dots that you get from that re-stealth, and then he's going to kick Alec, bleed him up as well, and then now he's going to run back to the pillar after having applied his rip onto Warwicks as well. So Cassidy has bleeds on 2 targets. Now he wants to re-stealth to get a bigger bleed and potentially a stun, and while they're doing this, ABC needs to go in and try to get something to happen here. But once again, that Roar of Sacrifice, it's such a massive difference. If Zuni has a Roar of Sacrifice, and if he doesn't during these setups, and the fact that they're playing it like this isn't really allowing ABC to get a chance to CC that pet. Zuni, though, is in a poly, double Mortal Coil coming out. Big damage here, but it's actually Cassidy on the back foot. Let's see what they can get done to stop their re-CC. Zuni has his Life Cocoon. Warwick's the one in trouble. Big stun there onto Asgarath. He's going to Trinket, use that Blessing of Sacrifice, pop his wings, and now here comes the Divine Favor, Holy Light, potentially very soon, and Warwick should be completely fine. Hammer of Justice coming out now as well onto Zuni, but they don't have any damage. Zuni pre-Life Cocooning himself, playing like a king.
Yeah, and as a result, he will be completely fine, but now doesn't have that cooldown to work with for, another minute in the game. And we do, of course, enter dampening at about 5 minutes in the match, and things will start really accelerating here. I forget how long the last game took, how much dampening really was required, but it seems like once you get to the 20-30% mark, that's when Asgarath really starts to struggle and has to use a lot of his mana, a lot of his cooldowns. Big setup here on Zuniaki. Keep in mind, he doesn't have the Life Cocoon, but it just doesn't seem like there's enough damage. Vitality Conduit, now Zuniaki actually looking to get aggressive. He's caught into a polymorph, once again into the open. They don't have her Hammer of Justice at this point, so unfortunately they won't be able to really capitalize on Zuniaki's positioning in the open. Cassidy will be pushing forward to try to slow down Alec, tank some of this damage, and I think the crowd control finally will subside from Zuniaki, just getting another fear into potentially another fear, finally, and now Zuniaki has a moment to breathe. Although during all that crowd control, Walrick and Alec really weren't able to find too much damage. That even was the combustion coming in from Alec, so a bit unfortunate there for ABC, but really great defensive plays by Enlight.
Asgarath charging in, Ring of Peace to intercept them. Love these Ring of Peace from Zuniaki, just totally shutting Asgarath out. Cataclysm hits a triple. Enlight going to be on all targets. Nicely played by Walrix, maximizing that flashpoint efficiency. Flame Strike's on the left, Enlight's on the right, dampening now at 10%. Enlight putting up a fight. Only one more win and it'll be ABC good night. Can they keep it up here? Cassidy retreating away. Walrix rooted. Gonna freedom him out of the root, get back on top. They got Infernals in 5, Dark Souls up. They stun Zuni. Big power play here onto Zuni. He has to Trinket and Life Cocoon the Combustion. Zuni has been anticipating these setups time and time again, but this time ABC did finally get him. Now without Glidier's Medallion, he's going to have to be scared of the Dark Soul of Walrix, but Double Dressigath drops in on Walrix. He's below half health already, on match point, potentially overwhelmed. Paralyzed on Asgrath, stun on Alec. Two-pronged assault, 2 targets low. Freezing Trap, half diminishing return, but might not even matter. Walrix mortal coiling Cassidy away, trying to recover. Asgrath decided he wanted to play it safe rather than sorry and use Glidier's Medallion to break out of that chain. Connect the sacrifice, but his whole team is still rotting down. Asgrath charging in, Zuniaki porting far side of the battlefield. Asgrath still nowhere near him. Walrus trying to relay his demonic gateway. He's still taking a beating. Facile's Serpent Sting and Run strategy, very effective against the Mage Warlock here in the lower bracket as dampening continues to rise.
Yeah, and Zuni needs to be careful. Asgrath is making his way to him. Hammer of Justice, there it is. Big hit here from ABC, and that's just going to be the game here, I think. And he will go down using his trinket on that previous setup, and then ABC immediately finding a way to punish that. And the only reason why Zuni wasn't able to pre-Fort Druid or anything like that you typically see is because Warwicks placed down one of his 2 AoE stuns, the instant cast one that's on a different DR, puts that down, catches Zuni, and then before that short little stun ends, Asgrath makes it to his target, and they get a clean setup as a result. Beautifully played.
And you know, Zico, it was kind of looking, there was quite a bit of back and forth throughout that game. Now it's 2-2 for Enlight versus ABC of Venruki, but it just looked like it was kind of anyone's game during that match.
Yeah, I mean, that was very back and forth. Most of these games really have been. There's moments in the game where ABC really can just win with really clean setups. That being said, Enlight equally, I mean, if they can hold on long enough, if they can survive those goes, then they have a great opportunity to kind of overwhelm as the game goes on in dampening, and that's what we saw in games 2 and 3. But, I mean, I'll eat my words. ABC, they definitely look like they're still in it, giving me a little bit more confidence in their setups at least, and now we're at a tied series, and it is going to be Enlight's map pick, and I think that's the big thing. The big story of this match is that swing match that Enlight was able to win. Now, all of a sudden, they've put themselves in this favorable position where they can go to a small map if they want to. What maps are left though? What small maps are we going to see?
Ruins.
Cold could be okay.
I feel like Ruins they wouldn't pick it because it's good for the Mage
Not
Warlock.
Ruins. Have we seen Hook Point? Is Hook Point too small?
I think we go Blackrock Hold.
Blackrock, yeah.
Blackrock, okay. Yeah, so they have Blackrock Hold. It's a great map for them. And ABC is going to have to basically do what Enlight did, which is win on an unfavorable map.
Super difficult to do, especially when Enlight has, like you were saying, they can pick the map, they can also pick the comp after ABC picks their comp, and it's kind of just a really difficult spot to be in here, Zico.
Yeah, of course. It's but they have the comp advantage. That's the thing. When you play against a team with only one comp, at least you're gonna have that comp advantage, and they can definitely take that map and make a couple of tweaks of their own to try to make it work in their favor a little bit more. For example, Warwick's could go Demonic Circle if he wanted to, and also port into the room. I don't think that's the line of play that he will do, but you can definitely tweak your gameplay and your positioning to kind of accommodate for whatever map you're playing on.
And do you think that's all they're going to do? They're just going to tweak the comp that they're currently on with that Mage Lock, or do you think there's something else that we may see them bring out here, Ben?
No, I mean, I think it's likely we do see the exact same compositions, right? It will be Blackrock Hold, and I think for Enlight, there's no real reason for them to switch. Although, they could go Priest. I still think Priest is good, but obviously Zuniaki's going to know better than me as he plays, the Mistweaver and the Priest with jungle exclusively. But, I definitely have hope for that Discipline Priest. I think it's unlikely. I do think it's just going to be the Mage Lock Paladin versus the Mistweaver jungle. And it's just going to be a case of ABC looking to find those one-shots and Enlight looking to shut it down. And if Enlight can shut it down long enough, then they could win later on with just overwhelming pressure with the Gushing Wounds kind of the rot we've seen their team able to pull off.
So ABC likely to play that mage lock again here, Supatees, and the win condition, it seems like, correct me if I'm wrong here, is just for them to sort of hold off the pressure coming from Enlight, like Ven was touching on, get into that deep dampening. What are some of the things they're going to be looking to do to shut down any chance of a setup from Enlight?
Switching pets between the Imp and the Fell Hunter so that they can dispel Freezing Trap and then also get interrupts. Seems like they're pretty committed to this strategy of just killing Zuniaki, and then that earlier part of the game, Zuniaki stopped every single attempt on his life, and then when he didn't, 2 times in a row, he lost the game. So that's really tough. If you've got 2 chances, if you mess up twice, the game's over for you. So I think that's a smart strategy from ABC. Just dogpile on Zuniaki, look for those kills on the healer. I feel like Cloud9 are also known for doing this. We've seen it against Shamans. I think it works just as fine against Monks, especially if they're running Vitality Conduit and not Conflict. I guess the only thing I'm wondering here is maybe Enlight play Priest because they did win on Blackrock Hold as Priest. Would it work better? I wonder, like, Zuniaki even runs Gushing Wounds on Priest, what that would do. I'm thinking, like,
It's
really,
not that good.
It's not that good? Oh.
Nah, because I feel like you have both Versa.
It probably
and
doesn't
Haste.
interact with Atonement. If it did interact with Atonement, I would think it would be really good, but it probably doesn't.
That I don't know, actually.
I don't know. I've heard rumors of that, but I'm still not sure on that one. We need a priest expert to tell us.
They don't want to reveal it because it might get changed. keep their Gushing Wounds a secret.
I definitely think you still want to go stat amps on a priest. In general, on healers, I feel like you want to go for amp.
All right, well, 40 seconds left on the board for Enlight to lock in their composition. Something I do like asking Zico and Ven about, though, is the mage, the builds that we're seeing these mages run. We've discussed it a bit. I don't think we've talked about what Alex could do here. Do we think that he's going to sort of change something up here, Zico, or what do you think exactly he's going to run for this game?
I actually really like what Alec is doing with his build. He's running Firestarter and Greater Pyroblast. And basically, it means when he's targeted, he just spams out Fireblast and resets his combustion. And when Warx is the target, he can spam out those Greater Pyroblasts. So I'm a big fan of that build. Usually, people don't actually like to go Firestarter and Greater Pyro because they don't synergize together. But I feel like in practice, especially when you play Mage Warlock, that's what you should be going for. And then the last talent, you can go Netherwind Armor. You can go, a different. You can go Dampen Magic, for example. There's different options there. The one thing I don't agree with is wait for
Maledict
it.
and Claw.
Yeah, he has
Yep.
Maledict. He has Claw. I would go for a Maledict.
Well, I forget what event it was, but we were sort of interviewing a lot of the players, one of those being Alec. We had a lot of other mages from other teams being interviewed, and I think one of those questions was how does it feel being the best mage in the world? And we asked that to every mage, and I think Alex's response was super humble. He's just like, I'm up there, but Raiku's really good and Gelu's really good, and I think he's such a humble guy, but Alec is just absolutely so consistent and pretty dominant on that mage spot, I think, here, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, he's been consistent for a really long time, right? I mean, I feel like Alec has been maybe competing, like he's been playing at that high level for maybe longer than anyone that's in these tournaments, maybe Zuniaki, but he's definitely up there. I mean, he's just been really consistent for a super long period of time. Maybe not the most flashy player, but definitely really consistent, solid mage gameplay. And the thing I like about Alec is he's willing to play all the specs of mage, which is something we don't always see mages do. Like, people are really reluctant to try arcane, and that's one thing that I like about Alec is he will play the arcane mage. He'll play frost, he'll play fire. He realizes there's actually strength in utilizing all those different specializations, and I think that's one thing I really respect about him is that he actually will play all the different builds. He's not just locked in or hyper focused into just one of them.
Yeah, but I just don't want to see him on the Warlock again, because last time it went to like 90% dampening, so stick to the Arcane, stick to the Fire and Frost, that's great.
Yeah, I think a true mage can't play Warlock anyways. It just doesn't
true-
work.
What? I used to main Warlock.
True mage?
Yeah, but
I'm not a true mage?
Whoa.
Wow.
I mean, how long ago was that, Zico? Are you really gonna hold on?
Listen, you say Alec has been competing for a long time.
Do you
Alec is one of
identify
the
yourself
OG.
as a warlock or a mage? Let me ask you that.
Well, you ask my opponents what they identified me as when they faced me back in the day, okay?
Okay, well, I also said a true mage is not a great warlock. I mean, maybe a great warlock is a great mage. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Well, yeah.
I could
it's like-
backpedal a little bit on that statement.
Okay, no.
But it is rare. You have to
I'll take that
admit,
edit.
it is extremely rare where you see a mage play a warlock and a warlock play a mage and actually pull it
Yeah.
off. You almost never see it. Can
Who
you
is
even
a
think of
player
any
who's done
examples?
that? I actually can't think of a single example at the top of my head. Like
Maro
did
should
it,
try
was-
to, I think. Maro should
No,
actually
Maro
try
tried,
to.
man. Maro
Yeah, but
did
he-
try. His warlock was.
So what? His first time playing Warlock wasn't
Yikes.
good. I feel like you need to put more effort in it than just
Are
logging
you
on.
saying
it. I
Mario's
don't know.
not putting in the effort, Sid?
Well, I mean, at the time, if you're managing that many classes, probably not as much effort as the other specs. But I mean, if he wants to benefit his team the most, then it would make a lot of sense to play Mage, Warlock, and Moonkin, and then just be the caster. I mean, even at that point, learn Shadow Priest, just pick up all the ranged classes. I think the main reason that Mage and Warlock players don't always line up is that Warlock is more focused around dealing damage, at least historically, for the most part, and then Mage is more focused around control. So a Mage that switches to a Warlock might be really good at fearing, but not so good at maxing out their damage, and then a Warlock that switches to Mage might be really good at doing damage, but not so good at controlling. I think that would be the main reason. So if a player can do control and damage, then they're gonna be able to jump between pretty easily.
Who do you guys think the best multi-classer is out of this match, out of the two teams here? I'm curious. Your thoughts?
Nixie.
No one really multi-classes that much. Well, let's think about it. Walrix doesn't multi-class. Alec doesn't multi-class. I mean, we've seen him play Moonkin a little bit. It would have to be between the healers,
Yeah.
right?
Asgarath or Nixie? Actually, I would argue that it's Nixie.
I feel like
What about Zuniaki? This guy's played Warrior at BlizzCon. He's played Mystery Monk, Priest, Shadow Priest. Like, I don't know. I think
I was
Zuniaki's
gonna
pretty
say
solid.
Nixie plays a lot
Yeah,
of
he's
melee
solid.
classes, but Zuni, I feel like back when I used to track stats for these guys, Zuni had series on almost every healer except for like Holy Priest, which, you know. All right. Okay. Well.
I don't know. I feel like it's one thing to play every healer, and it's another thing to have success on every healer. Like, if you told me Looney, I would say, okay, cool. But Zuni, I feel like he is a master, a god tier priest, one of the absolute best in the world. And on his monk, he's solid as well. But I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't trust him with my life if you Paladin, for example. You know? Whereas with Nixie, if I played with his warrior, I'd trust it. If I played with his Windwalker, I would trust it. If I played with his rogue, I would trust it, you know? There's a lot of different things.
Yeah.
So Nixie's like kind of the X factor on ABC. Like, you don't see him that often,
not-
but when he comes in, he shines.
And you know, someone that may be new to watching AWC as well, maybe thinks that all these teams, most of these teams have 4 players, and they're seeing one player usually being sitting off. It has nothing to do with the fact that they may not be as good this season. It's just that like Mage Lock with ABC, for example, is just so good right now. Nixie is a super good player, but they just don't really have any comps, especially against Enlight, that's really viable for this series.
Yeah, and it's the same thing on the side of Enlight. They have
Right.
Kara. And here's a little fun piece of information. Kara was on ABC when they won BlizzCon. So on the side of Enlight, their bench warmer, who had played like one series in the last year, is actually one of the best players in the world.
Well, it's like Cloud9 with
He's actually,
Smoke,
in
right?
my opinion, the best rat, at least in Europe. I can't speak of NA, but for sure in Europe, he is up there.
All right, well, last game of the day here. It's tied up 2-2. Enlight versus ABC. Who will be knocked out of the tournament, and who will we be able to see play again on Sunday?
Tournament
We're going to
lines.
have to wait and see. No, actually, not going to have to wait too long. There's only one game left. Fearon to Cassidy, interrupt onto Alec. Both teams looking to get aggressive starts. Polymorph onto Facile. And no craft control on Zuniaki just yet. Alec taking a huge burst of damage by Facile. Walrus landing a nice fear. Intimidation stun now over onto Asgarath. Is there going to be any follow-up? Unfortunately, there is not. And Asgarath should be able to easily bounce Alec's health back to full.
Good stabilization here with the Avenging Wrath by Asgarath. Asgrath moving towards Zuniaki. Zuniaki moves very far away into the starting area, wants to be max range from the Paladin at all costs, as he did go down in the last game. He doesn't want to leave that as an opportunity, but Walrick slips through and finds a fear. Cassidy jumps into the room to line of sight right as the Mortal Coil was midair. Nice play by Cassidy. Here comes the swap on Zuniaki, though. Is he ready? Full stun lock, Trinket Life Cocoon immediately. And it seems like if he gets caught in that situation again, he's likely to just outright die. He needs to play out of his mind here for that next attempt. Double stun, good counter push at least towards Alec and Walrick. They go for the freezing trap, dispelled off immediately, but still very low on health. Divine Favor, Holy Light. Alec and Walrick's trying to get pulled back into the fight. Zuni's going to be playing so far away here from the Paladin. If he gets anywhere near Asgarath, that could be it for him. They do have good pressure, though. A counter spell on Zuniaki slips through while Alec is on such low health. Can they pressure Cassidy away? Cassidy just going in. He doesn't care. Stun on Asgrath, stun on Alec, looking to push for that Cauterize. Nice crackling Jade Lightning, getting that Mystic touch up, but only a sacrifice, not going to be the Cauterize. Cassidy going to duck for cover, run away from the Warlock during Dark Soul. That is the name of the game, but Facile gets caught out. He pre-lingering Psychic Shells that stun, reducing a lot of damage, and is line of sighting at the ramp. Cassidy gets stunned out in midfield, but Alec and Walrick are already stunned, so not going to get a lot of value there. Dragon's Breath into Polymorph. They don't have the Hammer of Justice to switch, so they're stuck on Cassidy at the moment. Cassidy jumps over to stun Alec on the next Polymorph, but it's a little bit too early. He does get the second Polymorph, but he's just healing in the room. Walrick can't get in line of sight. Cassidy's not going to take too much damage here. Likely Enlight are going to wait for Avenging Wrath to subside before making another push, but they might not have the choice of waiting as ABC push forward.
Oh, there's no way this is going to be enough to kill Zuni. He actually did end up using his Fortifying Brew right there. Doesn't want to take any chances. That was the combustion of Alec right there. Zuni now is going to have his Trinket. So what we can expect to happen is Warwick's dropping an Infernal Stun into a Hammer of Justice onto Zuni, and that's going to force his Trinket again. If they can get Zuni's Trinket without using that Infernal Stun, it's going to allow them to set up the kill much easier. So we're going to keep an eye out for that, but for now, Cassidy is the one on the back foot. Vitality Conduit comes through for Zuni, and he is going to be completely fine in that situation. Now Alec taking decent damage. If Facile looking for the trap here, maybe not going to be able to find it. Instead, he's just going to pull back, and this is something that Facile does. He activates his offensive cooldown, and then he just hugs a pillar and kills you with range. And it's actually a very nice way to do damage without actually taking damage. Swapsy trademark, and there it is. Full sheep into a full Hammer of Justice. Do they have the damage? Mortal Coil, there it is.
Wow.
Infernal Stun, getting trinketed right there. If Warwick's would have Mortal Coiled, I don't know if he actually had it. He has it right now, though. If he Mortal Coiled right there, that would have been Zuni's Trinket still, and then they could have used the Infernal Stun to secure the game they did last game. ABC are looking a lot better right now, man.
Oh, they're looking so good. I mean, this is looking like literally a different team than the first couple matchups we saw, so really good job by ABC. They have Enlight on the back foot, and they are really pushing the pace. I mean, Zuniaki has barely survived multiple setups, and I think it's going to be a rinse and repeat here for ABC. Just continue to do these setups onto Zuniaki, make it really difficult for him to, trade out his defensive cooldowns. And even if he gets them off, it's seeming like they have enough burst to potentially take him down.
Ooh.
Nice interrupt there by Alec, mixing it up a little bit. Cassie's just going to be looking to line of sight, and they're actually pushing forward once again onto Zuniaki. Vision of Perfection, the Hammer of Justice. They need the damage, though. I don't know if it is it. One Chaos Bolt lands, potentially second. It looks like Zuniaki will survive. There's a Blessing of Protection on the Dark Soul from Walrick just so he could get off those Chaos Bolts, and it still wasn't enough. So ABC, they traded out a lot of their defense to try to make that work, and unfortunately it didn't pay off.
Alec got left behind. Cassidy in trouble. Alec as well. Damage traded on both sides. Cassidy going to run around the center pillar. Alec trying to chase him, and he should be able to as Asgrath stabilizes the team. Another almost lethal setup. Shadow Fury catches Zuniaki out in midfield. Not nearly long enough of a crowd control, though, to kill the Mistweaver. Zuniaki going to cheat Torpedo back out of line of sight. Facile just ramping up damage. Cassidy managed to re-stealth, find a stun on Alec. That's a lot of extra damage as well. Asgrath's Hammer of Justice gets dispelled. Now he's stunned up on his Divine Favor. Polymorphs desperately by Alec onto Facile, dispelled instantly by Zuni. Enlight going to retreat. They got the sacrifice. Asgrath was maybe a bit afraid of that situation. Looks like he could roll up in that back room and drink. He's just repositioning. Getting his team back to full health as both teams take a moment of pause, waiting for this crowd control diminishing returns. Curious to see if they still stick to the Zuniaki strategy as he's got his Glidier's Medallion available. Alec double blinks in for a Polymorph. They could swap to Zuni. They stun Asgrath. He breaks. Are they going to swap? They're going after Cassidy. I love this swap. Nice Infernal Stun on the Trinket. Lingering Psychic Shell, though, activates for Cassidy. And it's unlikely that we see him go down during that assault, but they did get his Gladiator's Medallion. And Asgrath now to Paralyze.
Big push here onto Alec, but I don't think they have the damage here. Asgrath has his wings active, so he's going to be doing increased healing in that situation. But I do like what ABC are doing right now. They're trying to force Zuni to trinket something, you know, a crowd control or something that's not the Infernal Stun, so that they can set up a kill on him later. Asgrath, though, have to use his bubble here. Warwick's lobbing out 2 Chaos Bolts. Could just solo him. Nice rake stun there by Cassidy. Throwing out the regrowths there as well. Holding on not only to Zuniaki's trinket, but also to his Fort Brew. So big push there, and that was the Asgrath. That was the bubble of Asgrath here. So ABC playing extremely aggressive in this game, could come back and you know, cause them some troubles later on. Zuni now in another poly. Cassidy already in bear form, waiting here, and now he's gonna wait for the CC to almost end, and then he's gonna get aggressive here, look to apply some of those gushings. Warwick's getting a fear. Asgrath looking for the Hammer of Justice. Entangling Roots plus Freezing Trap. No Imp available. Alec surely is going to have to Ice Block here if he doesn't do a great job kiting. I think that was a Temporal Shield. I'm not sure if he combined it with a Health Stone as well right there, but Alec is going to survive that push. And now once again, ABC are going to look to get aggressive.
Definitely 13% dampening stun on Zuniaki once again. Are they going for crowd control or damage? It looks like crowd control, but a beautiful, I mean, counter aggression there by Cassidy. Gets the double stun. Preemptive Vitality Conduit on Cassidy as well. Really great plays there by Zuniaki. Enlight doing an excellent job. And it's like I said at the beginning of this match, it's going to be about Enlight avoiding these one-shots at all costs. And if they can do it, the slow pressure of the jungle is going to eventually overwhelm ABC and all their defensive cooldowns, but they have to get to that point, and that is not an easy thing to do. Hammer of Justice on the Dispel from Zuniaki as Alec pushes in. Polymorph secured. Nicely done there by Alec, but they need damage, and it looks like Cassie's just looking to punish him. Dress to Gath lands. Alec forced to use a Temporal Shield, almost using the Cauterize as well. A second Dress to Gath. Alec trinkets out. He's just going to be kiting, avoiding, you know, imminent doom at this point. And I can't believe, and I'm sure Enlight can't believe, that Alec didn't even have to use his Cauterize in that exchange.
That was a trinket sack of Asgrath, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good.
Vitality Conduit on Cassidy. He's feared. I would say at this point, the ABC are falling behind. They need to get something going on Zuniaki. Infernal Stun. Beautiful timing on that life. Could actually break Life Cocoon. Are they going to kill him? Do they have the Mortal Coil? They Mortal Coil out. He has to trinket the Mortal Coil. He doesn't want to gamble his life there on the Combustion. Bit insane that they almost killed him there as he slipped the Life Cocoon in between the stun lock. This is definitely a winning strategy for ABC if they can keep it up, but deeper into dampening we go. Those gushing wounds become more and more threatening. Cassidy just ramping up some damage on Alec. He's getting blasted by Chaos Bolts, though, and now has to Survival Instinct. He's caught in a stun. He has to trinket. If he had just been running away, I feel like the situation wouldn't have spiraled out of control like that for Cassidy. Now, once again, trying to get out onto Alec and pressure him. Asgrath's trying to drink. Are they going to trade Cauterize and block for a drink? If they can hold on to it, it would be so good for them. Asgrath comes back with a Blessing of Protection instead. They get the Cauterize anyway through it with the magic damage and the block!
Wow.
Alec respecting that a lot, and they are super far behind. If they make a push on Zuniaki's life, they are going to be risking their own.
I mean, look at Alec. He's got no Cauterize, no Ice Block, no Blessing of Protection, no Sacrifice. ABC, they don't have anything. This next attempt by Enlight could easily just be the game, but they just need to get the crowd control onto Asgrath, get the damage rolling on Alec, but it's not going to be easy. Walrick, of course, he does have some offensive cooldowns with the Mortal Coil. He can try to defuse the situation. Here it is, full Polymorph on Zuniaki. Big damage on Cassidy, potentially, but a preemptive Survival Instinct from Cassidy should keep him alive. Beautifully done by Cassidy on that Feral Druid. Defensive plays. I think he will survive, and now it's going to be ABC on the back foot.
That was the checkmate position right there of ABC. No trinket on Zuni, no trinket on Cassidy. And Asgrath is stacking that Ineffable Truth, so his trinket is just rotating back up on like a minute cooldown. This guy is literally playing Adaptation at this point. Cassidy gonna duck for cover with that Life Cocoon. Zuniaki once again preemptive Life Cocoon. Alec looking to set up a setup here onto Zuni. He's getting a poly. I would expect him to go for a greater Pyro out of it. There's the Chaos Bolt onto Zuni. No greater Pyroblast though. No way to have enough damage here. Combustion is gonna activate onto Zuni. He's gonna get that Roar of Sacrifice, and then Alec is gonna swap over to Cassidy, who doesn't have that buff, and he's gonna get full value out of his Combustion that way. but still that checkmate position that they had on the side of ABC is now gone. Asgarath now randomly have his bubble and his trinket back up though because of that ineffable truth. So another attempt here, combustion not available, but another sheep is going to be secured. Mortal Coil coming out here. Cassidy though with the perfect coil pathing, he's going to be able to line of sight everyone and potentially even go for a re-stealth. Zuni though could be in trouble. No preemptive anything at this point. Nice backup here from Cassidy. Rake stunning Alec, stunning up Warwick's, kicking Warwick's. Zuni's going to come out of the stun, be completely fine. And honestly, right now, it just feels like Enlight are just trying more and more to survive. They did force Alec's cooldowns, so they need to try to force Asgrath's cooldowns before Alec gets his Cauterize and his Ice Block back up.
Oh, full polymorph. But Alex on the back foot. Big heals in from Asgrath. Facile on the run. Feign Deathing some damage there, but still needs to pick him up. Popping that Zen Focus T, looking to avoid interrupts and stabilize Facile as soon as possible. Half diminishing return. Now they swap the Zuni and the Hammer. Facile pre-aspects of the turtle, and he avoided quite a lot of damage. But that's a Dark Soul Chaos Bolt, number 1. Number 2 not going to be found. Zuniaki line of sighting. Enlight just need to hold on for a few more moments before their Gushing Wounds are going to be overwhelming for Asgarath. They're line of sighting the Dark Soul. Oh, but a blink counter spell from Alec might be lights out. Double Shadow Fury, Chaos Bolt, casted in the sky onto Cassidy. He's going to put that Survival Instincts. Lingering Psychic Shell from Facile. They're trying to stay on target. A minute away from Alec's Ice Block again. They have to balance both defense and offense perfectly, but they're on the back foot, retreating, running for cover. Asgrath moves in on the right, Walrick's on the left. Alec in middle. Very difficult for them to navigate. Cassidy goes for an aggressive interrupt into a stun onto Asgarath. Now he's leaving Facile alone. Walrus is blasting him. They stun up Walrus. Cassidy rolls over to dot him up and then probably retreat right back to the pillar and let the dots do the work here. They're all in trouble here on the side of Enlight. This is looking a lot like Dalaran Sewers. At any point, Enlight could fall over. They retreat back to the room. They don't want to be out in midfield, but they've got nowhere else to retreat to. They're pinned back against the wall here on match point. He pre-life cocoons the Hammer of Justice on himself, but I think they're going to go after Cassidy. Chaos Bolt's out the back of the Mortal Coil, not able to be disrupted. Cassidy gets blasted. Warwick is still low, though. He's not trading the Street Sacrifice. Cassidy now running for cover in the room, trying to recover with Zuniaki, but Counterspell is available. If Alec lands that Counterspell, it could be a KO. Asgarath trying to pull his team back up into the fight here and recover. It's anyone's match on Game 5.
Well, let's see. What can they get done here? Asgarath going for the Holy Light, getting bashed up, immediately bubbling. Warwick's in massive trouble, gets the Blessing of Protection, and Cassidy is going to take that trade and run with it. But Zuni could go down there. Any kind of CC onto Zuni could be enough to take Cassidy down, and anything onto Zuni could be enough to take him down. Full counterspell secured here. Alec looking to make the game-winning play. Dragon's Breath, full polymorph secured, and that could just be Cassidy's life. No survival instinct for 12 seconds. Alec looking to solo carry the game 5 here, and he is able to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, ABC is going to take game number 5 at 53% dampening. Beautiful stuff there coming out of Alec, finding the polymorph there in the nick of time to make sure that his team wins that game.
Insane pressure coming out on the side of Enlight. ABC able to turn it around though. At what point, Ven, did it start to go right on the side of ABC?
Well, I mean, in that game, honestly, ABC, they had a great performance. From start to finish, they were finding great setups on Zuniaki, and I just have to say, I feel like ABC, it seemed like it was one of those things where they really had to, figure out the matchup a little bit. The first 2 games didn't look too good from them, but as the series progressed, it looked more and more convincing. That last game especially, I think, was their best overall played game, the most convincing in my eyes. And just, I mean, ABC, they played well defensively, they played well offensively. Enlight, they managed to get so many defensive cooldowns from Alec, from Walrick, basically traded out every single defensive cooldown they had. Enlight was feeling confident. They tried to continue the push, but eventually it just got turned around on them. Too much crowd control on Zuniaki, and it was inevitably Alec that was able to push in, get the polymorph onto Zuniaki, and just close out the game by taking down Cassidy.
And well done by them. Moving on in the lower bracket to face off against Method Black. We'll see that play out on Sunday, but also well done by on the side of Enlight. It was definitely a difficult matchup for them, Supatis, but they were able to sort of hold their own a little bit there.
Yeah, right at the end, they were able to completely stabilize the advantage that Enlight built. Sort of just spiraled out of control and they lost it. The Ineffable Truth got a lot of value for the Paladin, getting his Divine Shield, his Illusion Protection back, and then able to just continue pushing forward as a result of having those cooldowns. But moving into the circuit stage, that's kind of what I'm thinking if I'm Enlight. it's time to prepare something else. I think like get a good answer. Maybe it just seems like they have to re-roll so dramatically. Because to me, they would have to have Rogue Mage, and that should be their Mage Lock answer. But they would have to be playing like Cassidy Rogue and Kara Mage or something like that. But I feel like it's worth it for them.
Kara Mage?
I don't like Facile Mage. Like, I feel like it's worth their investment, though. It's worth the investment.
That's not gonna happen.
Pick that up as an alt comp.
I want to be fair to the jungle players, because I mean I said something that I think is true, that a lot of the time, you know, the jungle teams, they don't have more than one comp. They're kind of just jungle one tricks. But to be fair to them, there's really not many comps that work with a feral and a hunter. So they don't have that same luxury of, you know, being a Raikou who can play, you know, Mage Rogue, and he can play Warrior Mage, and he can play Mage Windwalker, and if you don't like that, you can play Warlock Mage. So you have a lot more options with some of these other classes. The jungles, you know, they try to make it work, they try to put their best foot forward, but there's just not many comps that they can run without a dramatic reroll, like you said, Sid.
It's true.
What? Oh, I thought it.
No, I was just saying it's true. I thought you were gonna say that the Rogue Mage teams are, you know, in the same boat, that they just play Rogue Mage, but it's actually true. The jungles, they don't really have that many more options. But the Rogue Mage players are just lazy. They only play Rogue Mage, right?
Good gracious.
Isn't everyone just lazy?
Isn't that right, Radapay?
All right, we're gonna move on, I think, from that before we flame any more players. So let's take a look at the review bracket. Some of the games that we saw play out today. Some of the games that we'll see play out on Sunday. We of course started the morning with 2 teams being eliminated in a 3-0 fashion, and then we also saw Coffin Dance get eliminated by Method Black, and we just saw Enlight get sent out of the tournament by ABC. Zico, anything you're looking forward to seeing for Sunday's games here in this bracket?
For me, I'm gonna be honest. I think ABC, they've had a great run so far, and they're powering up. They haven't reached their full potential just yet, so I'm gonna write them off as a 4th place, but you know, a potential contender. I think the interesting story for Sunday in Europe is going to be between Method Black, if they finally can take down Wildcard Gaming, because Wildcard Gaming has had their number, or if Diabolis is just going to shake everything up, maybe take out Wildcard in the uppers, and then, you know, maybe we'll see Method Black and Wildcard fight for their lives in the lower. I think Diabolis is really going to be the X factor on Sunday, because they are starting to hit that skill cap.
Yeah, we'll see those play out shortly here. So let's take a look at the circuit that we've got. We have our EU teams determined. We'll determine NA tomorrow, but we have the top 8 teams ready to go that we'll see in that circuit following NA tomorrow. Here we go. They have Wildcard Gaming, Method Black, Enlight, Diabolis, Bergen Boys, My Way, ABC, and Coffin Dance. And I feel like, especially the top 4 here, Ben, that the competition is so close.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams are absolutely phenomenal. Wildcard Gaming, Method Black, Diabolis, these guys have a lot of flexibility on their roster. Enlight, I mean, I don't know. It seems like a lot of these top teams kind of have their number. So for Enlight, they're either going to have to, you know, play absolutely insane, make 0 mistakes, and completely outplay their opponents. But that seems kind of, I mean, it's a really difficult thing to pull off. We need to see something coming in from Enlight, utilizing Kara in some kind of way. They're going to have to be creative, because I don't know. I think if Enlight just continues to play the jungle with the Mistweaver, they're going to struggle in this round robin.
And that's something to mention as well, if you guys are watching from home and a little bit confused with what we're doing here. This is a round robin format, something we haven't seen for a hot minute in WoW Super Tees. What does this mean for our contenders for prep time, really?
I mean, it's usually the best way of determining who is the best in any particular competition, because everyone plays everyone. So you don't maybe like get a lucky bracket. Like, let's say Enlight gets a bracket where they don't fight any mage locks and they run away with the tournament. That can sometimes happen. But with this specific way of running a tournament, they have to beat every team. They can't just rely on getting a lucky bracket, which is why I said it's like, I think it is worth them investing in an answer. I feel like Rogue Mage is a good answer in a mage lock, even if it is their alts. Like, if there's enough time in between now and the circuit stage, like just get something going there and actually have an answer.
I think one thing that's kind of interesting when you look at this round robin is that we're finally gonna see the highly anticipated Hydra versus Zuniaki
Yeah,
jungle mirror
it
matchup.
has to happen.
And they've been somehow they avoided each other every single week. Not in the round robin tournament. We will get that match, and I'll be there.
There's really no avoiding certain teams or competitions in that format, which is why I am super excited to see that play out. So we'll see that later in the year. But tomorrow, on Saturday, we are going to hop over to that NA bracket. Teams are shaping up really nicely over there. So if we take a look at the bracket for that region, Zico, let's talk about the teams that we see here. A couple new faces if we compared to cup number 3 for this region as well.
Yeah, definitely. We got RSG, which we haven't seen that much, and also 5 men. Is that like 5 blinks?
No.
Okay.
Different team.
Yeah. The team that I'm kind of intrigued to see, I really, I mean, I might just admit it, I'm a little biased towards them because, I don't know, they've always been the underdog, so I kind of always rooted for them.
Yes.
Is Unitas. They have the meta now. They have the Rogue Mage Priest meta. And I'm really stoked to see the fact that Aiden is actually on a solid team. And I think, those guys are really starting to look good. Whenever I saw them a little bit earlier in the Method Mayhem tournaments, they were one of the contenders there. And I think if they can reach their potential, maybe we can see them qualify as well. And that would be really, really awesome.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that team as well. It's one that I always root for when those guys make it to BlizzCon. They're usually like the top teams. We have Aiden from LATAM, and then the rest of those guys are from the APAC region. And it just seems like it's cool to see those two teams come together in an NA setting where the tournament's just like so the competition, Zico, is so much higher, it seems.
Yeah, it's like essentially you take some of the best players that LATAM had, and then you take some of the best players, from Australia, and then you merge that and you make a new team with that. And I think that's it's very nice to see them how they're going to be performing, against a lot of these NA teams, and they're also limited somewhat in terms of comp. But they've still been making big plays. We've seen amazing mind controls. We've seen amazing setups come out of those guys. So I'm just excited to see more Rogue Mage, obviously, but I'm also excited to see kind of the regions that we usually write off as like the weaker regions. Usually when we look at the top teams, it's like EU and NA. But I think this team, with the mix of players that they have, could definitely be one of the better teams as well.
That's kind of cool. We're just cherry picking from the other regions to create this awesome team in the form of Unitas. But something else I think we should for sure mention is Super T's Method Orange did not even make the top 8. They got 3-0'd by Unitas.
I mean, it was a bit, I don't know if we can even say that it's a bit surprising. It feels like Method Orange is just a little bit behind in the season stage. They do have an opportunity now between here and the circuit play, so getting that Warrior Mage Monk online could be an option, but I feel like since the changes, that Warrior Mage Monk is actually a lot worse, like dramatically worse. I'm not even sure if it would be guaranteed to win the matchup because Stormbolt's going to be affected by Conflict and Strife. It seems like they're in a tough spot. They're still running the Death Knight Demon Hunter, the Windwalker Death Knight. Those is like their main compositions, and it seems like they've just not been able to get it going as far. I would put them in a similar category as the Bergen boys in terms of their options. And it's going to be tough, I think, for Bergen boys and for Method Orange to break past like the top 4 or top 5 in the circuit stage if it continues like this.
Yep, and we'll of course again see those matches play out on Sunday, and then moving to the NA teams. Bergen boys. Let me restart. Method Orange for the NA bracket. They're out of the team. They're out of the bracket, but we'll see those NA games play off tomorrow on Saturday. I think I got that right. All right, well, NA Cup 4 starting tomorrow on Saturday. Here's the schedule for today. For tomorrow, Golden Guardians versus RSG. RSG is going to start us off with the morning. Charlotte Phoenix versus 5 men next. And one game I'm excited about also is Space Station Gaming versus Unitas. And those games will be tomorrow. So we'll see you guys here tomorrow, same time, same place, youtube.com/Warcraft at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Pacific. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye,
Bye, chat.